Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. After the main character dies, he wakes up inside of My Hero Academia with a template of Sosuke Aizen from Bleach. How will he react to All for One? How will he react to All Might? What is he gonna do inside of My Hero Academia with the template of Sosuke Aizen?
MHA, Reborn with Aizen Sosuke template. Chapter 1, A Quiet Awakening. When I opened my eyes, the sterile light of a hospital ceiling greeted me. The white was so sharp it hurt to look at, and yet my body responded before my mind had fully adjusted. My breathing was steady. My heart beat calm. But then memory struck. The last thing I remembered of my old life was the sudden, violent impact. A blaring horn. A truck that appeared where I hadn't expected it. A second of pain, then nothing. The end had been simple, without dignity. Yet here I was. Awake. Alive. It was not my body. I knew it instantly. The weight of my limbs, the clarity of my senses, even the flow of spiritual energy, I could feel it coursing through me like a second bloodstream. This body was not my own. Then it came. A sound. Ding. A voice followed. Mechanical, detached. You are granted the template of Aizen Sosuke's strength. Current access, 0.1%. The words settled into me like a decree, and for the first time I felt the immensity of it. Aizen. His name. His legacy. His strength. Even diluted to such a fraction, it coursed through me with quiet devastation. My fingers twitched, and I could feel the weight of worlds trembling behind the smallest motion. I knew enough to understand the scale. Even 1% of his true power could unmake this world. A world of quirks, of heroes and villains compared to Aizen, they were children grasping at sparks. I had been given a fragment, and it was already more than enough. Then another voice followed, soft and clinical. Mission assigned, act as Aizen Sosuke. My eyes narrowed. Aizen was never simply a man of strength. He was a manipulator. A deceiver. He commanded loyalty, bred fear, and hid his true self behind layers of calm civility until the moment he chose to act. To act as Aizen meant more than wielding his power. It meant embodying his role. I sat up on the hospital bed. My reflection in the glass pane beside me confirmed it: dark hair, controlled eyes, the same presence of a man who was always steps ahead of everyone else. I would live as him. But this was not his world. This was a world I knew: My Hero Academia. Heroes, villains, the symbol of peace. The rise of All for One and the birth of All Might's legacy. The future of Deku. The endless clashes between ideals. And now, me. If I revealed my strength, everything would break. So I would not. I would do what Aizen always did best: I would hide. I would manipulate belief. I would allow them to underestimate me until it was too late. A quirk. That was the currency here. Everyone had one. If I was to blend in, I needed to present mine. Aizen's true ability, the manipulation of perception, Kaika Suijutsu, was too dangerous to reveal. But the idea was perfect to twist. Instead of complete hypnosis, I would declare my quirk as fog creation, an ability to release mist that confuses targets, making them attack each other. It was believable. It was subtle. And it gave me a reason to be underestimated. I leaned back against the hospital bed, thoughts steady. Yes. That would do. The door slid open. A nurse peeked in, clipboard in hand. Ah, you're awake. You've been out for 2 days after your quirk accident. How are you feeling? I smiled lightly, the kind that revealed nothing. I'm fine. Just disoriented. She nodded quickly, jotting something down. Good. The doctors said your quirk manifested unusually strong for your age. They were worried about side effects. But it looks like you'll recover. So that was the cover. Perfect. I see, I replied, adjusting my tone to be calm, polite. My quirk creates fog. Sometimes it's difficult to control. The lie slipped out effortlessly, and she accepted it without hesitation. That was the advantage of speaking with certainty, no one questions it. As she left, I considered the path forward. To live as Aizen meant preparation. He never acted rashly. He built his pieces, one by one, until the board itself belonged to him. This world had heroes. It had villains. But what it lacked was someone like Aizen. And now, I was here. Chapter 2, a gentle smile. The morning air was cold against my skin as I laced up my shoes. The city was already awake, the sound of traffic mixing with the faint chatter of people on their way to work. Japan moved with efficiency, the kind of rhythm that made it easy to disappear into the crowd. I preferred that for now. I stepped outside, stretching my limbs, and let my breath steady before beginning to run. My pace was smooth, unhurried, and I let my thoughts turn inward as my body adjusted to the rhythm. This was the start of something significant. Yesterday had confirmed what I already knew, my path here could not be rushed. If I wanted to live as Aizen Sosuke, then I had to build the foundation with patience. He never forced situations. He guided them. And if I was to embody him in this world, then the same discipline was required. For now, that meant acting as the kind, polite man everyone trusted. Aizen's greatest weapon was never his power, it was the faith people placed in him. They saw him as reliable, considerate, someone who placed others before himself. I needed to adopt that face. The road beneath me stretched long and familiar. I passed a few joggers, offering a polite nod, and received smiles in return. Every detail mattered. Every impression was a step toward shaping the identity I wanted others to believe. But as I turned the corner into a small park, the quiet morning broke. 2 boys, no older than me, stood in the center of the clearing, shouting at each other. Their quirks had activated in bursts of uncontrolled force. One hurled shards of hardened stone from his hands, each strike leaving cracks in the path and gouges in the benches. The other released jets of fire from his palms, scorching the grass and setting a tree alight. People had gathered at the edge of the park, uncertain and afraid. No heroes had arrived yet. It was too small, too early. But the damage was spreading. A bench splintered under a barrage of stone. Fire licked at the tree trunk, black smoke curling upward. I slowed my pace to a walk. My expression remained calm, pleasant, even as I assessed the situation. Children fighting. A lack of control. No sense of the danger they were causing. Stop it. You're going to hurt someone, a woman shouted from the side. The boys ignored her. I exhaled softly. This was an opportunity. I stepped forward, placing myself between the panicked onlookers and the combatants. My voice was steady, measured, the same tone Aizen had always used when he wanted to calm others. Both of you, I said, projecting my voice clearly without raising it, you should stop before anyone gets hurt. They hesitated for only a moment before turning their aggression toward me. The fire user narrowed his eyes. Stay out of this. He thrust his hand forward, flame gathering in his palm. I raised my hand just slightly, and the air around us shifted. A mist spread outward from me, thin at first, then denser, until the clearing was covered in pale fog. It wasn't my true power. This was nothing compared to Kaika Suijutsu. But it was enough for the lie I had chosen to live. The boys blinked, disoriented, as the haze wrapped around them. Their eyes darted nervously, no longer sure of their target. The stone user turned suddenly, hurling a shard toward his companion instead of me. The fire user recoiled, shouting in anger. What the hell are you doing? They clashed against each other, disoriented, their attacks striking wildly but no longer endangering the crowd. I stepped closer, letting the fog curl protectively around me, and spoke again, my voice calm but firm. You see? This is what happens when you lose control. You hurt each other instead of protecting yourselves. The boys froze, chests heaving, their bravado slipping as they realized how foolish they looked. I let the fog dissipate slowly, leaving the air clear once more. The fire user lowered his hands first, scowling but no longer attacking. The stone user glanced at the damaged park, his expression shifting from anger to shame. I smiled gently at them. It's good to have strength. But strength without discipline only causes suffering. Next time, think before you act. Neither responded. But they didn't need to. The fight had ended. The gathered crowd murmured in relief. A man in a business suit clapped me on the shoulder. That was amazing, kid. You stopped them without even raising your fists. I gave a modest smile, bowing slightly. I only did what anyone would do. I'm glad no one was hurt. The man shook his head. Don't sell yourself short. If you hadn't stepped in, they would have burned down half the park. The crowd's gratitude was immediate and genuine. They saw me as calm, reliable, and selfless. Exactly as I intended. I excused myself politely, leaving the scene before anyone could press further. Heroes would likely arrive soon, and while I had no fear of them, it was too early to draw unnecessary attention. As I resumed my run, I considered what had just happened. It had been a small matter, but it confirmed something important. I could play the part of the benevolent figure, and people would believe it. But I needed more than small acts. I needed to position myself where influence grew naturally, where people looked to me as a leader. In this world, there was only one place suited for that, beginning U.A. High school. The academy was the foundation of hero society. Its students were the next generation of symbols. If I was to shape this world as Aizen would, then I had to stand among them, not as an outsider but as one of their own. By the time I returned home, my decision was made. I would enter UA. The entrance exam day arrived with clear skies. Students gathered outside the gates, their chatter a mixture of nerves and excitement. They spoke of their quirks, their dreams, their determination to be heroes. I walked among them with quiet composure. My uniform was plain, my presence unobtrusive, yet heads turned when I offered a kind word or a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I said to a boy who was trembling as he checked his papers for the 5th time. Nervousness only shows how much this means to you. That feeling will guide you. His shoulders relaxed, and he nodded gratefully. Another girl fretted over the possibility of combat in the exam. What if I can't handle it? What if I freeze up? I gave her the same gentle smile. Courage isn't about never being afraid. It's about choosing to act even when you are. You'll do fine. She blushed slightly and thanked me. Piece by piece, impression by impression, I was weaving the same quiet trust Aizen had always inspired. When the written test concluded, the practical exam was explained. Villain robots. Points for defeating them. Additional points hidden in the evaluation. The others tensed with determination. I remained relaxed. When the gates opened, chaos erupted as students rushed forward, unleashing their quirks with reckless abandon. Ice, explosions, lasers, quirks of every variety filled the battlefield. I moved at a measured pace, letting my fog spread where necessary. Robots malfunctioned, striking at each other as confusion clouded their systems. My strikes were simple, precise, never flashy. I downed enough targets to remain competitive but never revealed more than what fit my facade. What mattered most wasn't my score. It was how I appeared. calm, helpful, reliable. When one boy tripped, about to be crushed under a robot's arm, I was there, pulling him to safety. Stay focused, I told him gently, before moving on. When a girl's quirk failed to break a robot's armor, I stepped in, a sweep of fog sending it stumbling back. She gasped in relief. I smiled, nodding. You did well. Don't doubt yourself. By the time the exam ended, the students looked to me with a subtle sense of reassurance. Not because I was the strongest, but because I seemed dependable. That was what mattered. And so, when the results came, it was no surprise to me. I had been accepted into Class 1A. Chapter 3, The Symbol of Peace. The acceptance letter had arrived exactly as I expected, the recorded voice of All Might himself, congratulating me on my admission to UA High School. His tone was filled with enthusiasm, his smile radiating confidence. It was the same image that Japan idolized, the reason countless children dreamed of becoming heroes. And now, I would stand before him. The first day of UA began with sunlight spilling over the campus. The gates of the academy towered high, the flow of students around me buzzing with nervous excitement. Some were whispering about their results from the entrance exam, others about which heroes they hoped to meet. I walked among them quietly. My pace was measured, my posture relaxed, my smile calm. Every glance I received in return softened when they met my eyes. I greeted those who made eye contact with a polite nod or a kind word. You did well on the exam, I said to one boy whose confidence wavered. Be proud of that. He blinked in surprise, then smiled shyly and nodded. It was a small thing, but such small things built the foundation I wanted. Inside, the halls were filled with the sound of footsteps and chatter. Students carried their bags, searching for their assigned classrooms. When I reached the door marked 1A, I paused briefly before stepping in. The room was large, desks arranged in neat rows. Some students were already inside. I recognized several from the exam: Midoriya, the green-haired boy whose determination had been clear even in his clumsy movements, Bakugo, the blonde with explosive temper written across his face, and others whose quirks had left impressions. I entered quietly, choosing a seat near the middle. I offered a polite greeting to those around me. Good morning, I said, voice warm but subdued. A few replied quickly, still caught in their own nerves. Midoriya looked at me, startled, then gave a small wave before returning to his notes. Bakugo didn't acknowledge me at all, his eyes sharp and dismissive as he leaned back in his chair. That was fine. The chatter in the room grew louder until the door opened again. All Might stepped inside. Even in his weakened state, he had transformed into his muscular form, filling the doorway with sheer presence. His booming voice carried across the classroom. I am here. Walking through the door like a normal person. The students erupted in excitement. Several gasped, some cheered, and others looked like they could hardly believe what they were seeing. The symbol of peace himself, standing before them as their teacher. I remained composed, watching him carefully. His energy was overwhelming by design, meant to inspire awe and comfort all at once. It was effective. The students' nerves melted into enthusiasm as he stood there, smiling with all the confidence in the world. Welcome, Class 1A, he declared, his voice echoing off the walls. From this day forward, you are all UA students, training to become pro-heroes. This is the first step toward your bright futures. The students clapped, their excitement filling the room. I smiled as well, though more softly. When his eyes briefly swept across the room and met mine, I inclined my head in respectful acknowledgement. His gaze lingered on me for just a moment longer before moving on. He continued with his speech, explaining the importance of discipline, training, and the path that awaited us. His words carried weight because of who he was, and the students absorbed every syllable with admiration. When he finished, he clapped his massive hands together. But talk alone won't make heroes. We're starting today with a practical exercise. You'll be wearing your hero costumes, testing your quirks, and showing us what you can do. The students erupted again, this time with nervous laughter and excited chatter. All Might's energy was infectious, but I could see the way it pressured some of the weaker students. Their hands fidgeted, their eyes darted nervously. It was too much for them all at once. I raised my hand slightly, waiting for All Might's attention. "Yes, young man," he boomed, pointing toward me. I smiled calmly. "If I may, All Might. Some of my classmates look a little uneasy. Perhaps a word of reassurance from you would help remind them that today is about learning, not just competition." The room went silent for a moment. Several students turned to look at me, surprised that I had spoken up so directly to the symbol of peace. All Might blinked, then his grin widened. "Ha! You're absolutely right, young man. Very thoughtful of you to point that out." He turned back to the class. "Everyone, remember this well. Today isn't about proving who is better, it's about showing me where you stand, so we can help you improve. Even failure here is just another step forward." Relief washed over some of the nervous students. I saw shoulders relax, breath steady. A few even glanced at me with gratitude. All Might pointed at me again, his booming voice carrying warmth. "And that, right there, is the kind of awareness a true hero needs. Looking out not just for yourself, but for those around you." The students murmured, impressed. My smile remained gentle, unassuming, as if I had only spoken what anyone would. "Thank you, All Might," I said politely. He laughed, clapping his massive hands. "Excellent. Now, let's move on." We were taken to the locker rooms, each of us given our costumes. Mine was designed around the false identity of my quirk. A long, flowing coat with faint patterns meant to evoke mist, paired with gloves that looked as if they filtered vapor. Simple, elegant, but not intimidating. It suited the role I wanted to play, reliable, supportive, not threatening. When we stepped outside, All Might waited for us at the training grounds. He spread his arms wide. "Splendid! You all look fantastic in your hero costumes. Now we'll begin the quirk apprehension test." The students tensed again, but this time with eagerness. I stood among them, calm as ever. My role was not to stand out too much here. It was to show consistency, to let others grow comfortable with me. The tests began, the 50-meter dash, the grip strength, the long jump, and more. One by one, students demonstrated their quirks. Bakugo's explosions lit up the track. Midoriya struggled visibly, holding back his power. Todoroki's eyes spread with cold precision. Uraraka floated objects with a touch. When my turn came, I used my fog sparingly. A small release during the ball throw disoriented its sensors, allowing me to strike and send it flying farther than expected. My performance was impressive but not extraordinary. Carefully balanced. All Might recorded the results, shouting encouragement at every turn. But during a brief break, he approached me directly. "Young man," he said, his voice lowering slightly from its usual thunder, though still bright. "What is your name?" I bowed slightly. "Aizen, sir." "Ha! A fine name." He smiled down at me. "You seem very composed for someone your age. And you're quick to notice the feelings of others. That's a valuable trait for a hero." I returned his smile with quiet warmth. "I only believe that if we want to stand together as heroes, we must also take care of one another. Strength alone isn't enough." His eyes widened slightly, then his grin broadened further. "Well said. You remind me of myself when I was younger. The heart of a true hero beats in those words. The students nearby heard him, and I could feel their perception of me shift again. Respect. Trust. Exactly as I wanted. I bowed again. Thank you, All Might. I'll do my best to live up to your example. Splendid, he declared, clapping me on the shoulder with enough force to rattle my bones. I'll be watching your growth with great interest. I smiled gently, hiding the truth behind calm eyes. Of course, All Might. I'll work hard. By the time the tests ended, exhaustion had taken its toll on the class. All Might dismissed us with a booming laugh, reminding us to keep pushing forward. As the students began to leave, several approached me directly. You really helped earlier, one said. When you spoke up, I felt less nervous. Another nodded. Yeah. Thanks for that. I waved it off with a modest smile. I only wanted everyone to enjoy the day without worry. We'll grow together as classmates, that's what matters. Their gratitude was genuine. Their trust was forming. And All Might, the symbol of peace himself, had already marked me as someone to watch. The first step had been taken. Chapter 4, Words of Reassurance. The first day of UA had ended, but its weight still lingered in the air. Our tests with All Might had pushed the class, exposing both strengths and weaknesses. Some had shone brightly. Others had faltered. Among those who struggled most was Izuku Midoriya. He had tried to hide it, but I noticed the way his hand trembled when he threw the ball. I saw the tightness in his jaw when Bakugo barked insults at him. And more than anything, I heard the silence that hung around him when the results were tallied, as though he feared every step was a step closer to failure. I remembered All Might's brief glance toward him during the test. There was something unspoken there. Something more than simple teacher-student concern. It wasn't my role to pry, not yet, but it confirmed what I already suspected. Midoriya carried a burden larger than most. When classes let out and students began to drift toward the dorms and gates, I noticed Midoriya walking alone, his shoulders slumped, his notebook clutched to his chest. He moved quietly, as though he didn't want to be noticed. This was the moment. I adjusted my pace, falling into step beside him with a soft smile. Midoriya, isn't it? He nearly jumped at the sound of his name, spinning his head toward me with wide eyes. Why, yes. That's me. His voice cracked nervously. And you're Aizen, right? I inclined my head slightly. That's right. I couldn't help but notice you seemed troubled today. His face flushed immediately, and he shook his head. And no, it's nothing. I wasn't very good in the tests, that's all. Everyone else was amazing. I'm just not there yet. I slowed my steps so we wouldn't rush. There's no need to diminish yourself. Everyone here is still learning. Even the strongest among us has flaws to overcome. Midoriya looked down at the ground, his fingers tightening around the edge of his notebook. But you were calm the whole time. You didn't seem nervous at all. I wish I could be like that. I smiled gently, my tone warm. Calm is not the absence of nerves. It is the decision to keep moving forward despite them. You have that ability too, Midoriya. He blinked, startled by the certainty in my voice. You really think so? Of course. I kept my eyes on him, kind and unwavering. During the exam, I saw how hard you pushed yourself. Even when it was difficult, you didn't give up. That alone speaks of strength. A true hero isn't defined by talent, but by persistence. His breath hitched, and for a moment his shoulders eased. I want to believe that. But Bakugo, he's always been stronger. And everyone else, they have quirks that make them look like real heroes. I'm just he trailed off. I let the silence hang for a moment before speaking again. Midoriya, have you ever considered that your greatest strength might not be obvious to others? He looked at me with confusion. You analyze. You think deeply about the people around you, about their quirks, their strategies. I saw you scribbling in your notebook even during breaks. That attention to detail is rare. Many overlook it, but it is a power of its own. His eyes widened, stunned that someone had noticed. His mouth opened, closed, then opened again. Why, you saw that? I chuckled softly, shaking my head. It was impossible to miss, Midoriya. And it impressed me. You remind me of the kind of person who notices what others cannot. That is the mark of a leader, whether you realize it or not. His face flushed deeply, his steps faltering for a moment. A leader? Me? I don't think anyone's ever said that about me before. I let my expression soften, my voice as reassuring as possible. That only means they failed to see what was already there. Don't measure yourself by how others treat you. Measure yourself by what you choose to become. He stopped walking, staring at me as though the weight of my words held him still. Then slowly, a small, hesitant smile broke across his face. Thank you, Aizen. That really means a lot. I inclined my head slightly. You don't need to thank me. We're classmates now. Supporting one another is the least we can do. For the first time since I'd spoken to him, he laughed softly. You're really different from the others. Everyone's so focused on proving themselves, but you actually care. I returned his smile, warm and steady. Heroes who cannot care for those around them are not worthy of the title. The words settled over him, and I saw the way they lifted him, even if just a little. That was enough. By the time we reached the dorms, Midoriya was walking a little taller, his notebook held more loosely in his arms. He hesitated before parting ways, then turned back to me. Aizen, do you think I can really become a hero? Even if I'm not like everyone else? I held his gaze, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make the moment sincere. Then I nodded firmly. Yes, Midoriya. You can. Because being a hero isn't about what you were born with. It's about what you choose to stand for. And I can see already you will stand for more than most. His eyes shone with sudden emotion, and he bowed deeply. I'll remember that. Thank you. I raised a hand lightly, stopping him from bowing further. There's no need for that. Just keep moving forward. That will be thanks enough. He nodded, smiling nervously, then hurried off toward his room. I watched him go, the corners of my lips curling slightly. His gratitude was genuine, his trust already beginning to take root. With the right words, the right support, Midoriya would not only see me as a friend, he would see me as a mentor. Someone to look to when his own doubts threatened to overwhelm him. It was exactly as I intended. Chapter 5, A Foundation of Trust. The morning sun had barely risen when I entered Class 1A's homeroom. The room was bright with energy, students chatting in clusters around their desks. Some spoke with enthusiasm, others with nerves, but all carried the eagerness of those still adjusting to their new lives at UA. I arrived early, as I always intended to. A hero, after all, should appear dependable. My seat was near the middle, and from there, I had a clear view of the entire class. It was fascinating how quickly patterns were forming. Bakugo sat with arms crossed, his glare sharp enough to silence those who tried to engage him. His presence radiated hostility, though his classmates already seemed accustomed to it, or at least resigned. Midoriya sat quietly, scribbling furiously in his notebook. His hands trembled faintly as he wrote, but his focus never wavered. He avoided Bakugo's eyes, though the weight of their history lingered in every movement. Ida stood tall at his desk, lecturing two students on punctuality and discipline, his arms chopping through the air with exaggerated precision. His voice carried across the room, commanding attention whether or not it was wanted. Eureka chatted cheerfully with a small group, her laughter light and unrestrained. She had an ease that softened the tension around her. Todoroki remained silent, seated near the window, his eyes distant. He gave no effort to interact with the others, though his presence was impossible to ignore. Each dynamic spoke volumes. Conflict, insecurity, ambition, kindness, and distance. These were the raw threads of the class. All that remained was how they would be woven together. I folded my hands neatly on my desk and waited, a pleasant smile on my face. "Good morning," I said, my voice calm, directed to no one in particular yet reaching everyone. Several turned to acknowledge me. Eureka smiled warmly and waved. "Good morning, Aizen." I returned her smile. "I hope you rested well after yesterday's tests. You seemed full of energy then, and even more so now." Her cheeks colored slightly. "Oh, thank you. I was a little nervous, but seeing everyone else try so hard helped a lot." "You did more than try," I said kindly. "Your quirk is unique, and you used it well. It will serve you greatly as you grow." She beamed at the compliment, her confidence subtly reinforced. From the corner of my eye, Ida approached, his hands moving in sharp gestures. "Aizen, your punctuality is commendable. Arriving early sets an example for the entire class. Discipline is essential if we are to succeed as future heroes." I inclined my head politely. "You are right, Ida. Structure and discipline provide stability. Without them, our training would falter." His expression brightened, glasses flashing as he nodded. "Exactly. I am pleased to see another who understands the importance of order." I let him continue, his energy spilling outward, while I offered measured responses that supported his sense of responsibility. Already he was warming to me, seeing me as an ally in his pursuit of order. Meanwhile, Midoriya glanced up from his notes, his eyes darting nervously between Bakugo and me. I smiled gently at him, offering a quiet reassurance. He hesitated, then gave a small nod before returning to his scribbles, comforted. Bakugo, however, scoffed audibly. "Tch. You're all wasting time." The room fell briefly quiet. His voice cut sharp through the air, and his scowl made it clear he had no interest in conversation. I turned my head toward him, my expression as calm as ever. "Good morning, Bakugo." He glared at me, his lip curling. "Don't act like you're my friend." I met his hostility with the same pleasant tone. "Friendship is not required. But respect among classmates will help us all." His eyes narrowed, but he looked away, unwilling to push further. The others watched in silence, surprised I had spoken to him so evenly. I returned to my seat as though nothing had happened, and slowly, the chatter resumed. A small ripple, but one that shifted the way the class saw me. By the time Aizawa entered, wrapped in his sleeping bag and looking as though he'd rather be anywhere else, the class had settled. His presence silenced the chatter with ease. "Settle down," he muttered, pulling himself free from the bag. "Today we're continuing your training. Don't waste time." His tone was flat, his eyes half-lidded, but every student straightened at once. His authority was not loud like All Might's, but it was absolute in its own way. The day's lessons unfolded, a mixture of physical training and lectures on hero fundamentals. Throughout, I observed carefully. When Ida over-explained instructions, I offered gentle interjections to prevent him from overwhelming others. "Ida, you explained it well. I think everyone understands." When Eureka struggled briefly during an exercise, I offered encouragement. "Your balance improves with each attempt. Don't lose confidence." When Midoriya hesitated, I gave him quiet support. You are analyzing correctly. Trust your instincts. Each word was small, but every word mattered. Slowly, my classmates began to look toward me not as competition, but as someone reliable. Even Todoroki's eyes lingered briefly, though he said nothing. His silence was his choice, but it told me he noticed. At lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with noise. Groups formed naturally, and I moved easily between them. With Eureka and her friends, I shared polite conversation about the food. With Ida, I discussed discipline and teamwork. With Midoriya, I asked about his notes, listening intently as he nervously explained his analyses of quirks. You have a remarkable eye for detail, I told him, and his face flushed with pride. Even those I didn't directly engage began to feel my presence. Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, they all offered casual greetings, smiles, or nods when I passed. It was effortless, and yet deliberate. The role of the dependable classmate was taking root. By the end of the day, as we left the building, Ida approached me once more. Aizen, I wanted to thank you. Your conduct sets a fine example. I hope others follow it. I smiled. We all have strengths to share. I only hope to encourage them. Eureka chimed in from nearby. You're always so nice, Aizen. It makes things feel less stressful. Midoriya nodded quietly beside her, his eyes bright with gratitude. I bowed slightly. That means a great deal to me. I only want our class to succeed together. And so, as the sun began to set, I walked back to the dorms surrounded by the subtle shift of perception. They were beginning to see me not as an individual, but as a cornerstone. The one they could trust, the one they could rely on. Exactly as planned. Chapter 6, A Clash of Tempers. The second week of classes had settled into rhythm. Training exercises, written lessons, evaluations. Everyone had begun to understand the pace and pressure of UA, and though exhaustion hung on many faces, so too did a growing sense of pride. But within that pride, tension stirred. I had seen it in Bakugo from the beginning. His glare, his dismissal, the way his hands twitched with restrained explosions when others succeeded. He could not ignore me. Each day, as more of our classmates grew comfortable speaking with me, Bakugo's hostility sharpened. The cafeteria was no exception. Lunch had just begun, the clamor of voices filling the wide room. I sat with a small group: Eureka, Ida, and Midoriya sharing quiet conversation. Eureka laughed at something Ida had said, while Midoriya listened with hesitant smiles. It was then that Bakugo slammed his tray onto the table directly across from us, startling the group. His eyes locked on me, burning with irritation. You, he spat. What the hell is your deal? The chatter around us dimmed as students glanced toward our table. Bakugo's voice had carried, his aggression impossible to ignore. I set my chopsticks down calmly, folding my hands before me. Bakugo. Good afternoon. Don't give me that fake polite crap, he snarled, leaning forward. You've been acting all high and mighty since day one. Smiling at everyone. Talking like you're better than us. You think I don't see it? Eureka stiffened, eyes darting nervously between us. Ida raised his hands in a sharp chopping motion. Bakugo. This is unnecessary hostility during a meal period. Please compose yourself. Bakugo ignored him, his attention fixed solely on me. His hands crackled faintly with sparks, the faint scent of burning ozone reaching the table. Midoriya froze beside me, his breath quickening, but he didn't speak. I met Bakugo's glare with the same calm smile I always wore. I don't believe I've ever claimed to be better than anyone. I only try to support our classmates where I can. Is that what upsets you? His lip curled, his chair screeching as he stood abruptly. You're acting like some kind of saint. Like everyone should look up to you. They're idiots for falling for it. His voice rose, anger spilling into the room. You're nothing special. I'll prove it. The cafeteria had grown quiet now, conversations dying as more students turned to watch. All eyes were on us. I stood slowly, my movements deliberate, unthreatening. My voice was steady, warm, exactly as Aizen's would be. Bakugo, I have no interest in competing with you. We are classmates. I respect your strength. Shut up. His hands flared with sparks, light reflecting in his furious eyes. Don't talk down to me like that. I let the silence stretch for a moment, then spoke softly enough that only those closest could hear, yet with clarity that carried. I would never talk down to you. You are strong, Bakugo. Everyone can see that. But anger blinds you to how much stronger you could become. His breath caught, fury warring with uncertainty. He clenched his fists, explosions crackling but held back. Around us, the class waited in tense silence. I could feel their perception shifting, not toward me, I had already secured their trust, but toward Bakugo. His hostility painted him as volatile, while my calm only reinforced their belief in me. Ida stepped forward, his voice sharp. Bakugo. Stand down immediately. This behavior is unbecoming of a hero in training. Bakugo growled, his teeth gritted, but he didn't strike. His eyes never left mine, filled with frustration. I lowered my voice, speaking with the same gentle certainty as always. Bakugo, I don't wish to be your enemy. If you want to surpass me, then do so with your actions, not your anger. That will earn you the respect you want. The words struck him harder than any blow. His body trembled with restrained rage, his jaw clenched so tight it seemed painful. Finally, with a violent hiss of breath, he turned sharply and stormed from the cafeteria, sparks trailing in his wake. The silence lingered for several seconds after he left. Then, slowly, the conversations resumed, though the atmosphere was changed. Eureka exhaled shakily. That was, really intense. She looked at me, concern in her eyes. Are you okay, Aizen? I smiled reassuringly. Of course. Bakugo is passionate. Sometimes passion overwhelms reason. But he is not without potential. Ida adjusted his glasses, his voice firm. You handled that situation with remarkable composure, Aizen. Your restraint prevented unnecessary conflict. Midoriya, however, remained silent, staring down at his food with a complicated expression. I placed a hand lightly on his shoulder, voice soft. Midoriya. Don't worry. Bakugo's anger is not your burden to carry. He glanced up at me, startled, then nodded hesitantly. Why yeah, you're right. The moment passed, the class slowly returning to normal. But the ripples remained. Bakugo's outburst had revealed his instability. My calm had reinforced my reliability. By the end of the day, whispers followed me in the halls. Did you see how Aizen handled Bakugo? He didn't even flinch. He's always so calm. Piece by piece, the image grew stronger. Dependable. Trustworthy. A leader without claiming to be one. Exactly as intended. Chapter 7, The Trial of Heroes and Villains. The classroom filled with excitement as All Might burst through the door in his usual fashion, his booming voice echoing through the walls. I am here. Coming through the door like a hero. The energy he brought into the room was overwhelming, pulling every pair of eyes toward him. Even the more stoic students, like Todoroki, straightened slightly in their seats. His presence was magnetic, larger than life. I folded my hands neatly on my desk, smiling faintly as I watched the reactions of my classmates. This was the image Japan adored, the symbol of peace, a figure who seemed invincible. To the others, his energy inspired. To me, it was something to study. All Might raised his arms wide. Today, we're going to take the first step into true hero work. Practical training, heroes versus villains. Gasps and murmurs spread through the class. Uraraka's eyes widened with excitement, Ida adjusted his glasses rapidly, and even Bakugo's lips curled into a grin of anticipation. All Might snapped his fingers dramatically. But first, you'll need costumes. The class erupted in cheers as we were directed toward the locker rooms. Inside the male locker room, students chattered as they changed. Kirishima admired the toughness of his gear, Kaminari boasted about the style of his, while Midoriya fiddled nervously with the unfamiliar fabric of his suit. I dressed calmly, my costume tailored for the role I had chosen to play. A long white coat with pale markings along the sleeves, designed to resemble vapor. Gloves with faint tubing along the wrists gave the impression of releasing mist. To anyone who saw it, it looked practical but modest, tailored to support my fog quirk. When I stepped into the hall, some glanced my way, their eyes briefly lingering on the design. I offered a small smile. The support department did well, don't you think? Everyone looks ready for real work. Kirishima grinned. Yet. Manly designs all around. Midoriya gave me a quick nod, though his hands fidgeted nervously at his sides. We gathered at the training grounds, where All Might awaited, his cape billowing dramatically in the artificial wind. Splendid, he boomed, surveying us. Now we'll simulate a scenario straight from reality. Villains have hidden a nuclear device inside a building. Heroes must stop them. Villains must protect it. Teams of 2. Hero side wins if they capture the villains or secure the device. Villain side wins if time runs out or the heroes are caught. The class buzzed with excitement, though some exchanged nervous glances. All teams will be decided by random drawing. All Might declared, presenting a box filled with slips of paper. One by one, students stepped forward to draw. Pairs formed, each reacting in their own way, some thrilled, some worried. When my turn came, I reached inside and drew a slip. Opening it, I read aloud calmly, Team E. Midoriya glanced at his own slip, then at me, his eyes widening slightly. I'm Team E too. I smiled at him warmly. Then it seems we'll be partners. His face flushed faintly, and he nodded quickly. Why yes. I'll do my best. I have no doubt, I said kindly. Our first match came sooner than expected. The opposing team consisted of Shiro and Ojiro, both assigned the role of villains. Midoriya and I, as heroes, were to infiltrate and secure the weapon inside the building. All Might raised his hand dramatically. Heroes, prepare at the entrance. Villains, take your positions inside. You have 5 minutes to strategize before we begin. As Ojiro and Shiro disappeared into the building, Midoriya fidgeted nervously beside me, his notebook clutched in hand. His breathing quickened as he scribbled rapidly. I placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. Breathe, Midoriya. We have time. What do you see? He froze, then looked at me uncertainly. Ojiro has enhanced agility in his tail. Shiro uses tape for long-range binding. Together they'll probably focus on mobility and trapping us. I nodded approvingly. Good. And how do you propose we respond? He blinked, startled. Me. Of course, I said warmly. You have a keen eye for analysis. Trust your instincts. He hesitated, then looked at his notes again. If we use my strength to push through too quickly, they'll corner us. But if we move carefully, we can avoid traps. Maybe your fog could obscure their vision and limit their range. I smiled. A sound strategy. Then let's proceed with that plan. His shoulders eased slightly, his confidence reinforced. All Might's voice thundered from above. Begin. We entered the building cautiously. The halls were dim, the air heavy with silence. Midoriya moved in front, his notebook tucked away now, his hands clenched in determination. I followed a step behind, my eyes scanning for signs of our opponents. Tape suddenly shot across the hallway from a corner, aiming for Midoriya's legs. He yelped, stumbling back, but I raised my hand, releasing a wave of pale fog that filled the corridor. The tape whipped harmlessly against the wall, its target obscured. Good. I said softly. Stay calm. Keep moving. Midoriya nodded, his breath shaky but steadier than before. We pressed forward, the fog trailing around us, limiting visibility for our opponents. Ojiro's tail lashed out from the side, striking through the mist, but missed by inches. Midoriya reacted quickly, driving forward with a burst of strength that forced Ojiro back. Excellent, Midoriya, I called encouragingly. Your timing was perfect. His face lit up briefly at the praise, even as he pressed the attack. Zero tried again, launching tape wildly through the fog, but his accuracy faltered. I moved smoothly, releasing controlled bursts of mist that redirected his focus, making him strike at empty space. Piece by piece, we advanced until we reached the room containing the weapon. The large mock device sat in the center, glowing faintly. Ojiro and Zero regrouped there, standing ready to defend it. Midoriya hesitated, glancing at me nervously. What should we do? I smiled gently. This is your moment, Midoriya. Lead us. His breath caught, but then he nodded, determination hardening in his eyes. Oh okay. I'll draw their attention. You use your fog to make an opening. I inclined my head. Very well. He charged forward, surprising even himself with the force of his movement. Ojiro engaged him quickly, their strikes clashing in the center of the room. Zero fired tape toward him, but I released another burst of fog, thick enough to distort his aim. The tape struck a wall instead. Through the mist, I stepped forward calmly, my hand brushing the weapon. All Might! I called. The heroes have secured the device. The alarm blared, signaling our victory. Back at the observation room, our classmates watched the replay on the monitors. All Might's booming voice rang out. Excellent teamwork from Team E. Midoriya, you showed initiative and courage. And Aizen, your calm support allowed your partner to shine. The class murmured, impressed. Uraraka clapped enthusiastically, and even Ida looked approving. Midoriya flushed deeply, his eyes wide as he stared at the screen. I did it. I placed a hand on his shoulder once more, speaking softly. Yes, you did. Believe in yourself, Midoriya. This is only the beginning. He turned to me, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Aizen. I couldn't have done it without you. I shook my head gently. On the contrary. You only needed someone to remind you of what you already had. The words settled over him, and his smile, though nervous, was brighter than before. Around us, the class continued to whisper about the match. My role had been clear to them, not the flashiest fighter, but the reliable one. The one who guided without claiming credit, who supported without overshadowing. Exactly as intended. Chapter 8, The Rivalry Unveiled. The training grounds buzzed with anticipation. After my match alongside Midoriya, the rest of the class had watched eagerly as team after team entered the mock building. Some succeeded, others faltered, but each match revealed more about everyone's quirks and personalities. And now, the tension rose higher than before. Next match. All Might boomed, his voice shaking the walls of the observation room. On the hero side, we have Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Okako. And for the villains, Team D, Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tinya. Gasps and murmurs spread quickly among the class. All eyes turned to Midoriya and Bakugo, both standing apart, their bodies tense in very different ways. Midoriya's hands clenched at his sides, his breathing uneven but his eyes sharp with determination. Bakugo's lips twisted into a grin, his body vibrating with restrained energy, explosions crackling faintly from his palms. Everyone knew this would not be just another training exercise. This was a clash years in the making. I stood at the back of the group, my arms folded loosely, my expression calm as ever. Yet inwardly, I observed with focus. Bakugo's hostility toward Midoriya had already revealed itself in words and glares. Now it would manifest in combat. And Midoriya, who still doubted himself deeply, would face not only an opponent, but his past. This was important to watch. All Might spread his arms wide. Villains, take your positions inside the building. Heroes, remain outside. You'll have 5 minutes to plan. Bakugo smirked at Midoriya as he passed, his eyes gleaming with contempt. Don't disappoint me, Deku. Midoriya stiffened but said nothing, his fists trembling as he watched Bakugo disappear with Ida into the building. Uraraka glanced nervously at him, then at me. He looks really intense. Do you think Midoriya will be okay? I smiled softly. Midoriya is stronger than he realizes. If he trusts himself, he'll surprise us all. Her expression brightened slightly. You really believe in him, don't you? Of course, I replied warmly. That is why he will succeed. She nodded, reassured, and turned her attention back to Midoriya. The planning time began. Midoriya paced, muttering rapidly under his breath as he scribbled in his notebook, his words spilling out too fast for Uraraka to follow. Bakugo's aggression, he'll rush me directly, his explosions are powerful but predictable. Ida will guard the weapon, must use Uraraka's quirk too. Uraraka blinked, overwhelmed. Midoriya? Slow down. I stepped closer, my tone calm. Midoriya. Take a breath. He froze, looking at me. Speak clearly, I continued. Uraraka is your partner. She needs to understand your thoughts. You don't need to say everything, only what matters most. His breathing steadied slightly. He nodded quickly, then turned to Uraraka. Okay. Bakugo will come for me first. He'll ignore you. So, while he's focused on me, you sneak past and head for the weapon. I'll hold him off. Uraraka blinked, surprised by the clarity, then smiled. Got it. I'll trust you, Midoriya. He flushed faintly but nodded firmly. The timer ended, and All Might's voice thundered again. Begin. The heroes entered the building, moving cautiously. Midoriya led the way, every muscle in his body tense. Uraraka followed closely, her eyes scanning the hallways nervously. From the monitors, the class watched eagerly. The screens showed different angles of the interior, capturing every movement. I kept my eyes fixed on Midoriya. His nerves were obvious, but so too was his determination. Then Bakugo struck. He burst from the shadows of the hallway with a roar, explosions erupting from his hands as he launched himself at Midoriya. The blast shook the corridor, smoke and sparks filling the air. Midoriya barely dodged, his body scraping against the wall as the explosion scorched the space where he'd been standing. Deku! Bakugo shouted, his voice filled with rage. I've been waiting for this. Another explosion propelled him forward, his movements wild but terrifyingly fast. Midoriya's eyes widened, but his muttering stopped. His body moved instead, blocking with his arms and countering with a desperate strike. Bakugo grinned, his explosions flaring brighter, his attacks relentless. The class gasped at the intensity. Kirishima whistled low. Man, Bakugo's scary when he fights. Uraraka slipped away down the hall as planned, unnoticed by Bakugo in his fury. Midoriya glanced toward her briefly, then focused back on his opponent. From the monitor, I watched carefully. Bakugo's attacks were powerful, but unrefined. He fought with fury, not discipline. Midoriya, though overwhelmed, adapted with every second. His analysis was at work even in chaos. I folded my hands behind my back, speaking softly. Yes, Midoriya. You see it, don't you? His aggression leaves openings. The others glanced at me, startled by the certainty in my voice, but returned their eyes to the screens. Midoriya gritted his teeth, ducking under another blast, then countered with a sudden strike to Bakugo's midsection. The blow landed, forcing Bakugo back a step. But Bakugo only laughed, his grin feral. Not bad, Deku. But you're still nothing compared to me. His explosions flared again, filling the screen with smoke and fire. Meanwhile, Uraraka reached the room with the weapon, only to find Ida standing guard. His posture was rigid, his arms chopping as he declared, as a villain, it is my duty to protect this device. You shall not pass, young hero. She hesitated, caught off guard by his dramatic tone. Okay. The class chuckled lightly at the exchange, but my eyes stayed on Midoriya. He was bruised, breathing hard, but his eyes burned with resolve. Bakugo lunged again, his explosions tearing chunks from the walls. Why do you keep standing? You've always been weak. You'll never beat me. Midoriya's body tensed. Then, suddenly, he moved with purpose. He clenched his fist, aiming upward. I'm not the same as before, Kaken. The air crackled as power surged through his body far more than it could withstand. With a roar, he launched a devastating punch that shattered the ceiling above them, the shockwave throwing Bakugo back and ripping through the building. The class gasped, several students stepping closer to the screens. Uraraka, seizing the moment, touched debris falling around her, making it float harmlessly before she dashed past Ida and reached the weapon. All might, she shouted. The heroes win. The alarms blared, signaling the end. The room filled with noise, cheers, exclamations, questions. Students debated what they had just seen, their voices overlapping in excitement. But I watched Midoriya on the monitor, his body trembling from the backlash of his own attack, his arm hanging uselessly. He had pushed himself too far. When the match concluded and the teams returned, Bakugo stormed into the observation room first, his face twisted with rage. That wasn't his power. He cheated somehow. All Might held up his hands. Young Bakugo, calm yourself. The match is over. Both sides fought valiantly. Bakugo growled but said nothing more, his fists clenched at his sides. Midoriya entered next, his arm bandaged hastily by recovery girl, his steps uneven but his eyes bright with determination. Uraraka followed, smiling nervously but clearly relieved. The class swarmed them with questions and praise, but Midoriya's eyes darted nervously, unsure of how to respond. I stepped forward calmly, placing a hand gently on his uninjured shoulder. You did well, Midoriya. You trusted your partner and acted with courage. That is what it means to be a hero. His breath caught, his face flushing. Aizen, thank you. I thought I wouldn't be able to do it. I smiled warmly. And yet, you did. Remember this moment. Let it remind you of what you're capable of. The others quieted briefly, watching the exchange. The respect in their eyes grew not just for Midoriya, but for me as well, the classmate who always seemed to know the right words. Bakugo scowled from the corner, his glare fixed on us, but said nothing. His resentment only deepened. The match had ended. But the consequences of what it revealed were only beginning. Chapter 9, Quiet Words at Dusk. The day's training had ended, but its weight lingered long into the evening. The clash between Midoriya and Bakugo had left an impression on everyone. The energy of the class was still charged when we returned to the dormitories, conversations buzzing about Midoriya's sudden power, Uraraka's decisive move, and Bakugo's fury. By the time night settled, however, the dorm halls grew quiet. One by one, lights dimmed behind closed doors. The atmosphere softened into the steady rhythm of students settling after an exhausting day. I sat by the window in the common room, a book open in my hands, though my focus was not on the words. I listened instead to the faint footsteps in the hall, the creak of floorboards, the soft wind brushing against the glass. These moments of stillness were valuable. They revealed things that noise often concealed. It was then that I heard it, hesitant footsteps approaching. Slow, uncertain, stopping every few seconds as though debating whether to continue. I closed my book gently, setting it aside. Midoriya appeared at the corner of the hall, his hair slightly disheveled, his uniform jacket loosely hanging from his shoulders. His arm was still bandaged from recovery girl's treatment, and his eyes were downcast. When he noticed me, he startled, his body stiffening. Aizen. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I smiled warmly, my voice calm. You're not bothering me, Midoriya. Come, sit. He hesitated, his hands fidgeting, before slowly crossing the room and lowering himself into the chair opposite me. His posture was tense, his shoulders drawn inward. For a moment, silence lingered between us. Then, with a nervous exhale, he spoke. I wanted to thank you again. For earlier. What you said after the match. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on the floor. It meant a lot. You don't need to thank me, I said gently. I only spoke the truth. You fought bravely today. You should be proud. His hands clenched tightly in his lap. But I wasn't in control. That punch, it destroyed my arm. If it had been a real fight, I wouldn't have been able to keep going. What kind of hero does that make me? His voice cracked, and he bit his lip, his frustration spilling into the open. I leaned forward slightly, my tone steady and warm. It makes you human, Midoriya. Every hero struggles with control in the beginning. What matters is not perfection, but the will to keep improving. He looked up at me, his eyes uncertain. But Bakugo, he fought with so much strength and speed, and he didn't break himself doing it. I can't compare. I shook my head softly. Comparison is a dangerous path. Bakugo has his strength, yes, but it comes at a cost. His anger blinds him. You saw it yourself today, his fury drove him, but it also left openings you could exploit. Do not measure yourself by his power. Measure yourself by your resolve. Midoriya blinked, his lips parting slightly as though he had never considered it in those terms. You think my resolve is enough? He asked quietly. I smiled. I know it is. When you stood against Bakugo today, you did not back down. Even when you were afraid, even when your body trembled, you faced him. That courage is what makes you a hero, Midoriya. Strength will come with time. But courage that is already yours. His breath hitched, and his eyes grew glassy with emotion. He quickly wiped at them, embarrassed. I don't mean to sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, I interrupted gently. Emotions remind us of what we fight for. Never be ashamed of them. For a long moment, he sat silently, his shoulders relaxing little by little. Then, softly, he asked, Do you really believe I can catch up to everyone else? That I can stand alongside them as a hero? I leaned back slightly, folding my hands in my lap, my smile calm and reassuring. Yes, Midoriya. I believe you will not only stand alongside them, you will lead them. You have the heart of someone who lifts others up. That is rarer than any quirk. His eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. Lead them. I nodded. Perhaps not today. Perhaps not tomorrow. But one day, yes. Because you already think not only of yourself, but of your friends. That is what separates you. He stared at me, stunned into silence. Then, slowly, a small, trembling smile formed on his lips. No one's ever said that to me before. Then let this be the first, I said softly. The words settled over him like a weight lifted from his shoulders. He exhaled shakily, his body finally easing into the chair. Thank you, Aizen, he whispered. I don't know what I'd do without you here. I smiled, my tone warm. You don't need to think about that. I am here, and I will support you. Always. His gratitude was raw, genuine, filling his expression. It was exactly as I intended, not manipulation, but trust freely given. We sat in silence for a time after that, the quiet of the evening wrapping around us. Midoriya's breathing steadied, his nervous energy fading into calm. When he finally rose to leave, he bowed deeply. Good night, Aizen. I'll do my best tomorrow. I inclined my head. Good night, Midoriya. I have no doubt you will. He smiled shyly once more before disappearing down the hall. I remained in the common room, the faint sound of his footsteps fading. My smile lingered as I closed my book, the evening's quiet restored. Trust, once given, was not easily taken back. And Midoriya's trust was now firmly mine. Chapter 10, A Test of Cooperation. Morning sunlight filtered through the classroom windows as the students of Class 1A gathered at their desks. The chatter was lively but carried an undertone of nerves. The excitement of the previous training battles still lingered, but so did the exhaustion. Everyone knew more awaited us today. I sat at my desk near the middle, posture straight, hands folded neatly. Around me, my classmates spoke in clusters. Kirishima boasted about how manly yesterday's battles had been. Kaminari laughed, teasing him while Mina added her own energetic commentary. Midoriya sat quietly at his desk, scribbling furiously in his notebook again, though this time his movements were less frantic than before. Yurika leaned over to peek curiously, asking him questions that made him flush red. At the front of the room, the Kugo sat with his arms crossed, his glare fixed on nothing in particular. His body radiated frustration, a storm bottled tightly beneath his skin. The sliding door opened. Aizawa entered, wrapped in his sleeping bag as always, his eyes half-lidded, hair disheveled. His presence silenced the room immediately. He let the paws hang in the air before pulling himself free of the bag and dropping it in the corner. Get your training clothes, he said flatly. We're going outside. No explanation. No preamble. But the class didn't question it. Chairs scraped against the floor as everyone rose, collecting their gym uniforms and moving quickly toward the lockers. I followed with the same measured pace as always, my expression calm. The training grounds were wide and open, a stretch of space designed for quirk use. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of morning dew. Aizawa stood at the center, scarf draped loosely around his shoulders. His eyes swept across the class, sharp despite his languid demeanor. Yesterday's battle training showed me your raw abilities, he began, voice monotone. But heroes don't fight alone. Teamwork matters just as much as strength. Today, we'll see how well you can work together. Murmurs spread among the students. Aizawa raised a clipboard. You'll be divided into small groups. Each group will face an obstacle course designed to test cooperation. Complete it efficiently, or fail. Don't waste my time. His words carried no emotion, yet their weight settled heavily on the class. Team 1, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Bakugo. The announcement drew immediate reactions. Uraraka blinked in surprise, Midoriya stiffened visibly, and Bakugo growled under his breath. Aizawa ignored the tension. Team 2, Todoroki, Ida, and Aizen. My smile remained steady as the class glanced at me. I inclined my head slightly in acknowledgement. The first team moved to the course. The obstacle was simple in design but challenging in execution, large blocks arranged in a shifting pattern, with walls to climb, gaps to cross, and weighted objects that had to be moved collaboratively. Begin, Aizawa ordered. Bakugo exploded forward immediately, his palms sparking as he blasted over the first wall. Midoriya shouted after him, "Wait, Kaken. We're supposed to work together." Bakugo didn't respond, already halfway across the second obstacle. Uraraka hesitated, then turned to Midoriya. "He's not listening, what do we do?" Midoriya gritted his teeth, muttering quickly. "We'll just have to cover for him. You use your quirk to lighten the blocks, I'll push them into place." Together, they moved the heavy objects efficiently. But Bakugo, rushing ahead, triggered a mechanism that reset part of the course. The floor shifted suddenly, forcing Midoriya and Uraraka to scramble. "Damn it!" Bakugo snarled, blasting himself higher to avoid falling. Midoriya nearly slipped, his foot catching at the last second. Uraraka called out, "Careful!" From the sidelines, the class whispered nervously. I observed quietly, my eyes following each movement. "Bakugo's strength is impressive," I said softly, my tone even. "But his impatience costs the team." Several classmates glanced at me, their expressions thoughtful. They knew it was true, though none dared say it aloud. On the field, Midoriya and Uraraka managed to stabilize the situation, working together with surprising efficiency. Bakugo eventually reached the end, but the time was far from optimal. Aizawa's verdict was blunt. "Sloppy. Bakugo, your selfishness nearly cost the team. Midoriya and Uraraka, you adapted well, but you'll need to handle teammates who won't cooperate. Learn from this." Bakugo's glare burned with fury, but he said nothing, fists clenched tightly at his sides. "Team 2, Aizawa called. You're up." I stepped forward alongside Todoroki and Ida. Todoroki remained silent, his gaze distant. Ida adjusted his glasses, his movements sharp and precise. The course reset. Aizawa's voice carried across the grounds. "Begin." Ida launched forward immediately, his engines flaring as he sprinted across the field. "We must maximize efficiency. Follow my lead." Todoroki moved steadily, half the course freezing beneath his steps as he used his quirk sparingly to create platforms. His expression remained unreadable. I followed at a measured pace, watching carefully. The first obstacle was a series of heavy blocks. Ida tried to push them quickly, but his speed made him imprecise, nearly toppling one out of position. "Steady, Ida," I said calmly. "Precision matters more than speed here." He blinked, then nodded quickly, adjusting his movements. Todoroki, meanwhile, used ice to hold the blocks in place as they shifted. His approach was effective, though detached. "Good," I said softly, my tone encouraging. "Your ice provides stability. Well done." He glanced at me briefly, his expression unchanged, but his movements grew smoother. We advanced to the climbing walls. Ida rushed again, scaling rapidly, but slipped near the top. I extended a hand upward, releasing a controlled mist that clung faintly to the surface, giving him traction. "Take it slowly," I advised, my voice calm. He steadied himself and climbed safely over. Todoroki created an ice slope for himself, moving efficiently. When the slope cracked halfway, I supported it with a burst of fog, thickening it just enough for him to cross. Thank you, he said quietly, almost reluctantly. I smiled. Of course. Together, we reached the final obstacle, a gap too wide for a simple jump. Weighted beams were available to create a bridge, but moving them required coordination. I will lift one end with ice, Todoroki said flatly. I'll stabilize with my engines, Ida added firmly. And I will guide the placement, I said, stepping between them. We moved in unison, each supporting the other. With calm coordination, the beam locked into place, forming a sturdy bridge. We crossed without incident, reaching the end. Aizawa marked the time. Efficient. Well coordinated. Each of you compensated for the other's weaknesses. Acceptable performance. The class murmured, impressed. Ida straightened proudly, adjusting his glasses. Todoroki remained silent, though his eyes lingered briefly on me. I only smiled, my voice soft. We did well together. Thank you both. Ida nodded firmly. Indeed. Your composure was invaluable, Aizen. I'll strive to improve further. Todoroki said nothing, but his faint nod was acknowledgement enough. As the day's training continued, each team faced the course. Some succeeded smoothly, others struggled. Kaminari overloaded his quirk at one point, forcing Jiro to compensate with quick thinking. Mineta panicked during the climbing wall, only for Tsuyu to calmly guide him through. I observed each carefully, offering quiet encouragement whenever appropriate. To Kaminari, I said, don't be discouraged. Recognizing your limits is the first step to overcoming them. To Jiro, I remarked, your adaptability is impressive. You kept the team together. To Tsuyu, I offered, your calmness under pressure is admirable. It steadied your partner. Each word was simple, but each left its mark. By the time training ended, the class atmosphere had shifted. Confidence grew among those who struggled. Tension eased where frustration lingered. And more than once, eyes turned toward me with subtle gratitude. As we returned to the dorms, Eureka walked beside me, her tone bright. You're always so calm, Aizen. No matter what happens, you make things feel less scary. I smiled warmly. If my calm can help others find their strength, then I am glad. Midoriya, walking just behind us, nodded quickly. He's right. You really do help everyone. I inclined my head slightly. We all help each other, Midoriya. That is what makes us strong. The day ended with the class more unified than before. And quietly, without ever demanding it, I had strengthened my role at the center of that unity. Chapter 11, Under the Watchful Eye. The sun had dipped lower in the sky by the time training concluded. The class was tired but spirited, their voices carrying a mix of relief and pride as we walked back toward the main building. Some students discussed their performances enthusiastically, while others replayed mistakes aloud, vowing to improve. I walked near the center of the group, listening, smiling softly when someone caught my eye. Eureka waved goodbye when she split toward the dorms with Tsuyu. Midoriya gave me a small nod, the gratitude in his expression still lingering from our talk the previous night. Even Ida, ever stern and precise, gave me a sharp chop of acknowledgement before excusing himself. As the others dispersed, I felt a gaze linger on me. Not from my classmates, but from behind. I turned slightly. Aizawa stood at the edge of the training grounds, scarf draped over his shoulders, his eyes on me. His expression was the same as always, flat, unreadable, tired. Yet there was focus in the way he watched me. When the last of the students disappeared into the distance, he spoke. Aizen. Stay behind. His tone was casual, almost disinterested, but the command was clear. I inclined my head politely. Of course, sensei. We walked in silence for a time, leaving the bustle of the dormitories behind. The quiet training ground stretched around us, the air cooler now as evening set in. Aizen stopped near the edge of the field, turning to face me fully. His eyes, half-lidded though they appeared, were sharper than usual. "You stand out." I smiled faintly. "I apologize if my behavior has been disruptive." "It's not disruption," he replied flatly. "It's unusual. Most of your classmates are exactly what I'd expect. Loud. Reckless. Nervous. Overconfident. But you," his gaze narrowed slightly. "You don't react the way they do. You're calm. Collected. Like you've already been through this before." I met his stare evenly, my voice soft but steady. "I try to remain composed, sensei. If my classmates are nervous, then it helps to be steady for their sake. Heroes are not only fighters, they are anchors. That's all I'm trying to be." He studied me for a long moment, saying nothing. The silence stretched, but I kept my smile calm, my posture respectful. Finally, he asked, "And your quirk? Fog, isn't it?" "Yes," I said smoothly. "It allows me to produce and manipulate fog to disorient opponents. The mist can confuse their senses, causing them to misjudge direction or target." Aizen tilted his head slightly. "I've seen you use it. During the exam. During training. You keep it simple. Controlled. But I can tell you're not showing everything." I let a quiet breath escape, as though conceding the point. "That's true. My quirk can create denser fog over a wider area, but it drains stamina quickly. If I push too far, I lose effectiveness. For now, I'd rather demonstrate restraint than recklessness." He hummed, the sound neither approval nor disapproval. "Most kids your age want to show off. You're the opposite. You're careful. Almost too careful." I bowed my head slightly. "I value efficiency, sensei. If my classmates are already showing off, then perhaps my role is to keep things balanced." Aizen's gaze lingered, his expression unreadable. But I could feel his attention pressing harder. He was not easily swayed by words, yet he also respected honesty or what seemed like it. "You support them," he said finally. "Always calm. Always encouraging. That's not something I can complain about. It helps the class dynamic. But it makes me wonder," he paused. "What's your goal here, Aizen? Why did you come to U.A?" The question was direct, sharp, cutting through the air. I let the silence hang for a moment, then answered with the same warmth I always used. "I came here for the same reason as everyone else, sensei. To become a hero. But more than that, to make sure those around me succeed as well. If I can help them find their strength, then I'll be stronger too." His eyes flickered, a faint shift in expression, though subtle. He did not look convinced, but he also did not dismiss it. "Ambitious," he muttered. "But not in the same way as the others. I'll be watching you, Aizen. Closely." I smiled politely. "I would expect nothing less. I'm grateful for your guidance." He gave me one last long stare before turning away. "That's all. Go get some rest. Tomorrow won't be easier." "Understood," I said softly, bowing my head. "Good night, sensei." He walked off into the shadows of the grounds, scarf trailing behind him. I remained for a moment longer, the cool air brushing against me, then turned back toward the dorms. The dorm common room was still alive with chatter when I returned. Kaminari and Mina argued playfully over a card game, Jiro rolling her eyes from the couch as she listened to her headphones. Yurika and Tsuyu sat together with tea, while Midoriya once again scribbled in his notebook, muttering faintly. Several greeted me as I entered. I responded with the same warm smile, offering a polite word to each. When Midoriya glanced up, his eyes softened, and he gave me a small, reassured nod. I returned it gently. The rest of the evening passed in quiet conversation, laughter, and the steady settling of new bonds. But Aizawa's words lingered at the back of my mind. He was watching me closely. That only meant I would need to play the role even more carefully. Chapter 12, Threads of Companionship. The dorms were warm that evening, filled with the kind of comfortable noise that came only after long days of training. Laughter echoed faintly from the common room, mixing with the clatter of cups and the shuffle of cards. It was a different energy than during lessons, lighter, easier, more human. I stepped inside quietly, my presence drawing a few immediate greetings. "Yo, Aizen!" Kaminari waved from the couch, where he and Mina were locked in a card game. "Come watch me win this." Mina smirked. "He's bluffing. I've got him cornered." I smiled gently. "It seems spirited competition is alive tonight." They grinned at the comment, already turning back to their game. On another couch, Jiro sat with her headphones on, tapping her fingers lightly to the beat of whatever she was listening to. She noticed me glance her way and gave a small wave, casual but not unfriendly. Nearby, Eureka and Tsuyu shared tea at the low table, their voices soft but filled with quiet laughter. Midoriya sat with them, notebook open as usual, muttering occasionally as he wrote. Ida stood off to the side, straightening books on the shelf with precise care, while Kirishima leaned against the wall, chatting animatedly with Zero about today's training. It was a scene of harmony, though not without its subtle tensions. Bakugo sat apart at the far edge of the room, arms crossed, glaring silently at nothing. His isolation was loud, though no one addressed it. I took in each detail before moving toward the table where Eureka, Tsuyu, and Midoriya sat. "Good evening," I said warmly, lowering myself onto a cushion near them. "Good evening, Aizen." Eureka greeted brightly. "We were just talking about how crazy training was today." Tsuyu nodded. "It was intense. But I think everyone's improving already, Kuro." Midoriya glanced up from his notebook, startled, then smiled nervously. "Why yet? Everyone's quirks are really amazing." I smiled at him gently. "Including yours, Midoriya. You showed courage again today. That deserves recognition." His cheeks flushed. I still have so much to work on." "Of course," I said softly. "We all do. But progress is made step by step. Don't overlook the steps you've already taken." He blinked, his expression softening at the reassurance. Eureka tilted her head curiously. "You always know what to say, Aizen. How do you stay so calm all the time?" I folded my hands neatly on the table, my tone steady. "Because being calm helps others find their strength. If I can steady those around me, then we all grow stronger together." Tsuyu's wide eyes blinked slowly. "That makes sense, Kuro. You're good at keeping everyone grounded." Eureka smiled brightly. "Yet, it feels easier with you around." I returned her smile with quiet warmth. "I'm glad. That means I'm doing something right." Midoriya's pen stilled on the page. He looked at me with admiration that he seemed too shy to voice aloud. His silence, however, said enough. After a time, I excused myself politely, rising from the table. "Thank you for the company. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your tea." Eureka and Tsuyu both nodded happily. Midoriya gave me another quick smile before returning to his notes, though his eyes lingered on me longer than before. I crossed the room to where Ida was carefully aligning the books. "Good evening, Ida," I said softly. He spun sharply, his hands chopping into a rigid gesture. "Aizen. Good evening. Forgive me, I was ensuring these volumes were properly ordered." I smiled politely. A worthwhile effort. Organization creates harmony. His eyes brightened behind his glasses. Precisely. Disorder breeds inefficiency. A proper environment encourages discipline in all things. I inclined my head slightly. Your dedication is admirable, Ida. It sets an example for the rest of us. His chest straightened with pride. Thank you, Aizen. I will continue striving to uphold proper conduct. And I must commend you as well. Your composure has been invaluable during training. I'm only doing my part, I replied calmly. If my steadiness can support the class, then I'm fulfilling my role. He nodded firmly, clearly satisfied. Kirishima called out from nearby. Hey, Aizen! Come join us. Zero grinned, waving me over. Yet, we're talking about who had the coolest move today. I walked toward them at a measured pace, offering a polite smile. And who do you believe takes that honor? Kirishima, obviously. Kirishima declared with a wide grin, flexing his arms. Hardening is manly through and through. Cyril laughed. Sure, but my tape saved us during the climb. Gotta count that for something. I chuckled softly. It seems both of you contributed greatly. Strength takes many forms, after all. They exchanged amused looks, both clearly pleased. See? Kirishima said. He gets it. That's a manly way to look at it. Zero nodded. Yet, you're too reasonable, Aizen. Hard to argue with you. That's never my goal, I said gently. I only want to recognize everyone's efforts fairly. Their grins widened, satisfied with the answer. From the couch, Jiro removed one earbud, glancing at me. You don't get tired of talking to everyone. I turned to her with a faint smile. Not at all. Each person brings something valuable to our class. Listening to them is never a burden. She blinked, then smirked faintly. You're weird. But, in a good way. Thank you, I said simply. She put her earbud back in, though the small smile lingered. Kaminari groaned loudly from his seat. No way. I lost again. Mina laughed triumphantly, slapping her cards on the table. Victory is mine. I walked closer, smiling warmly. It seems you've been defeated soundly, Kaminari. He slumped in his seat. Yet. I'll get her next time. You showed determination, I said kindly. Even in loss, persistence matters. Keep trying, and you'll improve. His expression perked slightly at the encouragement. Thanks, Aizen. You always know how to make failure sound, not so bad. Mina leaned back, grinning. He's got a point. You're way too nice, Aizen. I chuckled softly. If kindness helps even a little, then I'm glad. The evening continued in this rhythm. Small conversations, shared laughter, subtle encouragement. Piece by piece, I moved through the room, weaving connections with each of my classmates. Even Todoroki, quiet as always, lingered near the window. I approached him calmly, standing beside him without intruding. Good evening, Todoroki, I said gently. He glanced at me, his expression neutral. Good evening. You worked well with us today, I continued. Your ice gave us stability where it was needed most. That was valuable. He said nothing at first, then nodded faintly. I was only doing my part. And you did it well, I replied. He looked at me for a moment longer, then returned his gaze to the window. But the faintest shift in his posture suggested my words had reached him. The night grew late, and one by one, students drifted off to their rooms. The laughter faded, replaced by quiet footsteps and the soft closing of doors. I remained in the common room a while longer, offering good nights to those who passed. When Midoriya finally rose, notebook tucked under his arm, he paused at my side. "Good night, Aizen," he said quietly. "Thank you for tonight. It really helped." I smiled warmly. "Good night, Midoriya. Rest well. Tomorrow will bring new challenges." He nodded, his eyes steady with gratitude, before disappearing down the hall. At last, the common room emptied, leaving only silence. I sat back in my chair, hands folded, the faint hum of the building around me. The bonds of Class 1A were growing. And in each of them, trust in me had taken root. Chapter 13, The Day of Rescue. The morning began with a hum of anticipation. The classroom was alive with chatter, though this time the tone was different. Not the nervous energy of tests, nor the boastful pride of sparring, but genuine curiosity. "Rescue training," Eureka whispered to Midoriya, her eyes sparkling. "This is the one I've been waiting for." Midoriya nodded rapidly, muttering under his breath as he scribbled in his notebook. "Rescue scenarios, water, landslides, fires, all require different strategies, variables to account for." Ida stood tall at the front of the class, his hands chopping the air with precision. "Rescue work requires diligence and discipline. Today will be a true test of our commitment as future heroes." Kirishima grinned, his arms flexing. "Sounds manly to me. Saving people is what it's all about." Even Todoroki, seated quietly by the window, looked more attentive than usual. I sat at my desk, posture straight, a faint smile on my lips. Their excitement was pure, unclouded by the darker realities of hero work they had yet to face. That innocence would not last forever, but for now, it was worth protecting. The door slid open, and Aizawa entered, scarf draped around his shoulders. His eyes swept the class with their usual flat disinterest. "Get your costumes," he said simply. "We're heading to the rescue facility." The room erupted with energy as students rushed to collect their gear. I stood with calm composure, moving at a measured pace to change into my white coat, gloves, and boots, my costume that supported the image of a student with a fog-based quirk. The bus ride to the facility was filled with chatter. Students discussed quirks, compared costumes, and speculated about what scenarios they might face. Kaminari leaned over his seat with a grin. "So, Aizen, how do you think your quirk works for rescue stuff?" "Fog seems more like combat, you know." I smiled kindly. "It depends on how it's used. In rescue operations, obscuring vision can protect civilians from seeing dangerous events directly, reducing panic. And in search scenarios, fog can reveal air currents and movement patterns. Every quirk has applications if we consider them carefully." Kirishima whistled. "Man, you always make everything sound smart." "Respect." Eureka nodded enthusiastically. "That actually makes a lot of sense." Even Todoroki glanced back briefly, his expression unreadable, but his silence suggested he was listening. The conversation flowed easily after that. I contributed when asked, never dominating, always supportive. Bit by bit, the threads of trust among the class wove tighter. When we arrived, the sight before us drew gasps of awe. The unforeseen simulation joint USJ was vast, a massive dome housing environments for every imaginable disaster. Flood zones, landslides, collapsed buildings, fire-scorched ruins. The class stared, wide-eyed. "It's like something out of a movie," Kaminari whispered. "Man, this is awesome," Kirishima said with a grin. At the center stood a figure in a sleek spacesuit. 13, the pro hero. Their voice was calm but welcoming as they greeted us. "Welcome, Class 1A, to the unforeseen simulation joint. Here, you will experience scenarios heroes face in rescue operations. Floods, fires, earthquakes, and more. Each environment is designed to push you beyond simple combat. The class listened intently, their awe palpable. 13 continued. Remember, our quirks are tools. They can save lives, but they can also take them. Today's training is about learning restraint, control, and application. Ida's hand shot up. Understood, 13. We will approach this exercise with full seriousness. 13 nodded approvingly. I smiled softly, folding my hands. We are grateful for this opportunity. 13 tilted their helmeted head slightly toward me. You have a polite one, Eraserhead. Aizen only grunted in response. But before 13 could begin dividing us into groups, the atmosphere shifted. At first, it was subtle, a faint distortion near the central fountain. Then, in a swirl of misty darkness, shapes began to emerge. Figures. The class murmured in confusion. What's that? Is it part of the training? But Aizen's expression sharpened instantly. His scarf uncoiled, eyes narrowing. No. Those are villains. The mist grew into a swirling vortex, and from it stepped a figure in black, his body made of shifting vapor. His voice echoed eerily as he bowed. Forgive the intrusion. We are the League of Villains. Gasps of fear rippled through the class. Midoriya's body stiffened, Uraraka's eyes widened, and even Bakugo's grin twisted with anticipation. Aizen stepped forward, his voice flat but edged with steel. 13. Protect the students. He launched himself toward the villains without hesitation. His scarf lashed out, erasing quirks as he struck. Stay together. 13 ordered. Panic stirred among my classmates. They clustered instinctively, their voices overlapping with fear and uncertainty. I raised my voice gently, calm but clear. Everyone, remain close. Panicking will only divide us. Stay together, and we'll be safe. The steadiness of my tone cut through the chaos. Midoriya looked at me, eyes wide, then nodded quickly. Uraraka pressed closer to him, her breathing shaky but steadier. Ida's posture straightened, his training kicking in, while even Kaminari and Mina seemed less frantic. The mist-like villain expanded suddenly, tendrils of darkness reaching toward us. Scatter. 13 commanded. Don't let it engulf you. The black mist swept forward faster than expected. Before I could guide them further, it swallowed us whole. The sensation was disorienting, weightless, cold, like being dragged through a void. Then, suddenly, ground slammed beneath my feet. I opened my eyes to find myself in a disaster zone of the USJ, a collapsed building environment. Rubble stretched in every direction, smoke rising from cracked stone. Around me, only Midoriya and Tsuyu remained. Uraraka was gone, likely scattered elsewhere. Midoriya scrambled to his feet, panic flashing in his eyes. We separated. I placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Calm yourself. Panicking won't help Uraraka. Focus on the situation. Tsuyu is here. We are not alone. Tsuyu's wide eyes blinked, her tone even despite the tension. Kuro. He's right, Midoriya. We need to think. Midoriya's breathing slowed, his body steadying under my touch. I released my hand, my voice calm. We need to regroup with the others. But until then, we protect each other. Agreed. Midoriya nodded quickly. Are right. Agreed, Tsuyu added. In the distance, villains began to emerge from the rubble. Their intent was clear. I stepped forward, smiling faintly. Then let us begin. Chapter 14, Shadows in the Rubble. The air was heavy with dust. Shards of broken concrete jutted from the ground at odd angles, smoke rising in thin trails from collapsed structures. The rebel zone of the USJ simulated the aftermath of an earthquake, but the villains moving through it gave the place a weight far beyond training. Beside me, Midoriya scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide and frantic. Weary separated. Uraraka's not here, his voice cracked, his breathing uneven. I placed my hand lightly on his shoulder, steadying him. My voice was calm, gentle, unwavering. Midoriya. Breathe. Uraraka is strong. She will handle herself. Right now, you are here with me, and with Tsuyu. Tsuyu crouched nearby, her wide eyes scanning the terrain. Kuro. He's right. We need to focus on where we are, not where we aren't. Midoriya's trembling slowed under my touch. He nodded, his breaths growing steadier. Why yeah, you're right. Sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, I said softly, withdrawing my hand. Fear is natural. But courage is choosing to act despite it. That, Midoriya, is something you've already shown. His eyes widened at my words, a flicker of determination rising through the panic. Movement stirred ahead. From between two shattered walls, several men stepped forward, their clothing ragged, their eyes sharp with hostility. Each carried the unmistakable intent of violence. There are students here, one sneered. Looks like we got lucky. Another cracked his knuckles, grinning. Take them out before they regroup. Midoriya stiffened, his fists clenching. Tsuyu crouched lower, ready to leap. I stepped slightly forward, my voice calm as ever. Remember, both of you, we work together. Stay near me. Don't let them separate us. They both nodded. The villains advanced. The first lunged, swinging a jagged piece of metal like a club. I raised my hand, releasing a controlled burst of fog. The mist spread instantly, filling the air around us. The villain hesitated mid-strike, his swing faltering as his vision clouded. Midoriya, I said gently. Now. Midoriya didn't hesitate. He darted forward, slamming his shoulder into the villain's chest, knocking him backward into the rubble. The man groaned, the weapon clattering from his hand. Midoriya froze, panting. Actually. You did well, I told him warmly. Stay focused. More are coming. Another villain rushed from the side, this one with jagged skin hardening across his arms. Tsuyu leapt forward, her tongue snapping out and wrapping around his ankle. With a swift pull, she sent him crashing to the ground. I stepped closer, fog curling around him until his body stilled in confusion. Excellent work, Tsuyu. Very effective. She blinked once, then gave a small nod. Thanks, Kuro. The remaining two villains circled warily, clearly unsettled by the fog obscuring their view. I kept my tone calm, reassuring both my classmates even as danger pressed in. Stay close. Let them come to us. Their impatience will be their downfall. The words steadied them. Midoriya's breathing slowed, his fists clenched with focus. Tsuyu crouched lower, her eyes fixed on the enemy. One villain rushed blindly into the mist, swinging wildly. His strikes hit nothing. I guided Midoriya with a soft word. To your left. Midoriya pivoted, his body moving just as the villain emerged from the fog. He drove his fist into the man's stomach, knocking the wind from him. The villain crumpled to his knees. Midoriya gasped, looking down at his own hand in disbelief. I actually did it again. I placed my hand lightly on his shoulder. Because you trusted yourself. That is what makes you strong. His eyes widened, shining with gratitude. The last villain hesitated now, his confidence faltering as he glanced at his fallen comrades. His grip tightened on a length of pipe, but the fog pressing against him made his steps uncertain. Tsuyu moved silently through the mist, her leap sudden and swift. She struck him from behind, knocking the pipe from his grasp. He stumbled forward, straight into my reach. I extended my arm, the fog thickening briefly to blind him. With a simple sweep of my leg, I sent him sprawling onto the ground. The fight was over. Midoriya stood, chest heaving, his eyes still wide from the adrenaline. Tsuyu remained steady, though her posture was tense. I exhaled softly, letting the fog fade away until the rebel was clear once more. The villains lay unconscious or groaning weakly on the ground, unable to rise. "Excellent work, both of you," I said gently. "You acted with courage, and you trusted each other. That is what matters most." Midoriya's face flushed with pride, though doubt lingered. I was so scared, but... "And yet you moved," I interrupted softly. "That is what defines you, Midoriya. Remember this." His lips trembled into a small, uncertain smile. Tsuyu blinked at me with her wide eyes. "You stayed calm the whole time, Kuro. Even against real villains." I smiled faintly. "If I lose my calm, then those beside me would suffer. It's my duty to remain steady for all of you." The words settled over them, soft but firm. Trust deepened further in their eyes. But the danger was not gone. In the distance, more movement stirred additional villains combing the rubble, searching for us. Midoriya tensed immediately. There's more." "Then we stay together," I said calmly. "And we find a way back to the others. We cannot linger here." Tsuyu nodded. "Agreed. Kuro." I glanced between them, my voice warm but steady. "Stay close to me. We'll make it through this." They both nodded, ready to follow. And so, together, we began to move carefully through the shattered ruins, deeper into the danger but stronger for the trust we carried. Chapter 15, The Weight of Resistance. Dust settled lightly across the rebel zone as Midoriya, Tsuyu, and I moved carefully through the broken landscape. The villains we had fought earlier lay unconscious behind us, and though more danger lingered, for the moment we pressed forward quietly. Midoriya kept glancing over his shoulder, his notebook now clutched tightly to his chest instead of open in his hands. His lips moved faintly, muttering half-formed thoughts, but his steps stayed steady beside mine. Tsuyu crouched low, her movements measured, eyes scanning constantly. "Kuro. Staying quiet is best. We don't want more attention." "Agreed," I said softly. "But remember, should more appear, we don't panic. We trust one another, as we did before." Midoriya nodded quickly. "Why yes. You're right." We climbed across a collapsed slab of concrete that had once been a wall. From the top, a faint view of the central plaza of the USJ opened before us. There, chaos unfolded. Dozens of villains swarmed across the plaza. Their movements were disorganized, but their numbers alone created a tide of danger. And in the center, standing tall against them, was Aizawa. His scarf lashed out with speed and precision, binding and slamming foes into the ground. His eyes glowed faintly red as he erased quirk after quirk, disrupting attacks and neutralizing threats. He fought without hesitation, his movements efficient, economical. Yet even from here, it was clear. He was outnumbered. Midoriya gasped. "Sensei, he's fighting all of them alone." Tsuyu's eyes narrowed. "That's a lot, Kuro." I placed my hand lightly on Midoriya's shoulder. My voice was calm, steady. "Watch closely. This is the strength of a pro hero. Even against overwhelming odds, he does not falter." They both fell silent, their eyes fixed on the battle. Aizawa's scarf whipped outward, binding 3 villains at once. With a powerful twist, he slammed them into the ground, leaving them unconscious. Without pause, he pivoted, dodging a swipe from another enemy before striking with a quick elbow. Every movement spoke of experience. Years of battles condensed into efficiency. But already, fatigue showed in the faint tightness of his breath, the narrowing of his eyes. The villains pressed harder, surrounding him in waves. Midoriya's fists clenched. He can't fight all of them forever. Hill. I cut in gently, my tone warm but firm. Midoriya. Worry does nothing. Learn from what you see. Aizawa shows us what it means to protect others even when the odds are dire. That lesson is invaluable. His breath caught, then steadied slightly. Why yes, you're right. The air shifted suddenly. From the far side of the plaza, a new figure emerged. A man in dark clothes, his face obscured by pale hands affixed across his body. His movements were unsteady, but his presence made the atmosphere heavier. He raised one hand to his neck, scratching faintly as he looked toward Aizawa. Sensei, Midoriya whispered, his voice trembling. Who is that? I narrowed my eyes slightly, though my smile remained calm. Not someone to underestimate. The man stopped, tilting his head. His voice carried faintly across the plaza. So. Eraserhead is stronger than I thought. But that won't matter. Nomu. From the shadows behind him stepped a towering creature. Its body was grotesque, muscles exposed, brain visible atop its head. Its eyes were lifeless, its posture monstrous. Midoriya's entire body went rigid. What is that? Tsuyu crouched lower, tension tightening her frame. Kuro. I kept my tone steady, reassuring. It's their weapon. A creature made to fight. But we remain calm. Panic will only blind us. Their eyes darted between me and the scene ahead, fear evident, but my voice steadied them. On the field, Aizawa's eyes immediately glowed red as he attempted to erase the Nomu's quirk. He dashed forward, his scarf striking out to bind it. The scarf wrapped tightly around the creature's arm. For a moment, it seemed contained. Then, with terrifying ease, the Nomu yanked its arm, pulling Aizawa from the ground and slamming him brutally into the floor. The earth cracked from the force. Midoriya cried out, his voice breaking. Sensei! Tsuyu's eyes widened. That's bad. Really bad. I placed my hand once again on Midoriya's shoulder, speaking firmly but warmly. Stay calm. Shouting will not help him. Focus on what we can do. For now, we watch. We learn. And when the time comes, we act with precision, not fear. His breathing was ragged, but my words steadied him enough to remain quiet. The Nomu dragged Aizawa across the ground, smashing him through broken stone. Each impact sent shudders through the earth. Still, Aizawa resisted. His scarf lashed upward, binding another villain mid-strike and slamming him unconscious even as he himself suffered. His resolve was unbroken. The hand-covered man scratched at his neck again, his voice calm yet unsettling. Break his arms. Crush his spirit. Heroes are worthless when they're broken. The Nomu obeyed, gripping Aizawa's arm and twisting violently. A sickening crack echoed across the plaza. Midoriya's entire body shook, his face pale. He's going to. Midoriya. My voice cut through firmly but gently. Look at me. His eyes snapped toward mine, wide and desperate. Trust in him, I said softly. Aizawa is strong. He fights because he believes in protecting all of you. Do not dishonor that by despairing. If he still resists, then so do we. Tears welled in Midoriya's eyes, but he swallowed hard and nodded. Oh okay. The battle raged on. Villains swarmed, but Aizawa, battered and bleeding, continued to fight back. Each strike from the Nomu broke him further, yet his scarf still lashed out when he could, protecting his students even from a distance. The man with the hands scratched at his face again. This is pointless. Heroes are fragile. They break so easily. His words carried across the field, chilling, but I kept my smile faint and warm for Midoriya and Tsuyu. Do not listen. Heroes are not fragile. Heroes endure. Tsuyu's eyes flickered toward me, her voice quiet. Kuro, you always sound sure, Aizen. Because certainty gives strength, I said gently. And strength is what we need now. They both nodded faintly, their fear easing under my words. The scene grew darker as Aizawa's strength waned. The Nomu's power was overwhelming, its strikes brutal. And yet, even broken and bloodied, he continued to resist. Midoriya's fists clenched tightly at his sides, trembling with restrained emotion. We have to do something. And we will, I said softly. But not in panic. When the moment is right, Midoriya, we act. Until then, we trust in Aizawa's example. He breathed heavily, but he nodded, his eyes fixed firmly on the fight. And so we watched, the weight of the moment pressing upon us. The battle of the entrance was not over. But already, it was reshaping the meaning of what it meant to be a hero. MHA, Reborn with Aizen Sosuke template. Chapter 16, A Student's Resolve. The sound of bone breaking echoed across the plaza. Aizawa's body was slammed brutally into the ground again by the Nomu, dust and stone scattering with each impact. His scarf, once so precise, now dragged limply, though even in pain he fought to move. Midoriya trembled beside me. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles went white, his teeth grinding together. His eyes shone with horror and helplessness. He's going to die, Midoriya's voice broke, his breathing sharp and uneven. He's trying to protect us, and he... Midoriya, I said softly, but firmly. Calm yourself. Aizawa is not someone who gives up so easily. He turned to me, his face desperate. But if I just stand here, if I do nothing, he'll... Before I could stop him, his body surged forward. His legs moved on instinct, his voice cracking into a cry. I can't just watch. Midoriya. Tsuyu croaked, her eyes wide as she leapt to follow. I moved after them without hesitation. My voice, though calm, carried clearly as I closed the distance. If you insist on moving forward, then do not act recklessly. Trust in me to guide you. Midoriya didn't answer. His focus was consumed by Aizawa's battered form ahead. But he slowed just enough to hear me, his steps less erratic. Tsuyu flanked him, her tongue snapping outward to pull debris aside as we ran. We emerged from the rubble into the wider plaza. The air here was heavier, filled with dust and the stench of sweat and blood. The villains circling the battle noticed us immediately, their sneers twisting into cruel smiles. Well, one said, pointing. More students. Easy targets. Midoriya froze for half a second, panic flashing in his eyes as several villains turned toward us. I stepped calmly in front of him, my voice steady. Stay behind me for now. Let me draw their attention. Fog seeped slowly from my hand, spreading outward in a controlled veil. The villains' movements faltered as their vision blurred. Their mocking voices cut short into confusion. What is this? The mist. I can't see. Midoriya, I said softly over my shoulder, choose one target. Strike decisively, then retreat. His body trembled, but his eyes hardened. Oh, okay. I gestured slightly, guiding his movement. Now. He dashed forward, landing a blow into the gut of a disoriented villain. The man crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. Midoriya stumbled back quickly, his chest heaving. You did well, I said warmly. You moved with intent. That is what matters. He nodded quickly, sweat dripping down his face. Tsuyu leapt past me, her tongue whipping outward. It wrapped around the wrist of another villain, yanking him off balance. She kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling. I smiled faintly. Excellent work, Tsuyu. As reliable as always. Her wide eyes blinked once, her expression unreadable, but her tone was steady. Kuro. Thanks. The remaining villains hesitated, unsettled by the fog and our coordinated response. Their numbers dwindled as Aizawa, even battered, continued to incapacitate those who dared get close to him. But the true threat remained untouched. The Nomu stood tall, its lifeless eyes fixed only on Aizawa. It gripped his arm again, squeezing with inhuman strength. Aizawa's face contorted briefly in pain, though he refused to cry out. Sensei! Midoriya shouted, his voice raw. He started forward again, reckless, but I caught his shoulder firmly. Wait! He turned to me, desperation in his eyes. But he'll. Running blindly will not save him, I said calmly. Listen to me. If you want to help Aizawa, then you must act with focus, not panic. His breath hitched, his trembling stilled slightly, and he nodded. Oh okay. The man with hands Shigaraki scratched at his neck slowly, his gaze sliding toward us. His voice carried across the plaza, eerily calm. More children. They keep running into danger. How annoying. His hand twitched faintly, his posture uneven yet threatening. He tilted his head, eyes lingering on Midoriya in particular. I don't like the way you look at him. That hopeful expression. Heroes don't deserve it. Midoriya froze under his stare, fear shooting through him. I stepped forward smoothly, placing myself between Shigaraki's gaze and my classmates. My voice was polite, unshaken. I suggest you focus on Aizawa, not his students. We will not falter so easily. Shigaraki's fingers scratched harder against his neck. Humph. You're irritating. I'll crush that calm expression of yours later. His attention shifted back toward Aizawa, dismissing me for the moment. That was enough. Midoriya's chest rose and fell rapidly, but his eyes had not left Aizawa. Tears brimmed at the corners of his eyes. We can't just stand here. He's being torn apart. I lowered my voice, warm and steady. Then we look for the right opening. Midoriya, Tsuyu, you both have potential. But against that creature, only precision will matter. Not force. They both looked at me, their fear clear, but they nodded. I smiled faintly. Stay close. Trust my guidance. The Nomu slammed Aizawa into the ground again, its monstrous strength shaking the plaza. The sight pulled a cry from Midoriya's throat. This time, he didn't wait. His legs moved before thought, his body surging forward once more. I can't just watch. Midoriya. Tsuyu called, leaping after him. I exhaled softly and followed, my stride steady even in the face of chaos. Midoriya sprinted straight for Aizawa and the Nomu, his teeth clenched, his body already coiled with intent to strike. And as always, it fell to me to ensure his courage did not become his downfall. Chapter 17, Reckless Courage. Midoriya's body moved before thought could stop him. His legs carried him forward with reckless speed, his cry sharp against the chaos of the USJ. I can't just watch. His fists clenched, his eyes wide and desperate. The sight of Aizawa being broken again and again had torn something inside him. Tsuyu leapt after him immediately, her tongue snapping outward to pull aside debris as she called, Midoriya. Stop, Kuro. I followed, my pace measured but swift, my voice carrying calmly even in the midst of his recklessness. Midoriya, listen to me. Charging blindly will not save him. Focus. But his momentum would not stop so easily. His eyes were locked on the Nomu, the monstrous figure that had Aizawa pinned. The Nomu lifted its fist high, preparing to bring it down. Aizawa's body was already battered, his eyes dim but still filled with defiance. Midoriya's shout broke the air. "Let him go!" He leapt, his fist raised, his body coiled with intent to strike. The Nomu turned its gaze at the last instant, its lifeless eyes fixing on Midoriya. Its arm shifted, the massive fist redirecting. The blow would have ended him. But my hand moved first. I released a controlled burst of fog, thick enough to distort vision. The Nomu's strike faltered, its trajectory shifting slightly in the haze. Midoriya's punch connected with its chest, not enough to damage it, but enough to stagger him safely backward rather than into the monster's grip. The impact jarred Midoriya's arm, and he landed heavily on the ground, his breath ragged, his eyes wide with shock. I hit it," his voice cracked. "But, it didn't even flinch." I landed smoothly beside him, my voice steady and warm. "Because you acted without preparation. Against something like this, force alone is meaningless. You must learn to choose your moment." His body trembled, but he looked at me with tearful eyes. "Then what do I do?" I placed a steady hand on his shoulder, firm but reassuring. "For now, you live. That is enough." The Nomu roared, its massive arm sweeping outward in a wide strike. Tsuyu leapt, grabbing Midoriya with her tongue and yanking him clear of the blow. The rebel shattered under its force, dust rising in thick clouds. Tsuyu landed beside us, her breathing sharp. "Kuro. That was too close." "Thank you, Tsuyu," I said warmly. "Your quick thinking saved him." Her wide eyes blinked, her tension easing slightly at the praise. Midoriya's head hung low, guilt twisting his features. I almost got us all killed." I kept my tone gentle but firm. "And yet you did not. You are still here. That is what matters. Learn from this, Midoriya. Reckless courage is dangerous, but tempered courage is strength." He swallowed hard, nodding faintly, though shame still colored his face. The Nomu's steps shook the ground as it turned toward us again. Its lifeless eyes bore down, its massive frame blocking the light. Shigaraki tilted his head from the distance, scratching at his neck with a faint hiss. "You children, you keep getting in the way. Nomu. Crush them too." The order was casual, dismissive, but deadly. The Nomu moved, its steps heavy, its gaze fixed on us now. Tsuyu crouched low, her tongue flicking nervously. "Kuro, what do we do?" Midoriya's fists clenched, his body trembling, but fear clouded his eyes. I stepped slightly ahead of them, my voice calm, unwavering. "You both stay behind me. Protect each other. I will ensure this creature does not reach you." Their eyes widened. Tsuyu's voice was quiet, but steady. "You're not afraid?" I smiled faintly. "No. Because I trust myself. And I trust both of you." Midoriya's breath caught, his trembling easing slightly. "Aizen!" The Nomu roared again, charging. Its fist swung down with brutal speed. I spread fog upward in a thick veil, the mist distorting its aim just enough to make the strike crash into the rebel beside us instead of directly onto our heads. Stone splintered, dust billowing. "Move left," I said calmly. Tsuyu grabbed Midoriya, leaping aside with precise timing. The Nomu's follow-up strike crushed only empty ground. Midoriya gasped, his body jolting with adrenaline. I would have." "You are alive," I said gently, cutting him off. "Focus on that truth." His eyes widened, his breath steadying slightly again. The Nomu lashed out again, sweeping its massive arm. I stepped forward this time, the fog curling around its limb, obscuring its trajectory just enough for Tsuyu to duck and Midoriya to roll aside. Every motion I made was controlled, measured. Never too much. Never enough to reveal more than a simple fog quirk could allow. But every action kept my classmates alive. Stay close to me, I reminded them softly. If you scatter, you will fall. They both nodded quickly, pressing tighter to my side. Aizawa groaned faintly from where he lay battered, his voice hoarse but still carrying. Don't waste your lives. Midoriya's face twisted, tears brimming again. Sensei. I placed my hand once more on his shoulder, speaking with quiet reassurance. We are not wasting them. We are showing him that his efforts were not in vain. Hold to that, Midoriya. He swallowed hard, nodding, his tears falling silently but his body steadying. The Nomua's steps shook the ground as it turned toward us again. But even in its monstrous presence, I remained calm. My voice never wavered. Tsuyu. Midoriya. You have already proven you can act together. Do not forget that. Trust in me, and we will endure this until help arrives. Their eyes fixed on me, their fear still present, but steadier now under my guidance. The Nomu roared, charging once more. And together, we braced ourselves not in panic, but in trust. Chapter 18, A Villain's Hand. The Nomu's roar echoed through the plaza, its massive form bearing down on us again. Dust rose with each of its steps, its movements violent yet purposeful. Tsuyu crouched beside me, her eyes wide but steady. Midoriya stood trembling, his fists clenched, his body pulled taut with both fear and determination. But the threat shifted. The voice came from across the battlefield, cold and uneven. You're wasting my Nomu's time. Shigaraki Tomura's form stepped closer from the shadows, his body twitching faintly, fingers scratching at the hand affixed to his neck. His presence, though not physically imposing like the Nomu, brought with it an unmistakable malice. His eyes locked onto us. You're just students. And yet, you're still standing. It's irritating. His head tilted sharply, his fingers twitching. I should just erase you myself. Midoriya's breath caught sharply, his eyes going wide. He's coming this way. Tsuyu's stance lowered further, tension in her frame. Kuro, this is bad. I stepped slightly in front of them, my posture straight, my voice calm and polite even as the villain advanced. Stay behind me, I said softly. No matter what happens, do not run blindly. I will not allow him to touch either of you. Their eyes fixed on me, trust anchoring them despite the fear. Shigaraki dragged his steps across the plaza, scratching at his neck as he muttered under his breath. Eraserhead was supposed to be crushed already, but then your fog, your calm voice, you're ruining the scene I wanted. He stopped a few paces away, tilting his head as his eyes narrowed on me. What's your name? I bowed my head politely, my tone warm but measured. Aizen Sosuke. It's a pleasure to meet you, though the circumstances are regrettable. His hand twitched violently. You talk like a teacher. I hate that. Midoriya flinched at the venom in his tone, but I only smiled faintly. Then I'll take that as a compliment. Shigaraki's growl was low, his fingers stretching outward. Nomu, wait. I'll handle this one myself. The Nomua froze in place, stepping back as though awaiting new orders. Midoriya's body shook. He's serious. I didn't take my eyes off Shigaraki. My voice remained calm, steady. Midoriya. Tsuyu. No matter what happens, do not let his hand touch you. That is his quirk. Anything he grabs with all 5 fingers will decay completely. Their gasps were quiet but sharp. Tsuyu's eyes widened. Kuro. So that's why he's so confident. Yes, I said softly. But confidence is not invincibility. Stay close. Shigaraki lunged. His speed was sharper than expected, his hand reaching for my throat with sudden violence. His nails scraped the air as his fingers grasped. I shifted smoothly, sidestepping his strike by the smallest margin. The fog coiled faintly around us, distorting his view. Missed, I said gently. He snarled, his hand swiping again, this time lower, toward my chest. I caught his wrist with my gloved hand, my grip firm but not forceful enough to reveal the strength I held. His eyes widened slightly as he struggled against my calm restraint. You're not just some fog quirk brat. I'm simply careful, I replied warmly, releasing his wrist and stepping back. And carefulness can be mistaken for strength. His teeth ground audibly. His hand lashed out again, this time toward Midoriya. Midoriya, step back, I commanded, my voice firm but calm. Midoriya obeyed instantly, leaping backward with Tsuyu pulling him further with her tongue. Shigaraki's strike hit only air. He growled, scratching furiously at his neck. You're ruining it again. Always stepping in the way, always so calm. His voice cracked, his posture twitching violently. His hand came for me again, faster, his nails grazing the edge of my coat sleeve. Threads of the fabric decayed instantly, crumbling into dust. Midoriya gasped. It destroyed it just like that. I smiled faintly, unbothered. That's his quirk. A dangerous one, yes. But only if it touches more than cloth. I met Shigaraki's glare evenly. Which I will not allow. The Nomua shifted behind him, restless, its body twitching as if eager to strike. Shigaraki raised a hand slightly, gesturing for it to remain still. His focus stayed entirely on me. You're not normal. I can tell, he muttered. But you hide it. And that makes me hate you more. He lunged again, his fingers spread wide. I stepped forward this time, my hand rising in a smooth parry. My palm pressed against his wrist, redirecting his strike harmlessly aside. Our eyes met at close distance. His glare was filled with malice. Mine, with calm warmth. You're reckless, I said softly. That's why you'll lose. He snarled, jerking his arm back violently, scratching again at his neck. His breathing grew harsh. I'll kill you first. Then those brats. Then All Might. Midoriya stiffened at the name, his eyes wide. I kept my tone even. Big words. But empty, if you cannot touch me. Shigaraki lunged once more, his movements sharper now, erratic but fast. His hand swiped again and again, inches from my skin, but each time I shifted with measured steps, deflecting his wrists, guiding his momentum harmlessly past. To Midoriya and Tsuyu, the fight must have looked tense, chaotic. But in truth, it was simple. His attacks were violent but predictable. My movements were minimal, controlled, never revealing the vast gulf between us. Do you see, Midoriya? I called softly even as I deflected another strike. This is what control looks like. Not power. Control. Remember that. Midoriya's fists clenched, his eyes locked on the clash, absorbing every movement. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice quiet but steady. Kuro, he's making it look easier than it is. Shigaraki's frustration mounted. His fingers twitched violently, his breath ragged. Stop, smiling. He lunged once more, his palm reaching desperately for my face. I stepped back, fog surging faintly to distort his depth perception. His strike cut through air, his hand closing on nothing. I straightened slightly, my voice as calm as ever. Your anger blinds you. That is why you'll never win against those who remain steady. His scream was guttural, raw with frustration. Nomu. The creature roared, finally ordered to attack. The ground shook as the Nomua charged, its massive frame barreling toward us. Midoriya gasped, his panic rising again. He's sending it at us. Stay calm, I said firmly, spreading fog outward again to obscure the Nomua's vision. Stay close to me. Tsuyu crouched, ready to leap. Kuro, this is too much. I smiled faintly at her. And yet we are still here. That means we can endure. Their fear lessened slightly, their focus sharpening. The Nomua's roar grew louder, its massive arm lifting to strike. And at that moment, the doors of the USJ burst open with explosive force. A booming voice cut through the chaos. I am here. All Might had arrived. Chapter 19, Fixated Hatred. The doors of the USJ exploded outward, debris scattering as the booming voice filled the dome. I am here. All Might's presence shifted the atmosphere instantly. The villains' snarls faltered, their bodies stiffening at the sight of the towering figure charging forward. His cape trailed behind him, his expression set with determination. Midoriya's breath caught, or replacing panic in his trembling voice. All Might. Tsuyu's wide eyes blinked once, her tone calm but edged with relief. Kuro, he came. I allowed myself a small smile, warm and steady. See? We endure long enough, and hope arrives. Their fear eased visibly, their shoulders loosening slightly as their gazes fixed on the symbol of peace. But not all eyes turned to him. From across the plaza, Shigaraki twitched. His hand scratched violently at his neck, his muttering harsh and uneven. All Might! All Might, this was supposed to be your grave. And yet, that one. His bloodshot eyes snapped toward me, his body jerking with agitation. That calm face. That polite voice. You've been in my way since the start. Midoriya stiffened instantly, his gaze darting between us. He's looking at you. Tsuyu crouched lower, her tone serious. Kuro, he's not done with us. I stepped smoothly in front of them, my voice calm but commanding. Stay behind me. No matter what he does, you do not move until I tell you. Their heads nodded quickly, their trust in me anchoring them against the fear. Shigaraki's steps dragged across the ground as he advanced, his fingers twitching violently. I'll kill you first. I'll peel that calm expression off your face. Then I'll crush those brats. Then I'll tear All Might down. His voice was low, but every word dripped with obsession. All Might charged into the Nomua with explosive force, the shockwave rattling the air. But Shigaraki ignored it entirely. His focus was on me and by extension, on Midoriya and Tsuyu. Midoriya's voice trembled. He's coming right for us. Midoriya, I said softly, cutting through his panic, look at me. His eyes snapped to mine, wide and desperate. Do you trust me? His breath hitched, then steadied as he nodded quickly. Why yes. Tsuyu's wide eyes blinked once. Kuro. I do too. I smiled faintly. Then no matter what happens, you will both leave this unharmed. Shigaraki lunged. His hand shot forward, all 5 fingers stretched toward my chest. His movements were erratic but fast, his posture twitching with impatience. I sidestepped smoothly, the motion precise, my gloved hand catching his wrist and guiding it harmlessly past. His nails scraped against the fabric of my sleeve, decaying a thin line into dust. Midoriya gasped. He almost. Almost, I said calmly, my voice even as I held Shigaraki's wrist lightly. But not enough. Shigaraki snarled, jerking his arm back violently, his shoulders twitching. He scratched at his neck again, harder this time, his breathing sharp. You keep dodging, mocking me with that calm face. His hand lashed out again, this time toward my head. I tilted my chin slightly, letting his fingers pass inches from my skin. My eyes remained on his, my expression unchanged. I am not mocking you. I am simply not afraid. His body shook with rage. Tsuyu whispered lowly, her tone serious. Kuro, he's fixated on you. That's dangerous. Dangerous for him, I replied gently, still keeping my eyes on Shigaraki. Because focus on me means he neglects everything else. Shigaraki swiped again, his hand cutting through the air where I had stood a moment earlier. I stepped aside with minimal movement, my posture unshaken. You're wasting your energy, I said softly. Your quirk is lethal, yes. But predictable. That is its flaw. He growled, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. Shut up, shut up. His hand came again, reckless, aimed toward my throat. I deflected his wrist once more, the motion controlled, my voice calm. I told you before. Recklessness only blinds you. Midoriya's fists clenched tightly, his eyes locked on the exchange. He can't touch you at all. Because I won't allow it, I said warmly without turning my gaze. The ground shook violently as All Might and Nomua clashed in the background, each strike booming across the dome. But for us, the world had narrowed to the desperate strikes of Shigaraki, each one more frantic, each one calmly deflected. Tsuyu's eyes tracked the movements carefully, her voice quiet. Kuro. Aizen, you're making it look simple. Because I remain calm, I said gently. And because I trust in my own steadiness. Shigaraki screamed in frustration, his voice raw. Stop smiling. He lunged wildly, his hand swinging again. I caught his wrist once more, my grip firm. I held him there for a moment, our eyes locking. You are angry because you cannot control me, I said softly. But control does not come from rage. It comes from discipline. That is why you will never break me. His breathing was harsh, erratic, his entire body twitching with fury. Midoriya's voice broke in awe. He's stopping him every time. Tsuyu's tongue flicked nervously, but her voice was steady. Kuro, he hasn't touched you once. I released Shigaraki's wrist, stepping back smoothly. My voice remained calm, warm, even as he twitched violently. You cannot win here. Accept that truth. His scream was guttural, his rage boiling over. Nomu. Kill them. The creature roared, tearing away from All Might's grapple and charging toward us again. Midoriya gasped. It's coming. Stay close, I said firmly, spreading fog outward in a controlled veil. I'll see you both through this. Their bodies pressed tighter to mine, their fear steadied by my unwavering tone. The Nomu's massive shadow fell over us, its roar shaking the air. Shigaraki twitched violently behind it, his eyes bloodshot with rage. But I remained calm, my voice steady, my smile faint. For as long as I stand before you, I said softly to my classmates, no harm will touch you. And with that vow, I braced myself once more against the storm. Chapter 20, A Symbol's Stand. The Nomu's roar shook the dome as it barreled toward us, its massive frame blotting out the view of the plaza. Its hand stretched wide, aiming to crush all three of us in a single sweep. Shigaraki twitched behind it, his voice raw with rage. Kill them. Don't let them stand there looking so calm. But before the Nomu's arm could fall, another figure crashed into it with explosive force. The sound rattled the entire USJ, a booming impact that forced the monster's momentum backward. All Might's voice carried, firm and unshaken. Not one more step, villain. The symbol of peace had seized the Nomu's arm, his muscles straining as he shoved the beast back with sheer strength. Dust exploded outward from the collision, obscuring the view for a moment before clearing to reveal the two titans locked together. Midoriya gasped, his voice breaking. All Might, he's fighting the Nomu. Tsuyu crouched lower, her wide eyes fixed on the clash. Kuro, he stopped it just like that. I smiled faintly, my voice warm and steady. That is what it means to be a symbol. To stand where no one else can, and to protect without hesitation. Their eyes widened, their bodies trembling less now as they absorbed the sight. All Might gritted his teeth, his voice booming as he pushed the Nomua backward. This ends here. I will not allow you to harm my students. The Nomua roared, slamming its other fist into his side. The shockwave rattled the plaza, but All Might endured, twisting his body to throw the beast across the ground. The Nomua crashed into the rubble, debris scattering across the floor. Midoriya's fists clenched, his eyes shining with admiration. He's incredible. I rested a hand gently on his shoulder, my voice soft but certain. Yes. But even the strongest must be supported. That is our role now. He blinked at me, startled. Supported? Yes, I said calmly. By living. By staying safe. By giving meaning to the protection he gives us. That is how we repay him. His lips parted in realization, and slowly, he nodded. Shigaraki hissed from behind the Nomu, scratching furiously at his neck as his body twitched. Nomu, get up. All Might isn't supposed to win, he isn't supposed to look strong. The Nomu stirred, pushing debris aside as it rose once more. Its wounds closed instantly, its body seemingly unshaken by All Might's throw. It roared again, charging at the hero with terrifying speed. All Might braced himself, his fists tightening. He met the charge head-on, their fists colliding with another deafening boom. The shockwave rattled my chest, dust scattering around us. Midoriya shielded his face with his arms, his voice breathless. They're shaking the entire building. Tsuyu croaked low, her tone serious. Kuro, this is on a completely different level. Yes, I said warmly, keeping my eyes on the clash. Which is why we cannot stay here. If we are caught between them, we will be crushed without purpose. I turned to them, my voice calm but firm. We move. Stay close to me. Do not separate. They both nodded instantly, their trust unshaken. I guided them carefully across the rubble, every step measured to avoid drawing attention. The fog curled lightly around us, enough to shield our forms from distant eyes without clouding my classmates' vision. Midoriya kept glancing back toward All Might, his expression torn. I want to help him, but... You are helping, I said gently. He turned, startled. But I'm not doing anything. You are staying safe, I explained, my tone warm. That allows All Might to fight without worry for your life. That is support. Never underestimate it. His lips trembled slightly, then curved into a faint, determined nod. I understand. Tsuyu glanced at him, her expression neutral but her tone thoughtful. Kuro, he's right. If we ran out there, we'd only make it harder for All Might. I smiled faintly. Precisely. Heroes do not fight alone. They fight for those they protect. You give meaning to his strength by enduring. Their eyes shone brighter now, their steps steadier as we moved. The clash behind us grew fiercer. The Nomu slammed All Might into the ground, the impact shaking the dome. But All Might rose instantly, his fist striking back with equal force. Each blow carried the weight of something beyond human. The very air seemed to buckle under their strikes, the shockwaves rattling the rubble. Midoriya whispered hoarsely, unable to look away. He's giving everything. Yes, I said softly, my eyes calm. And because he gives everything, we must ensure it is not wasted. That is our duty. His breath steadied, his trembling slowing as my words anchored him. We reached the cover of a collapsed wall, the broken stone forming a shield from the battlefield. I gestured gently. Here. Rest for a moment. Gather yourselves. They crouched beside me, breathing heavily from the tension of the encounter. Midoriya wiped sweat from his brow, his voice low. Aizen, if All Might weren't here, what would have happened to us? I met his gaze, my expression calm, my voice steady. We would still endure. Because I would not allow harm to touch either of you. That is my vow. His eyes widened, tears brimming again, but this time not from fear, something else. Gratitude. Tsuyu blinked at me, her wide eyes unreadable, but her tone quiet. Kuro, you always sound so sure. It's strange. But, it helps. I smiled faintly at her. Certainty is not for me. It is for you. That is why I will always carry it. They both fell silent, their breath steadying further. On the battlefield, Shigeriki's rage boiled over. He scratched violently at his neck, his voice a harsh growl. Nomo was supposed to kill All Might, this isn't how it was supposed to go. His body twitched violently, his glare sweeping toward us again. But for the moment, All Might commanded all of the Nomu's attention, the titans locked in their brutal clash. And with every strike All Might threw, the symbol of peace's message was clear, he would not falter. Midoriya whispered hoarsely, his fists trembling. He really is, unshakable. I placed a gentle hand on his shoulder once more. Yes. And one day, you will be as well. For now, trust in him. Trust in me. That is enough. He nodded firmly this time, no hesitation in his voice. Yes. Tsuyu's eyes lingered on me briefly, then returned to the battlefield. Kuro. Will trust you. I smiled faintly. That is all I ask. And so we remained in the shadow of the rubble, steady and silent, as All Might fought for all of us. Chapter 21, Holding the Gate. From our position hidden behind broken rubble, I could still hear the clash of titans, All Might and the Nomu colliding again and again, each impact booming across the USJ. Dust and shockwaves rolled through the dome like distant thunder. But beyond that chaos, another battle unfolded elsewhere. At the main entrance, the other half of our class fought to survive. Even separated from them, I could picture it clearly. 13 stood before the doors, her arms spread wide, her helmet gleaming faintly beneath the artificial light. Though designed for rescue and disaster response, not combat, her stance was unwavering. She had sworn to protect her students, and she would not falter now. Before her hovered Kurogiri, the living warp gate, his form indistinct, his voice calm yet sinister. You will not leave this place. My duty is to scatter you all until no one can regroup. That is the plan. Her voice was firm, echoing from the speaker built into her helmet. I won't allow you to hurt them. Her quirk black hole swirled faintly at her fingertips, the power to pull everything into nothingness. Even now, she held it back, using only the barest fraction of its force. If unleashed fully, the destruction would consume more than the enemy, it would consume her students too. And so restraint bound her. But restraint was also resolve. The students stood behind her in a loose cluster. Ida clenched his fists at his sides, his jaw tight. If we cannot reach the outside, we cannot call for help. That is what they want. Kirishima cracked his knuckles, his teeth bared in frustration. Then we fight through, right? We can't just sit here and wait. Yaoyorozu shook her head, her brow furrowed. No. Rushing forward would put us directly into his control. We need coordination. Jura's ears twitched, her voice sharp. He's already watching us. If we hesitate too much, he'll move first. The group was scattered in spirit, fear heavy among them. Yet in that moment, it was 13's voice that steadied them. Listen to me. You all have strong hearts. But your greatest weapon is not strength, it's unity. If you trust each other, you will survive. The weight of those words anchored them. Kurogiri's mist stirred suddenly, sweeping forward in a wave. His calm voice carried through the haze. Do you truly believe you can stop me? You are students, unprepared for death. Shoji's massive arms spread, shielding the others. Stay together. But the mist wrapped quickly, curling toward them, tendrils of darkness reaching to engulf their bodies. Ida's eyes went wide. He's trying to scatter us again. 13 reacted instantly, one gloved hand extending. A controlled pull of black hole activated, the vortex tugging at the mist. Its force disrupted the warp's cohesion, shredding the edges of Kurogiri's form. His voice remained calm, though strained. Persistent. Persistent enough, 13 countered firmly. The students gasped at the raw suction of her quirk, watching as pieces of Kurogiri's mist fragmented under its pull. But Kurogiri adapted. His mist thickened around the edges, anchoring to solid metal debris nearby. He reformed swiftly, his body rippling back into place. You cannot erase me so easily. I am not made of flesh and bone as you are. Kaminari's hands sparked nervously. Then how do we fight him if he just comes back? Yaoyorozu's expression tightened, her mind racing. He needs something to anchor to. That may be the key. Even amidst their fear, their minds worked. 13's restraint gave them time to think, to plan, to act. That was the role of a teacher, to give space for growth, even in the shadow of danger. 13 spread her stance, her voice carrying back to her students. Do not let panic guide you. Observe. Think. Then act. That is how heroes survive. Their spines straightened at her words, their breath steadier. Even without me among them, I could feel the echo of their trust. Yes. This was what Yue taught. Not only strength, but discipline. Kurogiri swept forward again, this time faster, his mist stretching wide. It surged to engulf the group entirely, aiming to separate them into different corners of the dome. Shoji roared, his many arms expanding outward, grabbing as many classmates as he could. Hold on. Jur slammed her jacks into the floor, her ears twitching. He's everywhere. Kirishima hardened his arms, slashing through tendrils of mist that tried to pull him away. Like hell, I'm getting warped again. Yaoyorozu created a long steel pole in her hands, jamming it into the ground to anchor herself and others to it. Grab on. The group clung desperately, resisting the pull of the warp. 13 raised both hands now, her black hole swirling stronger. The pole ripped sections of Kurogiri's mist apart, keeping the bulk of it from swallowing the students. His voice strained with irritation. You are wasting my time. Her tone remained firm. Every second wasted is a second my students remain alive. That is worth everything. Ida grit his teeth, his legs trembling. I could run. If I break through the doors, I can alert the school, call for help. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened. But if you leave? He met her gaze, his voice firm despite his fear. That is my duty. Ingenium would not hesitate. Neither will I. 13's voice broke through, commanding yet warm. If you go, Ida, go with purpose. And trust that we will endure until you succeed. His eyes widened at her faith, his heart steadied by her certainty. He bowed his head once, deeply. Yes. And then he turned, his engines roaring as he bolted toward the exit. Kurogiri's mist surged to block him, but 13's black hole flared, pulling the mist aside just enough for him to pass. Go, she shouted. And he did, his figure vanishing into the halls beyond. The remaining students gasped, their fear mingled with awe. He he actually went, Kaminari muttered, his eyes wide. Shoji's voice rumbled low. He'll make it. He has to. 13 lowered her hand slightly, her breath faint through the helmet. He will. Because he believes he must. That belief carries more strength than any quirk. The students straightened at her words, their resolve tightening. Kurogiri's mist reformed slowly, his voice low, edged with irritation. So you send one away. Clever. But pointless. None of you will leave alive. But in that moment, they no longer looked afraid. Their teacher had shown them how to stand. And so they stood. From where I crouched behind the rebel with Midoriya and Tsuyu, I could hear distant echoes of the clash at the entrance, the faint voices of my classmates, the swelling determination in their tones. I closed my eyes briefly, exhaling softly. They are fighting well. Even apart from us, their spirit has not faltered. Midoriya turned to me, startled. Why, you can hear them? Not clearly, I said gently. But I can feel it. Their will is unbroken. That is enough to know. Tsuyu croaked low. Kuro, if Ida makes it, then more heroes will come. Yes, I said warmly. And until then, we endure. Just as they do. Their fear eased slightly, their eyes steadier now. And so, across the dome, two groups of students, though separated, carried the same truth, that unity and trust could hold even against the darkest storm. Chapter 22, The Teacher Who Endures. Dust swirled around the plaza as All Might and the Nomua clashed in a storm of force and noise. Every strike rattled the ground beneath our feet. But through the chaos, another sound drew my attention, the faint groan of a man who refused to stay down. Midoriya turned sharply at the noise, his eyes widening. Sensei. A short distance away, beneath a collapsed section of concrete, Eraserhead moved. His body was battered, his hair matted with blood, his arm twisted unnaturally at the elbow. Every breath he took was ragged, forced through clenched teeth. And yet, even in that state, he lifted his head, his eyes narrowing on the villains before him. He's still, trying to fight, Midoriya whispered, his voice caught between awe and grief. Tsuyu crouched low, her wide eyes watching Aizawa struggle to rise. Kuro, he's pushing himself too far. I studied him carefully, my gaze steady. The man was broken in body, but his spirit had not surrendered. Even in his pain, his eyes searched for the threat to protect us, his students. Watch him closely, I said softly. Midoriya looked at me, startled. What? I smiled faintly, my tone calm. Eraserhead is teaching you a lesson even now. Even with his body nearly destroyed, he refuses to abandon his role as a protector. This is resolve. Not words, but action. Midoriya's lips trembled, his eyes glassy. He's risking his life for us. Yes, I said warmly. Because that is what it means to be a teacher. He believes your lives are worth more than his own safety. And because of that, he endures. Aizawa pushed against the ground, his broken arm shaking violently as he tried to lift himself higher. Blood dripped from his forehead into his eye, but he didn't stop. His gaze fixed on Shigaraki, even as the villain snarled in irritation. Why won't you stay down? Shigaraki spat, scratching harshly at his neck. You're already broken. Aizawa's voice rasped, hoarse but steady. Because, they're my students. And as long as I breathe, you won't touch them. The words were faint, but they carried enough to reach us. Midoriya's eyes filled with tears, his fists clenching tight. He's amazing. I placed a steady hand on his shoulder. He is showing you the essence of heroism. Not the strength to crush enemies, but the strength to keep standing when everything tries to make you fall. Tsuyu's throat bobbed as she swallowed, her voice quiet but serious. Kuro. He's not doing this for glory. Just for us. Yes, I agreed, my smile calm. And that is why you must live. So that his struggle is not wasted. The Nomo roared again, but All Might held its attention, his voice booming. You will not break me, monster. Their clash shook the plaza, but Aizawa remained where he was, broken yet unbowed, glaring at Shigaraki as if daring him to approach. Shigaraki twitched, his lips curling into a twisted grin. You're nothing. You can't even move. But you keep staring at me like you matter. He stepped toward him, his hand twitching, his fingers eager to decay. Midoriya gasped sharply. He's going for him. I held up a hand, my voice calm. Midoriya. Breathe. He froze, startled by the command, then sucked in a shaky breath. Do you trust All Might to hold the Nomu? I asked gently. Yes, he stammered. Then trust me to stop Shigaraki before he touches Eraserhead, I said warmly. His eyes widened, but slowly, he nodded. Oh okay. Tsuyu glanced at me, her tone serious. Kuro, you're always so calm. Even now. I smiled faintly. Because panic serves no one. My role is to steady you. That is what I will always do. Shigaraki advanced another step, his eyes locked on Aizawa. I'll crumble your face first. Then I'll make the brats watch. Aizawa coughed, blood flecking his lips, but his eyes narrowed. Try it, and I'll erase you again. His eyelids fluttered weakly, his quirk sparking faintly. Even now, even on the edge of collapse, he tried to activate it. Midoriya's voice shook. He's still fighting. Yes, I said softly. That is why he is a hero. I stepped slightly forward, placing myself between my classmates and the villain, though still concealed enough by rubble to avoid drawing his full attention away from All Might's battle. My voice carried softly, but with absolute certainty. Neither of you will fall today. Not while I stand here. Midoriya inhaled sharply, his tears brimming again, but this time his fists clenched with determination rather than fear. Tsuyu's wide eyes blinked once, her gaze steadying. Behind us, the clash of All Might and Nomu continued to shake the air. But before us, Aizawa's broken frame still stood as a wall against despair. And I knew the lesson had been planted deeply within my classmates' hearts. Minutes stretched slowly, each breath tense. Aizawa sagged slightly against the ground, but his eyes remained open, never leaving the enemy. Shigaraki scratched violently at his neck, his frustration mounting as his words spilled out in sharp bursts. You're all the same. All Might, you, even this fog brat, always standing in the way. Always looking so sure of yourselves. His hand twitched violently, his steps uncertain. But he hesitated. Not out of fear, but because even villains feel the weight of resolve. And Aizawa's resolve was unshaken. Midoriya's whisper broke through, quiet but fervent. I want to be like that. No matter what. I want to protect people, even if I'm broken too. I squeezed his shoulder gently. Then remember this moment. Remember Eraserhead's eyes. They are the eyes of a man who refuses to yield, no matter the cost. Carry that with you always. His nod was sharp, resolute. I will. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice low but firm. Me too, Kuro. I smiled warmly at both of them. Good. Because that is the foundation of true heroism. And so, even as All Might's battle raged and Shigaraki seethed, the quiet lesson of a battered teacher became our anchor. Chapter 23, The Monster That Heals. The battle between All Might and the Nomo raged on with terrifying force. Each strike sent shockwaves that rattled the shattered walls and scattered debris across the plaza. Dust clouded the air, the sound of bone against flesh echoing in sharp cracks. All Might drove his fist into the Nomu's chest, the impact so great that the floor fractured beneath its feet. The creature staggered backward, its massive frame crashing into a pile of rubble. For a brief moment, silence followed, broken only by the heavy exhale of the symbol of peace. Midoriya gasped sharply, his body leaning forward. All Might, he landed a clean hit. Tsuyu crouched beside him, her wide eyes fixed on the beast. Kuro, maybe it's down. But I did not move, my gaze steady on the Nomu. Watch carefully, I said softly. Their eyes darted to me, startled by my tone. But when they turned back, their relief froze. The Nomu's body twitched once, then began to stir. Where All Might's fist had torn into its flesh, the wound sealed rapidly, muscle reforming, bone knitting back together. Its chest rose, unharmed, as if the devastating blow had been nothing more than an inconvenience. Midoriya's face went pale, his mouth falling open. It healed. Tsuyu's throat bobbed as she swallowed, her voice quiet but serious. That's impossible. I kept my voice calm, even as their fear spiked. This is the Nomu's true design. It is not only powerful. It possesses regeneration beyond what most can comprehend. Their bodies stiffened, horror creeping back into their expressions. Midoriya's voice broke. Then, how can All Might? I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, anchoring him. Do not rush to despair. Every ability has a limit. Even regeneration. Tsuyu blinked at me, her wide eyes unblinking. Kuro. Do you really believe that? I smiled faintly. I do not need belief. I know. Regeneration is not infinite. It takes energy, stamina, and design. If All Might strikes faster than it can recover, he will prevail. Their eyes locked on me, fear steadied by my certainty. On the battlefield, the Nomu roared, charging All Might again. Its fist swung wide, massive, and brutal, but All Might met it with his own. The collision sent a gust of air slamming into us, forcing Midoriya to shield his face with his arms. All Might's voice carried through the chaos, unshaken. You may recover, but I will not stop until you cannot rise again. His words boomed with the weight of conviction, filling the plaza. Midoriya trembled, his fists tightening. He's not giving up. Even knowing it heals. Exactly, I said warmly. That is why he is the symbol of peace. Because when others falter, he does not. Tsuyu croaked low, her voice softer. That's why people believe in him. Yes, I agreed. And that is why you must as well. Do not let fear blind you to the truth, All Might will not allow this creature to win. The Nomu lunged again, its arm raised to smash him into the ground. But All Might ducked low, driving his fist upward into the monster's jaw. Its head snapped back, the force lifting its massive body off the ground and slamming it into the ceiling of the dome. Dust and shards of metal rained down. For a moment, the Nomu lay crumpled on the floor, motionless. Midoriya's breath caught. He did it. But then, before relief could settle, the Nomu stirred again. Its skull reshaped where it had been crushed, its jaw snapping back into place with an audible crack. Midoriya's eyes went wide. And no way. Tsuyu's voice was quiet, her tone grim. Kuro. It's like nothing hurts it. I spoke calmly, steadying them. It is hurt. You simply do not see the toll yet. Do not mistake recovery for invincibility. Midoriya looked at me desperately. But it just keeps getting back up, how can anyone, how can even All Might? Midoriya, I interrupted softly, my tone warm but firm. Look at him. His gaze snapped back to the battlefield. All Might stood tall, his body unwavering, his fists clenched. His breathing was heavier now, but his eyes burned with determination. He had not faltered once. Do you see it? I asked gently. He does not waver, no matter how many times the creature rises. That is why he is different. That is why he wins. Midoriya's tears welled again, but this time his fists clenched with resolve. He won't give up. Exactly, I said with a faint smile. And neither will you. The Nomo roared again, swinging its massive arms wildly. All Might ducked, weaved, and struck back, each blow landing faster, harder. The monster stumbled under the barrage, even as its wounds sealed. Tsuyu whispered low, her eyes wide. Kuro. He's hitting it faster. Like you said. Yes, I replied warmly. He understands. He will push until the regeneration can no longer keep pace. The lesson sank deeper into them with every passing second. Shigaraki snarled from the side, his hands twitching violently. Nomu. Stop playing with him. Kill him already. His voice cracked with frustration, but the Nomu ignored him, locked in its brutal exchange with All Might. Midoriya's voice trembled again. It's really made to kill him, isn't it? Yes, I said calmly. That is why it was created. But design does not guarantee victory. Spirit decides battles as much as power. Tsuyu blinked at me, her gaze steady. Kuro. And All Might's spirit is stronger. I smiled faintly. Precisely. Another clash shook the dome, dust scattering as both fighters skidded backward across the floor. The Nomu's body steamed faintly from the strain of constant regeneration. Midoriya noticed, his eyes widening. Wait, the steam. I nodded slightly. Yes. It is not limitless. Already its body shows signs of stress. That is the flaw in those who rely only on design. They underestimate the endurance of the human will. His breath steadied, his fear shifting into admiration once more. All Might really can do it. Yes, I said gently. He can. And he will. We crouched in silence for several moments, the battle continuing in thunderous strikes before us. Dust rose, the dome shuddered, but All Might's voice carried through each impact. I am here. And I will not lose. The words boomed across the battlefield, filling even Midoriya and Tsuyu's trembling hearts with fire. I let the moment linger before speaking softly. Remember this. When you doubt yourselves in the future, remember how he stood. That is the standard you must carry. Both of them nodded, their expressions no longer panicked but determined. And as All Might pressed his assault against the regenerating beast, we remained anchored, certain that his spirit would carry the day. Chapter 24, The Fog Returns. The floor shook again as All Might's fists struck against the Nomu's massive frame. Each impact echoed across the USJ, a storm of strength clashing against monstrous design. Dust rose in clouds, and fragments of debris rattled across the fractured tiles of the plaza. Midoriya leaned forward slightly, his breath caught in his throat. He's still holding it back. Tsuyu crouched lower beside him, her eyes never leaving the two titans. Kuro, they're moving so fast, it's hard to even follow. I watched steadily, my voice calm. All Might has increased his speed. Against regeneration, power alone is not enough. To overwhelm such a creature, he must strike faster than it can recover. They nodded faintly, fear shifting toward understanding. But before the next clash could settle, a familiar voice carried across the plaza, calm and smooth yet edged with quiet malice. You are taking longer than expected, Tamura. Midoriya's head snapped toward the sound, his body stiffening. Kurogiri. Out from the shadows of a collapsed wall, the mist gathered, swirling into a familiar shape. The metallic collar gleamed faintly as Kurogiri reformed, his glowing eyes flickering within the haze. Tsuyu's throat bobbed as she croaked quietly. He's back. Yes, I said softly, my expression calm. He has returned to support Shigaraki. The fog-like villain glided smoothly toward his master's side, his tone steady. The students at the entrance resisted more than expected. One of them has already escaped to seek reinforcements. Shigaraki twitched violently, his hand scratching at his neck as his eyes darted toward All Might and then back to us. TCH, useless. This was supposed to be his end. Kurogiri's mist rippled faintly. The Nomu is strong, but even with its regeneration, All Might is pressing harder. We must adapt. Their words carried across the plaza, enough for Midoriya to hear. His eyes widened, panic rising in his voice. Ida, he got out. He's going for help. I smiled faintly, my tone warm. Yes. That is good news. Relief will come. But, Tsuyu added seriously, her gaze fixed on Kurogiri, Kuro, now both villains are together again. Correct, I said, nodding slightly. And that increases the danger. But do not be afraid. Stay close, and I will ensure no harm reaches you. Their shoulders eased, steadied by my certainty. Shigaraki's gaze snapped toward us again, his eyes bloodshot, his body twitching. You keep standing there with that calm face. Even now. Midoriya flinched, his body pressing against the rubble. Tsuyu tensed beside him. I remained still, my expression unchanged. Do not worry, I said softly to my classmates. He wants to provoke fear. But we will not give it to him. Then I raised my voice slightly, addressing Shigaraki directly with the same polite tone. Your anger clouds you. Focus on All Might, not on students you cannot touch. His twitching grew harsher, his lips curling into a snarl. You. Kurogiri's mist flowed between us smoothly, his voice calm. Tamura. Not now. The Nomo was designed for this fight. Let it finish its task. Shigaraki's hand twitched violently, but after a moment, he stilled, his breath ragged. Fine. Midoriya exhaled shakily, relief washing over him. He listened. Not to me, I said warmly. To the logic Kurogiri reminded him of. But what matters is that his focus shifts away from us, for now. Tsuyu's eyes blinked once. You said that so calmly. Like it was nothing. I smiled faintly. Because calm words carry further than panic. Always remember that. The Nomo roared again, lunging at All Might with another powerful strike. The ground cracked beneath its weight, the force rattling the dome. All Might met it with equal strength, their fists colliding in another thunderous boom. Midoriya's eyes flicked between the fight and the villains regrouping. So, it's not just the Nomu. With Kurogiri here, they can warp anywhere again. Yes, I said softly. And that is what makes him dangerous. The Nomu is brute force. Kurogiri is control. Together, they balance each other. His fists clenched tightly. Then All Might is fighting more than just the Nomu. I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, steadying him. And that is why we must remain steady here. Do not let fear shake you. That will only distract him. Midoriya's breath steadied, his shoulders lowering slightly. Right. Tsuyu croaked low, her voice thoughtful. Kuro, then our job is still the same. Don't interfere. Don't give them a reason to focus on us. Exactly, I said with a faint smile. You understand perfectly. Kurogiri's mist rippled faintly as he turned his gaze back toward the entrance, his voice low. More reinforcements will come. We should retreat while we still have time. Shigaraki's body twitched, his lips curling. No, not yet. Not until I see him bleed. Not until I see that calm face broken. His eyes darted toward me again, his fingers twitching eagerly. Midoriya stiffened, his voice breaking. He's looking at you again. I shook my head gently, my voice calm. Do not worry. He is too distracted by All Might's presence to act. Kurogiri will keep him focused on survival. Tsuyu blinked once, her tone soft. You sound so certain. I smiled faintly. Because I am. The Nomu slammed All Might into the ground again, the impact shaking the dome. But All Might roared, surging back to his feet, his fists driving into the beast's chest in a flurry of strikes. The creature staggered, its body steaming from the strain of constant regeneration. Kurogiri's mist swirled faintly. Tamura. If you linger too long, the plan fails. Already the Nomu is showing limits. Shigaraki snarled, his hand scratching at his neck. Tch. Fine. But not yet. Not until I get what I came for. His words carried enough for Midoriya to hear. He clenched his fists tightly, his breath sharp. They really planned this all just to kill All Might. Yes, I said softly. But their plan is flawed. Because they underestimated him. And they underestimated us. Tsuyu tilted her head slightly. Kuro. Us. I smiled faintly at her. Because we are still here. Still enduring. That alone weakens their certainty. Their eyes widened, their hearts steadied once more. And so we waited, calm amid the storm, as the symbol of peace battled against the monster, while its masters argued in the shadows. Chapter 25, The Villain's Impatience. The ground trembled again as All Might's fists slammed into the Nomu's chest. The beast roared, its body straining to heal even as the symbol of peace pressed harder and faster. Dust filled the air, fragments of rubble scattered across the floor, and the echoes of each clash rang through the dome. Midoriya's eyes followed every movement, his breath uneven. All Might, he's pushing it back. Tsuyu crouched low beside him, her eyes wide but steady. Kuro, the Nomu looks slower than before. I kept my voice calm, steadying them both. Yes. Its regeneration is being tested beyond its limit. Already you can see the signs: steam rising, movements faltering. All Might understands. He will not let up. Their shoulders eased slightly, a flicker of hope returning to their faces. But that hope faltered as a harsh voice cut through the air. Tch, useless. Why isn't it enough? We turned. Shigaraki stood with his body twitching, his lips curled in a frustrated snarl. His hand scratched violently at his neck, the sound raw and unsettling. His eyes darted between All Might and us, red with rage. Kurogiri's mist shifted beside him, his voice calm. Tamura. The Nomu is still performing its role. Remain patient. The outcome will tilt in our favor. Patient. Shigaraki snapped, his voice sharp. We came here to kill All Might. To show the world he's nothing. But he's still standing there. Still smiling like it's easy. And those brats. His gaze locked on us suddenly, his body twitching harder. Midoriya stiffened instantly, his breath catching. He's looking right at us. Tsuyu pressed lower, her voice low. Kuro. He's not listening to Kurogiri anymore. I placed a hand gently on Midoriya's shoulder, anchoring him. Do not panic. He thrives on your fear. Remain calm, and trust that I will not allow him near you. Midoriya looked up at me, his voice trembling. But if he comes. I smiled faintly. Then I will stop him. That is all you need to know. Shigaraki's lips peeled into a twisted grin. Yes. I'll start with them. Break their calm faces. Crush them first, then All Might. He stepped forward, his fingers twitching hungrily. Tamura, Kurogiri said sharply, his mist rippling. This is reckless. The Nomu was designed for All Might, not for distractions. But Shigaraki ignored him, his steps uneven but determined as he advanced toward us. Midoriya's voice cracked. He's coming this way. Yes, I said softly, my tone steady. But remember what I told you. Do not let fear control you. Look at me instead. He turned, his eyes wide, meeting mine. I smiled warmly at him, my voice calm and gentle. Breathe. That is all I ask of you now. His chest rose shakily, but he obeyed, his breath slowing. Tsuyu's gaze flicked between me and Shigaraki, her posture tense but steady. Shigaraki drew closer, his laugh low and unsteady. Ha, you think you're safe just because All Might is here? You think I can't touch you while he's busy? I straightened slowly, stepping forward just enough to place myself between him and the two behind me. My voice carried across the rubble, polite yet firm. If you wish to prove yourself, direct your malice where it belongs at All Might. These two are not your concern. His grin faltered into a twitching scowl. You talk like you know me. Like you can order me around. I am not ordering, I said softly, my tone warm. I am reminding. You came for All Might. Every second you spend glaring at children is another second wasted. For a moment, he froze, his body trembling, his breathing uneven. His fingers twitched inches from the stone he stepped upon. Midoriya whispered behind me, his voice low. You're not afraid of him at all. Without turning, I answered gently. Fear is useless here. Calm is the only shield we need. Shigaraki snarled suddenly, his voice raw. You think you're clever? You think if you talk all polite, it'll make me stop? He lunged forward, his hand stretching toward me. Midoriya gasped. Aizen. But my stance did not shift. As his hand reached forward, I released a faint veil of mist from my fingers just enough to cloud the air, blurring the space between us. Shigaraki's hand swiped at the fog, his eyes narrowing in confusion as he coughed faintly. What? I spoke calmly, my tone polite. My quirk. It confuses the senses. Those who step into the fog lose clarity. They cannot tell friend from foe. Behind me, Midoriya blinked, startled again by how easily the explanation left my lips, natural and without hesitation. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice low. So that's why you said we were safe? Yes, I said warmly. Because he will hesitate. Shigaraki growled, his hand slicing through the mist again, but his steps faltered. His twitching grew more violent, his eyes darting wildly. Tch, this is nothing. Tamura. Kurogiri's voice cut sharply across the battlefield, calm yet edged with urgency. Withdraw. If you waste yourself now, the plan will fail entirely. Focus. Shigaraki's hand twitched at his side, his breathing heavy. He stared at me through the haze, his teeth clenched. Fine, he spat finally, his voice thick with frustration. But don't think this means you've won. His body jerked backward, retreating into Kurogiri's mist. The fog swirled, swallowing him back toward the edge of the plaza. Midoriya exhaled sharply, collapsing against the rubble. He stopped. Tsuyu's wide eyes blinked once, her throat bobbing. Kuro. You really made him hesitate. I turned back toward them, my smile faint, my voice gentle. I did nothing more than remind him of his goal. Words are often stronger than any strike. Midoriya looked at me, his voice soft but filled with awe. You're amazing, Aizen. I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, steady and calm. No. I am simply your classmate. That is enough. His eyes shone, his fear replaced with something else, trust. The clash of All Might and Nomo roared again, pulling our attention back to the heart of the battle. All Might's strikes grew faster, heavier, his voice carrying across the dome. I will not fall. I will not let you harm them. Midoriya clenched his fists tightly, his voice steadier now. He's going to win. I know it. Tsuyu croaked softly, her eyes narrowing. Kuro. Because he never stops. Yes, I said softly, my tone warm. And neither should you. That is the lesson today. And so we remained, calm beneath the storm, as All Might fought on and Shigaraki fumed in the shadows, his patience wearing thin but his will denied. Chapter 26, The Symbol Strikes Back. The air was heavy with dust and the stench of cracked stone. Every corner of the plaza trembled beneath the constant blows exchanged between All Might and the Nomu. But now, something shifted. All Might's fists moved faster. His stance widened, his voice thundered louder, each strike slamming with the weight of determination. His speed had increased, his movements sharper, more precise. Midoriya's breath caught instantly. He's moving even faster now. Tsuyu crouched lower, her wide eyes following the blur of limbs. Kuro. The Nomu, it can't keep up. I kept my gaze steady, my tone calm. Yes. All Might understands. Strength alone cannot defeat regeneration. But if he strikes faster than the body can repair, then the damage will accumulate. That is how you break a creature designed never to fall. Their eyes widened at my explanation, their fear slowly shifting into awe. The Nomu roared, swinging a massive fist toward All Might's head. But the symbol of peace ducked low, his fist slamming into the beast's ribs with enough force to crack the tiles beneath its feet. Before the Nomu could recover, another punch drove into its chest, then another, each one faster than the last. The creature staggered backward, its flesh tearing, its chest caving under the relentless barrage. Steam rose from its body as it struggled to regenerate quickly enough. Midoriya's voice trembled with excitement. He's not giving it a chance to heal. Yes, I said softly, my tone warm. That is the brilliance of his counterattack. Do not give the enemy space to recover. Press until their weakness is revealed. Tsuyu croaked low, her eyes narrowing. Kuro. That's what makes him the symbol of peace. I smiled faintly. Indeed. Because when he decides to stand, no one can move him. All Might's fists blurred, the sound of each impact echoing across the dome like rolling thunder. The Nomu's body shook violently, its chest buckling beneath the storm of blows. Finally, All Might roared, his voice booming across the battlefield. Carolina! Smash! His fist drove upward into the Nomu's chin, lifting the monstrous body clean off the ground. The force carried it into the air, its arms flailing as dust exploded around them. Midoriya gasped, his eyes wide. He launched it. Tsuyu's throat bobbed as she croaked softly. The Nomu's body, it can't keep up anymore. I nodded slightly, my tone calm. Yes. The balance has shifted. The Nomu was designed for brute force and recovery, but against overwhelming speed, it falters. All Might knows this well. Their bodies trembled, but now with exhilaration rather than fear. The Nomu crashed back into the ground, its body shattering stone as it landed. For a brief moment, its limbs twitched weakly, its chest rising and falling in broken rhythm. But then its flesh began to knit again, bones snapping back into place, muscles reforming. Steam poured from its wounds as regeneration fought desperately to catch up. Midoriya clenched his fists, his eyes wide. It's still healing. Yes, I said softly, but slower now. The strain is showing. Even regeneration has a cost. Tsuyu blinked once, her gaze sharp. Kuro. That means All Might really can win. I smiled faintly at her. Exactly. That is why he has not faltered once. Because he knows he can. Shigaraki twitched violently in the distance, his voice sharp with frustration. No, 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 no. That's not how this is supposed to go. He's supposed to fall. Kurogiri's mist rippled beside him, his voice calm. The Nomu is still fighting, Tamura. But yes, All Might has shifted the pace. We must remain cautious. Shigaraki's hands twitched violently, his nails digging into his neck. His gaze flicked toward us briefly before snapping back to the battle. Why does he always smile? Why won't he just break already? Midoriya stiffened at the words, his breath sharp. Because that's who he is. I glanced at him, my voice warm. Very good, Midoriya. You already understand. That smile is not for himself, it is for everyone watching. It tells them there is still hope. His eyes filled with tears, but they were not tears of fear this time. They were tears of pride. All Might advanced again, his fists striking faster and faster. The Nomu staggered backward under the relentless pressure, its body failing to heal as quickly as before. Detroit. Smash. The punch slammed into the Nomu's torso, sending it skidding across the cracked tiles. Dust rose in thick clouds, obscuring the battlefield for a moment. Midoriya shielded his face with his arms, coughing. I can't even see through the dust. Tsuyu's eyes blinked rapidly, adjusting to the haze. Kuro. But we can still hear him. Yes, I said softly, my tone steady. Listen. His voice is never drowned out, no matter the storm. And then, through the dust, All Might's booming voice rang clear. I am here. The words filled the dome, silencing even the roar of the Nomu for a moment. Midoriya's shoulders trembled, his voice breaking with awe. That's why he's the greatest. I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, my voice calm and warm. Yes. And one day, you must carry that spirit forward as well. He looked at me, his eyes wide, his lips trembling. I will. The dust cleared slowly, revealing the Nomu once more. Its body steamed violently, its chest heaving as it tried to keep pace with the endless strikes. But All Might stood tall before it, unshaken, his fists clenched, his eyes blazing. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice low but firm. He's not slowing down at all. No, I said softly. Because he cannot afford to. He knows every second matters. He knows his students are watching. Their gazes turned to me, their fear tempered into determination. And so we watched together, as the symbol of peace struck back with all his might, each blow carrying not only strength, but certainty, the certainty that this battle would not end in despair. Chapter 27, A Runner for Hope. The plaza shook again as All Might's fist crashed into the Nomu's body, the echo rolling through the dome like distant thunder. Dust rose, rubble shifted, and the air trembled with the force of the clash. But for a moment, my mind drifted outward, beyond the shattered walls of the USJ. One of us had already escaped. Tenya Ida. He was not here to see All Might's strikes, nor to hear Shigaraki's frustrated screams. He was racing across campus, carrying with him the only chance for reinforcement. Outside the USJ. Ida's legs burned with every stride, his calves screaming from the strain. His engines roared at his calves, propelling him forward across the pavement as the massive dome shrank behind him. Faster, he urged himself aloud, his breath harsh and ragged. There's no time. He could still see it in his mind, the villains swarming inside, the mist closing in, the look of calm assurance I had given him before he left. It had been enough. He had fled without hesitation, because someone had to. His heart hammered in his chest, not from fear of failure, but from the weight of responsibility. If I stop now, if I slow down even for a second, everyone inside will suffer for it. His engines roared again, blue flames sparking as his speed increased. The wind whipped against his face, his glasses trembling with each step. Ahead, the main building of UA loomed larger. Teachers were there. Heroes. Reinforcements that could turn the tide. "I will not stop," he cried out, his voice breaking from the strain. Back in the USJ. Midoriya crouched low beside me, his hands clenched tightly together. "Ida, he'll make it, won't he?" "Yes," I said softly, my voice calm. "He is running with everything he has. That kind of resolve does not falter." Tsuyu's throat bobbed as she croaked low. "Kuro. He's fast, but it's still far to the main building." I smiled faintly, reassuring. "That is true. But distance is nothing compared to determination. He will not stop until the message is delivered." Midoriya's breathing steadied slightly, his eyes flicking back to the battle. Then we just have to hold on until help comes." "Precisely," I said warmly. "That is our role. Trust in him, as he trusts in us to endure." Outside the USJ. Ida's legs screamed with pain, but he pressed forward. His lungs burned, his engines sputtered faintly from overuse, but he refused to slow. The thought of his classmates, their fear, their struggles spurred him on. He remembered Midoriya's eyes, Tsuyu's steady voice, and my calm assurance. Each memory pushed him forward another step, another meter. Finally, the towering structure of UA loomed directly ahead. His engines roared again, one last burst of speed carrying him across the courtyard. The doors slid open as he burst through, his voice carrying through the halls. "Teachers! Emergency at the USJ!" Back in the USJ. Even though we could not see him anymore, I knew. The message had reached its mark. Help was already on its way. Midoriya's fists trembled as he looked at me, his eyes wide with desperate hope. "Do you think the teachers will come soon?" "Yes," I said softly, my smile calm. "Even now, they are moving. We must simply endure until they arrive." Tsuyu croaked low, her voice thoughtful. "Kuro. That means we've already done part of our job. We bought enough time." I nodded gently. "Exactly. Do not underestimate what you have accomplished. Every second you endure here makes victory more certain." Their shoulders eased slightly, the weight of fear shifting into something steadier. On the battlefield, the Nomo roared again, its chest steaming as All Might's strikes rained down faster than before. Each impact forced the monster backward, its body straining, its regeneration lagging. Shigaraki snarled in frustration, his hands twitching violently. No. This isn't right. He was supposed to die here." Kurogiri's mist rippled beside him, calm and steady. "Tamura. Reinforcements will arrive soon. We must prepare to retreat." Midoriya's eyes widened at the words, his voice catching. They're planning to leave." "Yes," I said softly, my tone warm. "Because they already know they cannot win. That is what you are seeing now. Their defeat." Tsuyu blinked once, her gaze steady. "Kuro. Then we just have to wait. All Might will finish this." I smiled faintly. "Precisely. And we will remain here, safe." Minutes stretched, every strike of All Might's fists shaking the dome. Dust swirled, stone cracked, and steam poured from the Nomu's battered body. But still, the symbol of peace did not falter. Midoriya watched with wide eyes, tears brimming, his fists clenched tightly. He's going to do it. He's going to win." I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, my voice calm and warm. "Yes. Believe in him. That belief is what strengthens him as well." Tsuyu croaked softly, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. "Kuro. And Ida will bring the others soon. We just have to hold on. Yes, I said softly. And we will. And so we waited, calm amid chaos, as our friend carried hope outside the dome and our teacher stood tall against despair within it. Chapter 28, The Villain's Desperation. The dome trembled again as All Might's fist crashed into the Nomu's torso, the force echoing across the plaza like a drumbeat. Dust scattered into the air, fragments of stone breaking loose from the shattered tiles. The Nomu's body heaved, steam pouring from its chest as regeneration fought to keep pace with the endless barrage. Midoriya's eyes widened, his voice trembling but filled with awe. All Might, he's really doing it. The Nomu, it's slowing down. Tsuyu crouched low, her wide eyes locked on the clash. Kuro. It's not healing fast enough anymore. I kept my tone calm and steady. Yes. He has broken its rhythm. That is what happens when you face relentless will. Their fear steadied, replaced by growing trust. But even as they watched All Might push harder, danger stirred elsewhere. Shigaraki stood with his body twitching violently, his hand scratching against his neck until the skin reddened. His red eyes darted wildly between All Might and us, his breathing ragged. This isn't how it's supposed to go, he muttered, his voice low and harsh. He was supposed to fall here. To break. But he's still smiling. He's still standing in front of them like nothing can touch him. Kurogiri's mist rippled beside him, calm but firm. Tamura. The Nomu is faltering. If we linger, reinforcements will arrive. We must retreat. But Shigaraki's lips twisted into a sharp grin, his twitching worsening. No. No, not yet. If I can't break All Might, I'll break them. I'll make him watch his students crumble. Midoriya stiffened immediately, his breath catching. He's looking this way again. Tsuyu pressed lower, her throat bobbing. Kuro. He's going to move. I raised a hand gently, steadying them both. Do not fear. He will not reach you. Stay close, and trust me. Their wide eyes met mine, steadied by the calm in my tone. Shigaraki's laugh was uneven, his body twitching with each step as he advanced. Yes. I'll start with them. That will wipe the smile off his face. That will prove he's nothing. Tamura. Kurogiri's voice was sharper now, his mist stretching to block him. This is reckless. You risk everything. But Shigaraki shoved past the fog, his fingers outstretched, twitching hungrily. Shut up. This will end on my terms. Midoriya gasped, his voice breaking. He's coming straight for us. I stepped forward calmly, my expression unchanged. My voice carried across the rubble, polite and steady. You will not touch them. His eyes widened briefly, then narrowed into a snarl. You again. Always talking so calm, like you're above me. I am not above you, I replied softly. But I will not allow you to harm my classmates. That is all. He lunged, his hand reaching forward, fingers twitching with the promise of decay. Behind me, Midoriya cried out, his voice desperate. Aizen. But I raised my hand smoothly, releasing a controlled wave of fog into the air. It spread quickly, curling around Shigaraki's approach, cloaking the space between us in thick haze. He staggered, his eyes narrowing as he coughed faintly. This damn fog again. I kept my tone calm. Yes. My quirk disorients those who enter it. You will find it harder to focus, harder to reach what you desire. Tsuyu's wide eyes blinked once. Kuro. That's why you stayed so calm. You knew he couldn't cut through it. I smiled faintly at her. Exactly. There is no need for panic when you already know the outcome. Shigaraki swiped through the fog again, his voice ragged with frustration. TCH, you think this mist can stop me? It does not need to stop you, I said softly. It only needs to delay you. And even that is enough. He snarled, his hands twitching violently as he stumbled back. His gaze darted wildly through the haze, his voice cracking. You think you're clever, hiding behind that calm voice. But I'll. Tamura. Kurogiri's voice cut sharply across the battlefield, his tone calm but commanding. Enough. Reinforcements will arrive soon. If you waste yourself now, the plan fails entirely. Shigaraki froze, his breath ragged, his twitching worse than ever. His red eyes glared through the fog, locked on me. Fine, he spat finally, his voice sharp with hatred. But next time, you won't hide behind words and mist. He retreated into Kurogiri's haze, the fog swallowing him once more as his body jerked with frustration. Midoriya exhaled sharply, collapsing against the rubble. He stopped, again. Tsuyu croaked low, her voice steady but quieter. Kuro. You really made him hesitate. I turned back toward them, my smile calm and faint. He stopped because he was reminded of his weakness. Anger blinds him. Patience saves him. And he has none. Midoriya's voice trembled with awe. You talk to him like you're not even afraid. I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, my voice warm. Because fear changes nothing. Calm words and steady resolve are far more powerful. His eyes shone, his fear replaced by trust. You're amazing, Aizen. I shook my head lightly. No. I am only your classmate. Remember that. The battle raged on, All Might's strikes echoing across the dome as the Nomua faltered further. Each blow landed faster, harder, pressing the monster back as its regeneration lagged. Midoriya's fists clenched tightly, his voice filled with conviction. He's going to win. I know it. Tsuyu croaked softly, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. Kuro. Because he never stops. Yes, I said softly, my voice warm. And that is why you must never stop either. This is the lesson he shows us all. And so we remained steady, even as Shigaraki fumed in the shadows, denied again, his desperation growing. Chapter 29, Discord Among Villains. The sound of fists colliding rang like thunder through the shattered dome. All Might's blows landed again and again, his speed overwhelming, his strength unrelenting. Each strike forced the Nomua backward, its chest caving, its limbs bending unnaturally before they snapped back in strained regeneration. Midoriya leaned forward, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. He's pushing it back even more. Tsuyu crouched low beside him, her eyes wide but steady. Kuro. The Nomua's not healing fast enough anymore. It looks slower. I let my voice remain calm and warm, steadying them both. Yes. Every strike forces it further into exhaustion. Its design was to outlast him. But All Might understands. He will not allow it time to breathe. Their shoulders eased slightly, trust building where fear once lived. But even as the tide of the battle turned, danger simmered elsewhere. Shigaraki stood a few meters away, his body twitching violently, his fingers clawing at his neck until red streaks appeared. His red eyes darted between the battlefield and us, his lips pulled into a trembling scowl. This isn't how it's supposed to go, he muttered harshly, his voice raw with frustration. The Nomua was supposed to crush him. To rip that smile off his face. But he's still standing. Still mocking us with every punch. Kurogiri's mist stirred beside him, calm as ever. Tamura. The Nomua has not yet fallen. Patience. The creature was designed for this exact battle. Shigaraki's body jerked, his hand scratching harder at his neck. Patience. You keep saying patience while he humiliates us. while those brats stand there like they're untouchable. His voice cracked, carrying across the rubble. Several of my classmates flinched at the volume, but I kept my expression unchanged. Midoriya pressed closer to me, his eyes wide. He's losing it. Yes, I said softly, my tone steady. Because he cannot control his frustration. That makes him dangerous, but also predictable. Tsuyu blinked once, her voice low. Kuro. Predictable. I nodded faintly. Yes. The more he loses control, the easier it is to see his next move. That is his weakness. Their breath steadied, reassured by the certainty in my voice. Shiguriki's hands twitched violently, his nails digging into his skin. His gaze snapped toward Kurogiri, his voice rising. And you? Always telling me to wait. Always holding me back. If you'd let me act sooner, they'd already be dead. Kurogiri's mist rippled faintly, his tone measured but firmer now. Tamura. Recklessness achieves nothing. If you throw yourself at them without purpose, you jeopardize the mission. That is not strategy. That is failure. Shiguriki snarled, his body trembling, his lips curling into a sharp grin that did not reach his eyes. Failure? You think I don't see what's happening? He's winning. He's laughing at us while he smashes our weapon apart piece by piece. And you still tell me to wait. His voice cracked again, filled with a frustration that bordered on desperation. Midoriya's fists clenched tighter, his voice barely a whisper. He's yelling at his own partner. Yes, I said softly. Because even allies fracture when their goals are clouded by anger. That is why control is so important. Without it, you cannot lead. Tsuyu croaked low, thoughtful. Kuro. Then, he's not really their leader. I smiled faintly at her. No. He is only the loudest voice. That is very different from leadership. Shiguriki's hands twitched faster, his entire body shaking with rage. I should tear through them right now. I should make him watch as they crumble. That would wipe that smug smile off his face. Kurogiri's mist swirled wider, firm now, his tone calm but carrying weight. Tamura. Enough. If you continue like this, you will ruin everything. The plan is already at risk. Do not worsen it further. For a moment, Shiguriki froze, his body trembling violently. His red eyes glared through the mist, filled with hatred, confusion, and desperation. You think you're in charge, don't you? He hissed finally, his voice sharp and uneven. You think just because you talk all calm and proper, you get to decide what happens. Kurogiri's eyes glowed faintly within the haze, his tone unshaken. I exist to serve the master's will. Not to indulge your tantrums. Remember that. Shiguriki's body jerked at the words, his breath sharp and uneven. For a moment, silence hung heavy between them, broken only by the thunder of All Might's fists against the Nomu. Then Shiguriki let out a low, trembling laugh. Fine. Fine. But don't think this means you've won. Next time, I'll act how I want. Kurogiri did not respond, his mist curling tighter around his form. Midoriya exhaled shakily, his eyes fixed on the two villains. They're fighting each other. Yes, I said softly. Because frustration has consumed him. He lashes out at friend and foe alike. That is why he will always fail. Tsuyu tilted her head slightly, her voice low. Kuro. So all we have to do is endure. The longer it goes, the more unstable he becomes. I nodded faintly, smiling warmly at her. Exactly. And you both are enduring very well. Their faces steadied, their fear tempered into something stronger, resolve. The ground trembled again as All Might drove his fist into the Nomu's chest, lifting the beast into the air before slamming it back down. Dust exploded across the plaza, the sound echoing like a drum. Midoriya clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wide with pride. He's going to finish this. I know he will. Tsuyu croaked softly, her eyes never leaving the battle. Kuro. Because he never gives up. Yes, I said softly, my tone calm and warm. And that is the lesson for today. Not only from All Might, but from Ida, who ran, and from both of you, who endure here. Resolve carries further than any quirk. They both nodded firmly, their eyes clearer now, their breath steady. And so we watched, calm amid the chaos, as All Might pushed harder and Shigaraki fumed in the shadows, his frustration spilling over into cracks even his ally could not ignore. Chapter 30, Heroes at the Gate. The plaza shook again. Dust swirled in heavy clouds, stones cracked under pressure, and the echoes of All Might's strikes rolled through the dome. The Nomua staggered backward, its chest steaming, its regeneration faltering more with each blow. Midoriya leaned forward, fists clenched tight. His eyes shone with hope, but his body trembled from the strain of watching. He's doing it. He's really pushing the Nomua back. Tsuyu crouched beside him, her steady gaze fixed on the battlefield. Kuro. It can't keep up anymore. I placed a hand lightly on Midoriya's shoulder, my voice calm and warm. Yes. Every second brings us closer to victory. All Might is relentless, and the Nomua cannot endure forever. Their shoulders eased slightly, the fear in them tempered by certainty. And then, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed from the shattered entrance of the dome. Through the haze, figures appeared. Powerful presences, familiar uniforms, and steady voices cutting across the chaos. Don't worry, children. A firm, commanding voice carried into the plaza. Your teachers are here. It was Vlad King, his muscular frame moving quickly at the front, followed closely by Snipe with his long coat swaying and gun already raised. Beside them, ectoplasm split into multiple clones, spreading across the ground like a wave. Behind them, more followed, 13, battered but alive, supported by Recovery Girl. Even present Mick's booming shout cut through the dome. Yeah! Looks like you villains are outta luck. The air shifted instantly. Where tension had ruled, hope swelled. Midoriya gasped, his voice breaking with relief. They made it. The teachers are here. Tsuyu croaked softly, her shoulders lowering. Kuro. Ida really did it. I smiled faintly, my voice warm. Yes. He ran with everything he had, and now you see the result. His resolve has brought them here. Their faces lit with pride, the strain of waiting lifted from them at last. Shigaraki froze, his twitching worsening as his red eyes darted toward the new arrivals. His voice cracked in disbelief. No, 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 no. They shouldn't be here yet. He wasn't supposed to make it. Kurogiri's mist rippled wide, his tone calm but edged. I warned you, Tomura. Every wasted moment made this outcome inevitable. Shigaraki's hands twitched violently, his voice sharp with rage. Shut up. Don't talk like you knew this would happen. This isn't how it's supposed to go. His outburst carried across the rubble, his instability on full display. Midoriya pressed closer to me, his voice low. He's falling apart. Yes, I said softly. Because his plans relied on fear and surprise. Both are gone now. When order returns, he has no strength to stand against it. Tsuyu blinked once, her tone thoughtful. Kuro. That means we're safe now. I nodded faintly. Yes. With our teachers here, the danger will pass quickly. You have endured well. All Might's booming voice carried across the plaza, strong and certain. You made it. Good work, young Ida. And to the rest of you, thank you for holding strong. Leave the rest to us. His strikes rained down harder, faster, the Nomu staggering under the renewed force of his fists. Vlad King barked orders, his voice crisp. Ectoplasm, contain the stragglers. Snipe, keep the ranged ones suppressed. Present Mike, disorient the small groups. The teachers moved like a tide, precise and overwhelming. Clones swarmed villains at the edges, gunfire cracked as non-lethal bullets pinned them down, and Present Mic's voice shattered the confidence of those trying to regroup. The villains faltered instantly. Shigaraki snarled, his voice sharp with fury. No, no, this is wrong. They weren't supposed to come. The Nomo was supposed to finish it before now. Kurogiri's mist curled around him, calm but firm. Tamura. We must retreat. If we remain, all will be lost. Shigaraki's nails dug into his neck until fresh red streaks appeared. His breath came sharp and uneven, his body twitching more violently than before. Midoriya whispered, his tone hushed. He can't accept it. I spoke gently, my tone warm and steady. No. Because he clings to a vision of victory that never existed. That is why he lashes out. Tsuyu croaked softly. Kuro. Then his plans already failed. Yes, I said softly, smiling faintly. And you are watching the moment he realizes it. The clash continued in the plaza. The Nomu staggered again under All Might's furious strikes. Every teacher advanced, their presence pressing the villains into corners. For the students, the arrival of reinforcements shifted everything. Fear loosened its hold. Shoulders lifted. Breath steadied. Relief settled in their expressions, a weight removed. Midoriya exhaled sharply, his voice trembling but brighter. We're really going to be okay. I placed a steady hand on his shoulder, smiling warmly. Yes, Midoriya. You are safe now. You have endured the worst. That is no small thing. Tsuyu nodded faintly, her gaze never leaving the battle. Kuro. And Ida, he really did save everyone. Yes, I said softly. His resolve carried him across the distance. And now you see the value of even one determined act. Their eyes shone with respect for their classmate, the lesson embedding itself deeper than any lecture could. Shigaraki let out a sharp, broken laugh, his body trembling with rage. Fine. Fine. Run back to your safety. Hide behind your teachers. This isn't over. Next time, I'll kill him for sure. Kurogiri's mist curled tighter around him, enveloping his form. We withdraw. The mission has failed. Shigaraki's glare swept across us one last time, his red eyes burning with frustration. And you, don't think you've beaten me. Next time, you'll all crumble. Midoriya stiffened, his breath sharp, but I rested my hand gently on his arm, my voice soft. Do not let his words linger. They are only the cries of a man who has already lost. Midoriya's gaze shifted to me, his breath steadying. You're right. He's just angry because he failed. I smiled faintly. Exactly. And that is no threat at all. As the villains began to retreat, swallowed by Kurogiri's mist, the teachers pressed forward, ensuring no stragglers remained. The danger was ending. And we, the students, had endured long enough to see reinforcements arrive. MHA, Reborn with Aizen Sosuke template. Chapter 31, The Final Sequence. The air inside the USJ Dome was filled with dust and the sharp scent of broken stone. The echoes of battle rolled again and again, shaking the floor beneath our feet. All Might and the Nomu clashed in the center of the plaza, their movements fast and violent, each impact rattling the fractured tiles. But now, something was different. All Might's speed had sharpened, his strikes landing one after another with almost no pause. His voice boomed with each declaration, his presence overwhelming everything else in the room. The Nomu stumbled backward under the barrage, its chest steaming heavily as its regeneration lagged behind the pace of the strikes. Its body twitched with every blow, unable to recover fast enough. Midoriya's eyes widened, his breath quick and uneven. He's going even faster. I can't even keep up with how many times he's hitting it. Tsuyu crouched lower, her eyes tracking the blur of limbs as best she could. Kuro. The Nomu can't catch its breath anymore. I kept my gaze steady, my tone calm. Yes. He has broken its rhythm completely. Each strike forces its body further past its limits. It will not be able to recover. Their eyes turned toward me, their fear tempered by my words. The ground shook again as All Might launched another devastating blow into the Nomu's chest, lifting the creature briefly off the ground before slamming it back into the cracked tiles. Dust exploded outward, clouding the air. Through the haze, All Might's booming voice rang out clearly. Your regeneration, your strength, none of it matters. Because I will not be stopped. Midoriya's body trembled with awe, tears brimming in his eyes. He's showing us what it means, to be the symbol of peace. I smiled faintly, resting a hand lightly on his shoulder. Yes. He fights not only for victory, but for the meaning behind that victory. That is why he does not falter. Tsuyu croaked low, her throat bobbing. Kuro. Then this is it. The last part. Indeed, I said softly. Now, watch closely. You will not see this lesson twice. The Nomu roared, swinging wildly at All Might with its massive arms. But each strike was met, parried, or dodged with speed the monster could not match. All Might's fists blurred, driving into the Nomu's body in rapid succession, its ribs cracking, its muscles tearing faster than they could repair. Steam poured from the beast's chest as it staggered backward, trapped beneath the storm. Midoriya gasped, his voice breaking. He's not letting it heal at all. Yes, I said calmly, my tone warm. That is the key. Do not give your opponent the space they need to recover. Relentless pressure leaves them no path to victory. Their eyes followed every motion, drawn deeper into the lesson unfolding before them. All Might's voice thundered across the plaza, carrying strength and certainty with every word. A hero never gives up. A hero never lets despair win. His fists slammed into the Nomu's torso again and again, each impact louder than the last. The ground cracked beneath them, tiles breaking apart as dust rose into the air. The Nomu's arms flailed, its movements weaker, slower. Its regeneration lagged visibly now, struggling to keep pace with the damage. Tsuyu blinked slowly, her voice soft but steady. Kuro. It can't win anymore. I nodded faintly, smiling calmly. Yes. It has already lost. All that remains is for him to deliver the conclusion. Shigaraki twitched violently in the distance, his voice sharp with frustration. No. No, this isn't right. The Nomu was supposed to win. He was supposed to fall here. Kurogiri's mist rippled faintly, his voice calm. The outcome is clear, Tamura. The Nomu cannot endure. We must retreat soon. Shigaraki's red eyes flared, his hands twitching, but he said nothing more. Midoriya glanced nervously toward them, his voice low. They're watching too. They know it's over. Yes, I said softly. And that is why they tremble. Because they see what you are seeing, the end of their plan. The dust settled slightly, revealing All Might standing tall, his muscles bulging with exertion, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes blazed with determination. The Nomu staggered forward, its chest heaving, steam pouring from its body. It raised its arms slowly, trying to prepare one last strike. But All Might was faster. United States, his voice boomed, shaking the very dome. Midoriya's eyes widened instantly, his breath catching. He's about to. Tsuyu's throat bobbed, her voice quiet. Kuro. This is the finish. I smiled faintly, my tone calm. Yes. Watch closely. This is what it means to end a battle. All Might's fist drove forward, slamming into the Nomu's chest with overwhelming force. The sound echoed across the plaza, louder than any blow before it. Of smash. The Nomu's body rocketed backward, the impact blasting it through the air as the dome trembled violently. It crashed into the far wall, the stone shattering as it embedded deep into the structure. The creature twitched weakly, its body steaming heavily, its regeneration too slow to repair the devastation. Silence fell for a brief moment, the echoes fading. Midoriya's tears spilled freely now, his voice breaking with pride. He won. All Might really won. Tsuyu croaked softly, her wide eyes fixed on the scene. Kuro. The symbol of peace really doesn't lose. I let my smile remain calm and warm. Yes. And now you understand why he is the symbol. Because when he decides to stand, nothing can force him to fall. Their shoulders lifted, their spirits steady, the fear of before replaced by pride. And in that moment, the battle's conclusion was written. Chapter 32, The Retreat of Failure. The plaza was still. Dust drifted through the air where All Might's finishing blow had landed, the sound of the Nomu's crash echoing faintly against the cracked walls. The monstrous creature lay embedded deep in the far structure, its limbs twitching weakly, its regeneration overwhelmed. For the first time since the attack began, the overwhelming noise of battle faded into silence. Midoriya's breath caught, his eyes wide with awe. He did it. All Might really did it. Tsuyu crouched low beside him, her throat bobbing as she croaked softly. Kuro. The Nomu, it's not getting up this time. I smiled faintly, my tone warm and steady. Yes. That was the end. He left it no space to recover. It is finished. Their shoulders eased, relief beginning to take hold. But across the battlefield, the villains stirred. Shigeriki's body twitched violently, his nails clawing at his neck until streaks of red appeared. His red eyes widened, his voice cracking as he screamed. No. No, this isn't how it's supposed to go. The Nomu was supposed to crush him. To tear him apart. His outburst carried across the shattered plaza, sharp and uneven. He stomped the ground, his hands twitching dangerously. Kurogiri's mist curled tightly beside him, his voice calm but firm. Tamura. Enough. The Nomu is defeated. Remaining here any longer is pointless. Reinforcements have already arrived. Shigaraki snarled, his lips twisting into a furious scowl. Shut up. Don't tell me to stop. I can still kill them. I can still. He lurched forward a step, his fingers twitching hungrily. But Kurogiri's mist expanded suddenly, curling around his form. No, the misty villain said, his voice low but sharp. If you move now, you will be captured. Do not mistake anger for strength. Midoriya tensed beside me, his voice hushed. He's not giving up. He still wants to fight. Yes, I said softly, my tone calm. Because he cannot accept defeat. But listen carefully, his ally already knows the truth. That is why he is forcing him to retreat. Tsuyu blinked once, her voice low. Kuro. So even villains have to know when they've lost. I nodded faintly, smiling warmly at her. Exactly. And it is often the calm ones who see that first. Their expressions steadied again, the lesson sinking into them even amid the chaos. The teachers pressed forward across the plaza. Vlad King's voice rang out, sharp with command. Ectoplasm, cover the exits. Snipe, keep them locked down. But Kurogiri's mist moved faster, expanding wide around Shigaraki and several of the remaining villains. The haze swallowed them quickly, their forms blurring into shadows within. Shigaraki's red eyes glared through the fog one last time, his voice sharp with hatred. Don't think this means you've won. Next time, I'll kill him for sure. And all of you brats will crumble with him. Midoriya flinched at the venom in his words, but I placed a steady hand on his arm, my tone calm and certain. Do not let his words trouble you. They are only the cries of a man who failed. His breath steadied, his eyes flicking toward me. You're right. He's just angry because he lost. Yes, I said softly. And anger does not change defeat into victory. The mist swirled tighter, pulling the villains inward. Shigaraki's voice carried one last time, sharp and uneven. This isn't over. None of you are safe. And then they were gone, swallowed by the haze. Only silence remained where they had stood. Midoriya exhaled sharply, his voice trembling with relief. They're gone. Tsuyu croaked softly, her eyes steady. Kuro. They couldn't stay once the teachers arrived. I smiled faintly, my voice calm. Yes. Because order had returned. Their chaos could not survive in its shadow. Their shoulders eased further, the weight of fear slipping from them. Across the plaza, All Might remained standing tall, his muscles straining, his chest heaving with effort. But his eyes remained strong, his presence unshaken in the view of the students. Midoriya's tears brimmed again, his voice soft but full of pride. He really protected us all the way through. Yes, I said warmly. That is what he promised. And that is why he did not fall. The teachers began to regroup, their movements efficient, their voices steady. Ectoplasm's clones secured the edges of the battlefield, while Vlad King surveyed the damage carefully. Snipe lowered his weapon, his hat tilting slightly. Damn! Looks like we missed the worst of it. Vlad King shook his head. We arrived in time. That's what matters. Their voices carried across the plaza, grounding the students in the safety of reinforcements. Midoriya and Tsuyu remained close to me, their eyes still fixed on the space where the villains had stood. They'll try again, Midoriya whispered, almost to himself. I kept my tone soft, my voice steady. Yes. Villains always try again. That is why heroes must always be ready. Today you saw that truth for yourself. His eyes turned toward me, steady now. Then we just have to be ready too. I smiled faintly. Exactly. The danger was gone. The villains had been forced to retreat, their plan in ruins. The students had endured, the teachers had arrived, and All Might still stood tall. Relief settled slowly across the plaza, piece by piece, as the silence deepened. And though the battle was finished, its lessons would remain. Chapter 33, The Weight of Victory. The echoes of battle still lingered in the air, though the villains were gone. Dust drifted gently from the fractured ceiling, settling across the broken tiles of the plaza. The Nomo lay embedded deep in the wall, its body limp, regeneration stalled beyond repair. The scattered fragments of stone around it marked the finality of its defeat. For the first time since the villains had arrived, the USJ dome was silent. Midoriya let out a long, trembling breath, his fists still clenched but no longer shaking. It's really over. Tsuyu crouched low, her gaze fixed on the fallen creature. Kuro. The Nomo won't be getting back up. I smiled faintly, my tone warm and steady. Yes. The danger has passed. You both have endured well. Their shoulders lowered as the weight of fear began to ease. Relief crept into their expressions, though exhaustion lingered beneath it. But as their gazes remained fixed on the Nomu, mine shifted to All Might. He stood tall in the center of the plaza, his chest heaving heavily, his fists clenched tight at his sides. His eyes still blazed with determination, but his breathing was uneven, his muscles twitching under the strain. The battle had taken more from him than he could show. I could see it clearly, the slight tremor in his stance, the way he kept his chest expanded, forcing his presence to remain unshaken. Midoriya's voice broke softly. All Might, he still looks so strong. I kept my tone calm, my smile faint. Yes. Because that is his duty. Even when he is exhausted, he must stand tall for those who look to him. That is what it means to be a symbol. Tsuyu blinked once, her throat bobbing. Kuro. So he can't let us see him falter. I nodded faintly. Exactly. And that is why he hides his strain. It is not weakness, it is responsibility. Their eyes steadied, the lesson clear. The teachers regrouped quickly across the plaza. Vlad King's voice carried sharp and commanding. Secure the area. Make sure no stragglers remain. Ectoplasm's clones spread wide, scanning every corner. Snipe lowered his weapon, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the students. Present Mix's booming voice carried reassurance. Yeah. Looks like the bad guys are gone. You're all safe now. The other students began to move hesitantly from where they had hidden, relief mixing with exhaustion in their faces. Some limped, others leaned on one another, but all were alive. Amid the activity, All Might swayed faintly where he stood. His chest rose and fell heavily, his eyes narrowing for the briefest moment. He caught himself before the motion could spread further, standing straighter again, but the tremor was there. I watched carefully, my gaze steady. Midoriya noticed it too. His eyes widened, his breath catching. All Might. I placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, my voice calm and steady. Do not worry. He is only tired. Battles like this take much from even the strongest of us. But he still stands, and that is enough. His eyes turned toward me, searching, then eased slightly. You're right. He's still standing. That means he's okay. Yes, I said softly. Trust in that. Tsuyu croaked low, her gaze steady on All Might. Kuro. He really gave everything. I smiled faintly at her. Yes. And because of that, you are safe. Recovery Girl hurried forward, her small frame moving quickly despite her age. Her sharp eyes locked onto All Might, her voice brisk. You fool, pushing yourself this far. Her words were quiet, but I caught them. She reached up, her hand brushing his arm as she checked him quickly. All Might smiled faintly down at her, though his chest heaved with the effort. I could not allow them to fall. Not while I still had strength to stand. Her sigh was sharp, but she said nothing further, focusing instead on tending to nearby injured students. The teachers moved quickly to gather the classes together. Vlad King's firm voice called out. Class 1A, assemble here. We need to ensure everyone is accounted for. Students emerged from their zones, guided by the teachers. Mineta clung nervously to Shoji, Uraraka supported a limping Jiro, and Yaeorozo led a small group with calm direction. The sight of them alive and together eased the remaining tension in the air. Midoriya's breath shook as he watched them regroup. Everyone really made it. I smiled faintly, resting a hand on his arm. Yes. Because you all endured. That is the strength of standing together. Tsuyu's wide eyes softened, her voice low. Kuro. We were lucky. Perhaps, I said softly. But luck alone does not carry you this far. Resolve does. They both nodded, their shoulders straightening slightly. All Might shifted again in the center of the plaza, his chest heaving heavily now. Sweat rolled down his temple, his jaw tight as he forced himself to remain upright. Snipe's sharp eyes caught the motion. He adjusted his hat slightly, his voice low to Vlad King. "He's strainin'. We need to get him outta here before the kids notice." Vlad King's jaw tightened, but he nodded. "Agreed." They moved subtly, shifting their positions to form a quiet screen around him. But Midoriya's eyes, sharper than most, caught the faint tremor in All Might's hand as he clenched his fist. His breath hitched, his lips parting to speak. Before he could, I placed a steady hand on his shoulder, leaning slightly. My tone was soft, my words chosen with care. "Remember what I told you. He is still standing. That is what matters now. You do not need to question more than that." Midoriya froze, his eyes wide, then lowered slightly. His breath steadied. "You're right. He's still standing. That's enough." I smiled faintly, reassuring. "Good. Trust him. That is what he wants from you." The teachers closed ranks subtly, guiding All Might toward the nearest exit while maintaining the image of strength. Midoriya and Tsuya watched silently, their fear softened by my words. Around us, the other students gathered closer, the teachers counting heads, ensuring all were present. Relief mingled with exhaustion in every expression. But through it all, I kept my smile calm, my voice steady, ensuring those near me did not lose themselves to doubt. The symbol of peace had won. That was the truth that mattered now. And so we watched quietly as our teachers shielded him, carrying the weight of his hidden strain in silence. Chapter 34, The Gathering of Class 1A. The air inside the dome was still heavy with dust and the scent of scorched stone. Pieces of broken tile crunched underfoot as teachers moved quickly to secure the area, their sharp voices echoing through the vast chamber. All Might remained at the center, his posture tall, his presence unshaken to student eyes, though I could see the weight pressing against him. The teachers shielded him subtly, guiding him toward the edge of the plaza. But for now, the focus shifted to us. "Class 1A. Vlad King's commanding voice cut through the silence. "Assemble here at once. We need to confirm everyone's safety." His words carried the weight of discipline, but also reassurance. Students, scattered across the USJ's disaster zones, began to emerge, drawn by the strength of his tone. Eureka supported Jiro, who leaned heavily against her, one arm draped across her shoulder. Shoji guided a trembling Mineta forward, his multiple arms shielding the smaller boy as he stumbled. Yaeorozu led another group, her calm direction steady despite the dirt and exhaustion on her face. From the ruins of the fire zone, Kaminari and Cyril limped forward together, helping one another along. Ojiro emerged shortly after, his movements slower than usual but controlled. From the mountain zone, Kirishima appeared with Sato at his side, both battered but still standing. Tokoyami followed, dark shadow coiled tightly around him as if reluctant to release him. And from the water zone, Azui, Midoriya, and I moved closer, steady in our steps though fatigue pressed against them. One by one, the class converged. Midoriya's voice broke softly as he looked around. Everyone's really here." Tsuyu croaked low, her tone gentle. "Kuro. We all made it out." I smiled faintly at them both, my voice calm and warm. "Yes. Despite everything, your class endured. That is not a small achievement." Their shoulders eased, relief shining in their eyes. Vlad King's sharp eyes scanned the group as they gathered. "Count heads. Make sure no one's missing." Ectoplasm's clones assisted quickly, noting each name, calling out as the students assembled. Yaeorozu, present. Kirishima, present. Tokoyami, present. Eureka and Jiro, present. Azui, Midoriya, Aizen, present. The roll continued, each name met with a faint nod of relief as the numbers matched. Finally, Vlad King's deep voice carried again. All accounted for. Good. That's what matters most. The tension eased further across the group. Shoulders lowered, breaths released, some students even sagged to the floor in exhaustion. Recovery girl moved among them quickly, her sharp gaze sweeping over injuries. She tugged sharply at bruises, burns, and cuts, pressing her lips thin as she tended to the most urgent cases first. Jiro winced as she worked on her side, but offered no complaint. Mineta whimpered softly as she examined his sprained wrist, but quieted quickly under her stern eyes. Eureka exhaled softly, watching her work. We're really lucky she's here. Yes, I said gently, my tone warm. Her care ensures these wounds will not linger. You should all be grateful for her presence. The students nearby nodded, quiet but respectful, the truth sinking into them. As the group settled, Present Mic's booming voice echoed across the plaza. Yeah. Look at that, kids. You stood tall, you survived, and now you're safe. Give yourselves a cheer. Some students smiled faintly, others laughed weakly, the sound brief but easing the heaviness in the air. Midoriya glanced at me, his voice low. We really did endure. I smiled faintly, resting a hand lightly on his shoulder. Yes. And that endurance will carry you forward into the future. Remember how it feels, because you will need it again. His eyes steadied, his breath easing. I will. Tsuyu croaked softly, her gaze moving across the class. Kuro. Everyone's tired, but no one gave up. I nodded faintly. Exactly. That is what defines you as a class. Not power, but resolve. The teachers continued to survey the scene, ensuring order was restored. Vlad King barked another sharp command. Stay close together. We will escort you out as a group. Do not wander. His words were firm, protective. The students responded quickly, gathering tighter, leaning on one another where needed. Shoji's many arms supported Mineta, Yaoyorozu guided Eureka and Jiro, and Kirishima helped Kaminari walk steadily. Each relied on the other, the bonds of classmates revealed in their quiet gestures. Midoriya watched them closely, his eyes softening. We really are a class. Yes, I said softly, my voice calm. And a class is stronger together than apart. Remember that. His lips curved faintly into a smile, tired but genuine. As the group moved slowly toward the dome's exit, the damage became clearer. The once pristine training ground was shattered, flooded waters still pooled in the lower zones, scorched stone marked the fire area, and the mountain zone lay fractured with deep cracks. The sight weighed heavily on the students, their expressions quiet as they absorbed it. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice low. Kuro. The villains, they really came to destroy. Yes, I said gently. And that is why you were tested so harshly today. But you endured. And that is why you walk forward now. Their steps steadied, their shoulders straighter despite their exhaustion. The teachers formed a protective perimeter around the students as they moved, ensuring no further threats lurked in the shadows. Vlad King led at the front, Snipe scanned with his weapon at the ready, and Ectoplasm's clones fanned wide. In the middle, the class moved as one, fatigue pressing against them but relief carrying them forward. Midoriya whispered softly, almost to himself. We're really going home. I smiled faintly, my tone warm. Yes. And that is the reward for your endurance. You stood, and now you return safely. His shoulders eased further, the words settling deep into him. By the time they reached the dome's fractured entrance, the group moved more steadily. The open air beyond the USJ carried the scent of freedom, a stark contrast to the dust and stone behind them. The class paused briefly, gathering tightly as Vlad King counted once more, his sharp eyes scanning the group. All present, he confirmed finally, his voice carrying relief beneath its firmness. Good. We move together from here. The students exhaled softly, tension leaving them in waves. Midoriya's voice trembled faintly as he looked back once more at the shattered plaza. This really happened. I rested a hand lightly on his arm, my smile calm. Yes. And you endured it. That is what matters most. Do not dwell on fear when you carry proof of your strength. He blinked quickly, his breath steadying. You're right. Tsuyu croaked low, her wide eyes steady. Kuro. We survived as a class. Yes, I said warmly. Together. And so Class 1A, battered but whole, stood gathered under the watch of their teachers. Their ordeal had ended. The villains had failed. The symbol of peace had prevailed. And the students had endured long enough to walk forward again. The gathering was complete. Chapter 35, Lessons in Survival. The plaza was quieter now. The echoes of battle had faded, leaving only the faint groans of settling stone and the sharp voices of teachers directing order. But within the gathered circle of Class 1A, the mood had shifted. Relief, exhaustion, and the steady return of safety created a fragile calm. Recovery Girl moved among us with brisk steps, her cane tapping the broken tiles. Her sharp eyes scanned the students, noting each bruise, burn, and cut with practiced efficiency. Sit down if you're hurt, she ordered firmly, her small frame belying the authority in her tone. Don't waste time pretending you're fine. I'll see to you in order. Several students hesitated, then lowered themselves carefully to the ground. Jiro pressed a hand against her ribs as Eureka helped her sit. Kaminari slumped with a weak grin, though his wince betrayed the pain in his leg. Mineta whimpered softly as he cradled his sprained wrist. Recovery Girl's lips pressed thin as she crouched beside the nearest student. Honestly, first years or not, you lot managed to get yourselves quite the beating. She began her work quickly. A light kiss pressed to Jiro's side, her quirk activating. The faint glow of her ability spread across the injury, accelerating the natural healing. Jiro exhaled in relief, the pain easing visibly. But Recovery Girl's voice was sharp. You youngsters always think being a hero means charging forward. But what matters most is that you survive. Charging without sense only gets you hurt or worse, dead. Her words carried across the circle, firm and unwavering. Students lowered their gazes, the weight of her lesson settling heavily over them. Midoriya's fists clenched lightly at his sides. She's right. I placed a steady hand on his shoulder, my tone warm. Yes. Her words are not meant to scold, but to protect. Remember them well, Midoriya. He glanced at me, then nodded slowly, his eyes steadying. I will. Recovery Girl moved next to Kaminari, her quirk easing the strain in his leg. His grin faltered under her sharp gaze. Electricity or not, you need to learn control. Injuring yourself in battle leaves you helpless, and helplessness costs lives. You must never forget that. Kaminari laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Why yet? I get it. Her eyes narrowed. Do you? Because if you don't, you'll learn the hard way. And trust me, it's not a lesson you want repeated. Kaminari swallowed hard, his grin fading. Right. I leaned slightly toward Midoriya and Tsuyu, my tone soft. Her lessons are stern because the stakes are high. Heroes cannot afford recklessness. Every action must carry purpose. Tsuyu croaked low, her wide eyes steady. Kuro. She's trying to make sure we don't forget today. I nodded faintly. Yes. And she is right to do so. Mineta whimpered softly as Recovery Girl examined his wrist. Her voice was brisk. You panicked, didn't you? That's why this injury happened. Fear is natural, but you must learn to control it. Otherwise, you'll never stand in front of those who need saving. Mina's eyes brimmed with tears. I didn't know what to do. Recovery Girl's voice softened slightly, though her gaze remained firm. Then learn. Because if you give up in fear, others will pay the price. Heroes do not have the luxury of surrender. Minato lowered his gaze, silent but listening. Midoriya shifted uneasily, his voice low. She's right about him too. If he froze completely, it could have been worse. I spoke gently, reassuring. Yes. But even he endured enough to stand here now. That is proof he can learn. Do not forget that. Midoriya's eyes widened faintly, then softened. You're right. He's still here. Yes, I said warmly. And that means he still has the chance to grow. Recovery Girl straightened, her cane tapping the ground as she moved to the next group. Her voice carried across the gathered students. Listen carefully, all of you. You survived today, but not because of reckless charges or blind courage. You survived because you endured long enough for help to arrive. That is the truth of being a hero, knowing when to fight and when to last until reinforcements come. If you forget that, you will die young. The words hung heavily in the air. The students' eyes lowered, some biting their lips, others clenching their fists. But they listened. Midoriya whispered softly. Endure until help comes. I smiled faintly, resting a hand lightly on his arm. Yes. That lesson is not weakness, it is wisdom. Remember it well, Midoriya. It will keep you alive. His breath steadied, his shoulders easing as he nodded firmly. I'll remember. Tsuyu croaked softly, her tone calm. Kuro. That's why we were told to run when we couldn't win. I turned my smile gently to her. Exactly. Because survival ensures you can fight again. Sacrificing yourself without cause saves no one. Her eyes softened slightly, her understanding clear. Recovery Girl finished tending to Mineta and Kaminari, then moved to Eureka and Jiro again, checking her work carefully. Her stern eyes lifted once more, sweeping across the class. Being a hero is not about glory or victory or looking strong. It is about saving lives, including your own. If you fall recklessly, then no one remains to protect those who need it. Do not forget that lesson. The silence of the students was heavy but full of respect. They had heard her, and they would carry her words forward. I let my voice rise softly, carrying warmth and certainty. Do you all understand now? Today you faced chaos itself, and yet you survived. That is no small thing. But the lesson is clear: courage without wisdom is meaningless. Endurance and resolve are what allow you to stand here. Several students glanced toward me, their expressions thoughtful, some nodding faintly. The weight of Recovery Girl's words had settled deeply, and my reassurance pressed them further into their hearts. Midoriya exhaled softly, his gaze steady. You're right. Surviving, really is the most important part. Yes, I said warmly, my smile calm. And because you endured, tomorrow is still yours. The group remained gathered, Recovery Girl finishing her rounds, teachers ensuring order. Relief mingled with exhaustion, but the lessons of the day were already etched deeply into their hearts. The students of Class 1A had survived. And they had learned. Chapter 36, A Teacher's Endurance. The dome was quiet now, save for the occasional command from the teachers and the steady shuffle of feet as students leaned against one another. The fight was over. The villains had fled. The Nomo was beaten. But even in the calm, the weight of what had happened lingered heavily. Dust still clung to the air. Broken tiles covered the plaza like scars. Recovery Girl had finished tending to the most urgent wounds, her stern voice still echoing in the minds of the students. Survival first, recklessness never. Her lessons had been sharp, and necessary. But amid the circle of gathered students, one more voice remained unheard. On the far side of the plaza, propped weakly against the fractured ground, Aizen stirred. At first it was only a faint motion, his hand twitching weakly against the broken tiles. His swollen face turned slightly, one eye cracked open against the bruises. His breath rasped, but it was steady. Midoriya noticed first, his eyes widening. Aizawa-sensei. Tsuyu leaned forward slightly, her wide eyes fixed. Kuro. He's awake. I rose calmly to my feet, my gaze steady as I moved closer. Yes. Despite his injuries, his resolve does not permit him to rest. The students shifted, their attention turning to him, relief mixing with awe. Aizawa's voice was hoarse, his throat raw, but it carried clearly enough. You're all still standing. His swollen eye narrowed faintly as he surveyed the group. He exhaled slowly, the sound rough, but his words deliberate. Good. You did as you were told. You survived. The students lowered their gazes, shame and pride mixing. His tone was not gentle, but neither was it cruel. It was truth. Midoriya's fists clenched at his sides. He really fought so much just to protect us. I spoke softly, my tone calm. Yes. And even in this state, his thoughts are of you, his students. That is the mark of a true teacher. Midoriya's breath steadied, his eyes softening. You're right. Recovery Girl moved quickly to Aizawa's side, her cane tapping the ground sharply. You shouldn't even be awake right now, you stubborn fool. Rest before you tear yourself apart further. Aizawa gave the faintest of grunts, his swollen lips twitching in what might have been a tired smirk. Can't rest yet. Not until they hear it from me. Recovery Girl sighed sharply, but she did not stop him. She only hovered close, ready to intervene. Aizawa's bruised face turned back toward the class, his voice raspy but unwavering. You saw it today. Villains don't care about your age. They don't care that you're students. They'll kill you if you let them. That's reality. The students stiffened, the words heavy but undeniable. Aizawa drew a shallow breath. But you didn't break. You endured long enough to survive. That's why you're here now. Remember that. Endurance matters more than reckless bravery. His voice trailed, but the weight of his words settled deeply. Yaoyorozu lowered her gaze, her voice quiet. He's right. If we'd lost ourselves to panic. Kirishima clenched his fists tightly, his voice strained. We wouldn't be here. Yurika's lips pressed together, her eyes watering faintly. We only made it because we held on. I smiled faintly, my voice soft but steady. And now you see. Your teacher fought until his body could endure no more, yet his thoughts were only of you. That is the example he wished to leave you with. The students looked toward me, their eyes thoughtful, some nodding faintly, others lowering their gazes in silent understanding. Midoriya stepped forward slightly, his voice trembling but full of resolve. Aizawa-sensei, we won't forget. We'll learn from this. I promise. Aizawa's swollen eye narrowed faintly, the rasp of his breath filling the pause. Then his voice came, faint but steady. Good. That's all I ask. Recovery Girl tutted again, lowering herself beside him. Enough talking. You've said what you needed to say. Rest before you collapse entirely. This time, Aizawa did not argue. His swollen eye closed slowly, his head resting back against the broken tiles. His chest rose and fell in shallow but steady rhythm. The students exhaled softly as one, relief and respect mingling in the silence. Their teacher had spoken, even through pain and injury, and his words carried deeper than any scolding could. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice low. Kuro. Even hurt like this, he still thought about us first. I turned my smile gently to her. Yes. Because that is the bond between teacher and student. He carries the weight so that you may carry yours. Her wide eyes softened, the truth settling in her heart. Midoriya's shoulders straightened, his voice firm. Then we have to live up to that. We can't waste what he fought for. I let my smile warm faintly. Precisely. That is the best way to honor him, by becoming worthy of the protection he gave you. Midoriya's eyes shone with resolve as he nodded firmly. The silence stretched gently across the group, the heaviness of the moment balanced by the comfort of survival. Their teacher had spoken. They had endured. And now, with his words etched into them, they would carry the lesson forward. Chapter 37, Return Under Guard. The dust within the dome had settled, though the broken ground and shattered walls left no doubt of what had happened here. The villains had retreated. The Nomo lay silent, defeated and still. The battle was over. But the students of Class 1A remained weary, their breaths uneven, their faces marked with fatigue and strain. They had endured, but exhaustion weighed heavily on them all. The teachers, sharp and deliberate, began to prepare the next step. Form up, Vlad King commanded, his voice carrying clearly. We're moving out. Stay close together, no stragglers. We'll escort you back to the main building. Ectoplasm's clones spread wide across the edges of the group, their forms steady, their gazes sharp. Snipe positioned himself at the rear, his weapon ready. Present Mike stood near the center, his booming voice carrying reassurance. Don't worry, kids. You're safe now, and we'll keep it that way. The circle tightened around the students. Order replaced the chaos of battle. Midoriya exhaled shakily beside me, his shoulders tense. We're really going back. Tsuyu croaked softly, her wide eyes blinking slowly. Kuro. It feels strange, leaving like this after everything. I smiled faintly at them both, my voice warm and steady. It feels strange because you endured something beyond expectation. But now comes the most important part, returning safely together. That is how you honor what was given for you. Midoriya's breath steadied as he looked at me. You're right. Going back together, that's what matters now. Tsuyu nodded faintly, her voice calm. Kuro. Together. Their shoulders eased, the tension lessening in them. The group began to move. The students leaned on one another where needed, Uraraka kept Jiro steady, Shoji supported Mineta, and Yaoyorozu guided Kaminari with calm direction. Kirishima and Sato walked side by side, both weary but upright. Tokoyami followed with dark shadow curled tightly around him, its form dimmed but protective. Each step forward was measured, the teachers guarding the perimeter with silent vigilance. The wide, fractured dome gave way to the entrance path, the broken tiles crunching underfoot as the group advanced slowly but surely. As we moved, I let my voice rise softly to those nearest. Do you see? Even now, when strength is gone, you move forward together. That is the meaning of a class. Several students glanced toward me, their expressions tired but thoughtful. Yaoyorozu exhaled softly, her lips pressed together. You're right. We wouldn't be able to make it back without leaning on each other. Yes, I said gently. And there is no weakness in that. Dependence becomes strength when it binds you together. Kirishima's tired grin curved faintly. That's manly. We stuck together. I inclined my head slightly. Exactly. Their smiles, faint but genuine, eased the weight of fatigue as we walked. Midoriya's gaze lingered on the path ahead, his expression quiet. If All Might hadn't been here. I placed a steady hand on his shoulder, my smile calm. Then you still would have endured until help came. That is why you train to be ready to last as long as needed. Do not dwell on what-ifs. Trust in what you achieved. His breath steadied, his lips curving faintly. You're right. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice low. Kuro. We lived through it. That's enough. I nodded warmly. Yes. That is more than enough. The teachers remained vigilant. Vlad King's eyes scanned sharply ahead, his large frame steady as a shield at the front. Snipe's gaze swept the rear constantly, his weapon poised for any sign of danger. Ectoplasm's clones flanked the group, their steps steady, their presence a wall of protection. Present Mike, though loud as ever, kept his tone light to maintain calm. Yeah. Keep it moving, kids. The worst is behind you now, and U.A.S still standing tall. Some students smiled faintly at his energy, though exhaustion dulled their reactions. Even so, his voice filled the air, easing the silence with reassurance. The path narrowed slightly as we neared the exit of the USJ. The broken doors had been forced open earlier, jagged edges of metal bent outward from the villain's initial breach. Light from outside spilled faintly through the opening, brighter than the dim interior of the dome. The sight of it drew quiet relief across the group. We're almost out, Eureka whispered softly, her arm still around Jiro's shoulders. Yes, I said warmly, my voice calm. And once you step through, you will feel the weight lift further. The danger will be behind you. Her lips curved faintly, her eyes soft. Thank you. Jiro nodded weakly, though she said nothing. Midoriya's breath trembled slightly again, his eyes fixed on the light beyond the doorway. We're really going back to U.A. Yes, I said gently. That is your reward for surviving. You endured, and now you return. Remember this moment, it will remind you of what it means to last through hardship. His eyes softened, his expression steadier. I'll remember. Tsuyu croaked low, her wide eyes steady. Kuro. It feels different, leaving as a class like this. I inclined my head faintly. Because you faced danger together. That is what changes you. Do not forget this bond. Her lips curved faintly in a small nod. At the doorway, Vlad King raised a hand, halting the group briefly. His eyes scanned the exterior carefully, Ectoplasm's clones sweeping ahead to check the perimeter. Snipe kept his weapon steady, his sharp gaze unwavering. Only when the clones signaled clear did Vlad King lower his hand. Move out. Stay together. The group advanced slowly, stepping into the light of the exit. The air outside was cooler, fresher, carrying the open scent of freedom. The contrast to the heavy air of the dome was immediate, and several students exhaled audibly, their relief plain. Yaeorozu's shoulders lowered as she looked up at the sky. We're out. Kaminari let out a shaky laugh. Finally. Ojiro exhaled softly, his tail swaying faintly behind him. It feels lighter out here. I smiled faintly at them, my tone calm. Yes. Because the shadow of battle is behind you now. Carry this feeling with you, and remember what it took to reach it. Their expressions softened, thoughtful but eased. The teachers tightened the perimeter again as the group advanced toward the main path back to the school. Vlad King led firmly, Recovery Girl moved steadily beside him, and Present Mike kept his booming voice light and energetic. Snipe remained at the rear, silent but unwavering, his hat tilted slightly as he watched every angle. Ectoplasm's clones remained scattered, ensuring no threat drew near. The students walked together in the center, leaning on one another, their exhaustion real but their relief stronger. Midoriya looked around at his classmates, his eyes softening. We really made it back as a class. I rested a hand lightly on his arm, my smile calm. Yes. And that is a strength greater than any quirk, the strength of unity. Do not forget it. His gaze steadied, his nod firm. I won't. Tsuyu croaked softly, her tone low but clear. Kuro. Together. Yes, I said warmly. Together. The walk back was slow but certain, each step carrying the students closer to safety. And though exhaustion weighed on every shoulder, relief walked beside them as well. The villains had failed. The symbol of peace had prevailed. And Class 1A returned, battered but whole. Chapter 38, The Symbol Withdraws. The group moved carefully along the path that led from the shattered dome of the USJ back toward the main grounds of UA. Teachers surrounded the students in a tight perimeter, their gazes sharp, their steps deliberate. The chaos of battle had ended, but vigilance remained. The students leaned on one another, weary but still walking. Their voices were quiet now, relief and fatigue blending together. Every so often, one of them exhaled a shaky laugh, or muttered a soft word of reassurance to another. In the center of it all Might walked tall, his broad shoulders set, his stride steady to the eyes of the students. He still bore the image of the symbol of peace, the unshaken pillar of strength. But to me, the truth was clear. His breaths were uneven, hidden only by sheer control. His shoulders tensed at every exhale, his jaw clenched as he forced himself upright. I could see the tremor in his arm, the faint hitch in his step, the way sweat rolled steadily down his temple despite the cool air outside the dome. All Might was at his limit. The teachers knew it too. Vlad King's eyes flicked toward him more than once, his jaw tight. Snipe kept his distance at the rear, but his sharp gaze lingered longer than usual on their leader. Recovery Girl walked briskly, her frown etched deep as she kept close. Ectoplasm's clones adjusted subtly, moving to form a quiet screen whenever All Might's steps faltered. They knew what had to be done, protect the students not just from villains, but from the truth. Midoriya's eyes, sharp and searching, lingered on All Might as well. His lips parted faintly, a question on the edge of forming. I placed a steady hand on his shoulder before he could speak. My smile was calm, my tone warm. He still walks before you, Midoriya. That is all you need to trust. Worry less about what you see, and more about what it means that your symbol endured long enough to stand here now. Midoriya's breath caught, his gaze snapping to me. Slowly, he exhaled and nodded, his eyes softening. You're right. He's still standing. That's enough. Exactly, I said gently. Have faith in that, and allow him the dignity he has earned. Tsuyu croaked softly beside us, her wide eyes lingering on All Might. Kuro. He really gave everything back there. Yes, I said warmly, inclining my head. And now he wishes for you to carry only the side of his victory, not his strain. Honor that wish, and trust your teacher to guide him. Her gaze lowered slightly, thoughtful. Kuro. I understand. The teachers moved with quiet coordination. Vlad King's deep voice carried in a low command to the others, meant not for us but for them. Keep the students focused. We'll get him out of sight once we're back inside. Recovery Girl huffed sharply, her tone brisk. If he collapses before then, I'll scold him until he never forgets. All Might's booming voice followed, though softer than usual, the strain faint beneath it. Ha! No need to worry about me. I am still here. The students straightened at his words, their eyes shining faintly with relief. His presence, even strained, was still enough to lift them. But to me, it was clear, his endurance was nearing its end. The path stretched on. The open air around us felt cooler, calmer than the heavy dome. The sight of UA's distant buildings peeked faintly over the treeline, drawing quiet murmurs of relief from the students. Yurika whispered softly, supporting Jiro at her side. We're almost back. Kirishima exhaled heavily, his tired grin faint. Man, never thought I'd be so happy to see school buildings. Yaoyorozu's lips curved faintly, though her eyes were weary. We'll be safe once we're back inside. I smiled gently, my tone calm and steady. Yes. The sight of home after danger always carries relief. Remember it well, it is the weight of survival. Their expressions eased further, their shoulders lowering slightly. But even as they looked forward, my gaze remained on All Might. His steps faltered again, almost imperceptibly. Vlad King's large frame shifted subtly forward, blocking the view for the students walking nearest. Ectoplasm's clones filled gaps smoothly, moving in time with All Might's motion. Recovery Girl moved closer, her small frame at his side. Her voice was sharp, though quiet. You stubborn fool, you won't last much longer at this pace. All Might's booming laugh came, though thinner than before. Ho! A little fatigue is nothing to the symbol of peace. But even as he spoke, his chest heaved deeply, the strain visible only to those who knew where to look. Midoriya's brows furrowed faintly again, his sharp eyes catching the slightest tremor. I leaned closer, my voice soft, reassuring. Do not dwell on what you see. Instead, hold on to what he gave you, the certainty of his victory. That is the gift he wants you to carry forward. Midoriya froze for a moment, then slowly released the breath he had been holding. His gaze steadied, his lips pressing together. You're right. I'll remember that instead. I smiled faintly. Good. That is the trust he wishes from you. The trees gave way to open ground, the main buildings of UA now fully visible. The sight drew another wave of quiet relief from the students. Snipe's voice carried from the rear, low but firm. We're in the clear. No movement, no sign of pursuit. Vlad King's shoulders eased faintly, though his voice remained sharp. Good. Keep it tight until we're inside. The group advanced steadily, the perimeter unbroken, the students moving together in the center. All Might walked still, but each step drew more heavily from him. His endurance was nearly gone. At the edge of the main campus, as the gates came into view, Vlad King's sharp voice carried again. Move quickly now. Once we're inside, he'll be secure. Ectoplasm's clones began to close the formation tighter, shielding the symbol of peace from every angle. The students, weary but obedient, followed the motion without question. Midoriya glanced once more toward All Might, but I placed my hand firmly on his shoulder, guiding his gaze forward. My smile was calm, my tone warm. Look ahead, Midoriya. Safety lies before you. Trust your teachers to handle the rest. He hesitated, then nodded firmly, his eyes fixed forward. Yes. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice low. Kuro. He's right. We should focus on getting back. I inclined my head gently. Precisely. The group crossed through the gates. The safety of U.A.'s grounds surrounded us, the atmosphere lighter, steadier. The students exhaled audibly, the relief in them finally loosening the last tension from their shoulders. At that moment, the teachers moved with precision. Recovery Girl at All Might's side, Vlad King leading, Ectoplasm's clones shifting as a screen, Snipe watching sharply from behind. Together, they guided the symbol of peace away from student eyes, discreetly and without announcement. To the class, All Might remained upright, his presence unshaken. But to us who knew, it was clear, his battle was done, and his strain demanded its price. I smiled faintly, turning back to the students nearest me. See? You are safe. That is the only truth you need now. Trust in that, and let the rest with your teachers. Their shoulders eased further, their eyes softening. Midoriya exhaled slowly, his voice quiet. We made it back. Yes, I said warmly. And because you endured, you will see tomorrow. Tsuyu's gaze moved across the group, her voice low. Kuro. We're all still together. I inclined my head gently. Together, that is your strength. And with that, the symbol of peace was quietly withdrawn, his strain hidden, his image preserved. The students, none the wiser, carried only the memory of his victory. Chapter 39, The Principal's Arrival. The gates of UA closed firmly behind us, the sound carrying finality. Beyond them, the world still bore uncertainty. But here, within the walls of the academy, safety returned. The students exhaled heavily as one, the tension leaving them in uneven breaths. Shoulders lowered, steps slowed, the relief of reaching home sinking into them. Yet even within the walls, vigilance did not falter. Vlad King's sharp eyes scanned constantly, Snipe's weapon remained ready at his side, and Ectoplasm's clones held their formation until the final moment. Recovery Girl walked briskly near the front, her frown deep, her pace carrying no hesitation. All Might had already been guided away, shielded by his colleagues from student eyes. The symbol's image remained untouched in their minds. And then, from the main building ahead, Principal Nizu appeared. His small form moved briskly, his expression bright and welcoming, though his eyes glimmered with keen intelligence. Behind him, several members of the police force followed, their uniforms sharp, their steps disciplined. The campus was already tightening its security. "Ah, there you are." Nizu's high, clear voice carried across the courtyard, cheerful despite the gravity of the moment. "Our brave students, safe and sound. What a relief." The students paused at his words, some bowing faintly, others simply watching him with tired eyes. Nizu's gaze swept across them quickly, sharp and precise despite his friendly smile. He noted the injuries, the exhaustion, the faint tremors still lingering in their stances. His small paws clasped together lightly. "I'm truly glad to see you all whole. It was a terrible ordeal, but you've endured admirably." Midoriya's breath trembled faintly at his words, his fists clenching lightly at his sides. "He knows everything already." I placed a calm hand on his shoulder, my smile warm. "Yes. And his words carry not only knowledge, but pride in your endurance. Accept them as the recognition you have earned." Midoriya blinked quickly, then nodded slowly, his shoulders easing. "You're right. I should be proud too." "Yes," I said gently. "You should." Tsuyu croaked softly, her gaze fixed on Nizu. "Kuro. He's not angry." "No," I said warmly. "Because he sees the truth. You did all that could be asked of you. He knows that survival itself was victory." Her wide eyes blinked once, the words settling into her. "Kuro. I understand." The police officers spread around the courtyard, their sharp voices calling orders as they secured the area. Barricades were positioned at the gates, communications relayed through radios. The sound of organized efficiency filled the air. One officer approached Nizu, bowing his head slightly. "Principal. The outer perimeter is secured. No sign of intruders. The press is already gathering at the main road." Nizu's bright tone remained steady, his smile unwavering. "Very good. Keep the press contained there. The students don't need a crowd of flashing cameras in their faces right now." "Yes, sir." The officer moved quickly to carry out his command. Nizu turned back to the class, his paws folding lightly behind him. "Students of Class 1A, you have been through much today. I will not burden you with questions yet. You will have time to recover first. But know this: you did well. You survived something no student should have had to face, and you are here together. That is all that matters." The students lowered their gazes, some blinking back tears, others holding their expressions firm. His words reached them, simple and direct. Eureka's lips pressed together as she whispered softly. "We really did do well. Kirishima clenched a fist, his tired grin faint but steady. Yeah, survived something insane. Yaoyorozu exhaled softly, her voice quiet. He's right. What matters is that we're all still here. I smiled faintly at them, my voice calm. And you should let that truth sink deep. It will give you strength for the days ahead. Their expressions eased further, the relief settling into them. Vlad King's deep voice carried sharply across the group. Students, stay here in the courtyard until we give further instruction. Teachers will speak with the principal and police first. The class nodded, settling carefully into small groups across the courtyard. Some sat heavily on the stone benches, others lowered themselves to the ground, their exhaustion too heavy to resist. The teachers moved ahead, gathering with Nizu and the police near the steps of the main building. Their voices carried low, but their expressions were serious. Plans were already forming for what would follow. Midoriya's eyes lingered on the group of adults, his brows furrowing faintly. They're already planning what to do next. I smiled faintly, my tone steady. Of course. That is their duty to shield you not only from harm, but from the burdens of responsibility too heavy for your shoulders. Trust them, and allow them to carry that weight. His lips parted slightly, then closed. Slowly, he nodded, his voice quiet. I'll trust them. Tsuyu croaked softly, her gaze thoughtful. Kuro. That's why they moved so fast. They want us to rest while they handle it. Yes, I said warmly. Because that is what teachers and leaders are for, to let you recover, so you may rise again when it is your turn. Her wide eyes softened faintly, her nod small but certain. The courtyard was calm now, save for the measured voices of the teachers and the sharp instructions of the police. The press outside the gates shouted distantly, but their words were muffled, kept away by the officers' careful control. The students leaned against one another, exhaustion pulling at them, but relief holding them steady. Shoji adjusted his arms to give Mineta a place to rest. Yurika kept Jiro supported at her side. Kirishima and Sato sat together, their tired grins faint but reassuring. Kaminari stretched his leg carefully, sighing as the ache eased. Each small gesture of care reinforced the bond of a class that had faced the unthinkable together. Nizu's voice carried once more across the courtyard, clear and cheerful. Rest easy for now, students. You are safe, and you are together. That is all that matters tonight. Tomorrow, we will begin to understand what happened, but for now simply breathe. The class exhaled softly as one, his words a final reassurance. Midoriya's shoulders lowered further, his eyes blinking rapidly. He really makes it feel like we're safe. I smiled faintly, my tone warm. Because you are. His presence carries certainty, just as your teachers did. Trust in that, and allow yourself to rest. Midoriya nodded firmly, his breath steadying. I will. Tsuyu croaked low, her wide eyes on Nizu. Kuro. He's small, but he feels strong. Yes, I said gently. Because true strength is not in appearance, but in presence. Remember that. Her lips curved faintly in understanding. And so, under the watch of the principal, the police, and their teachers, Class 1A rested in the safety of U.A.'s courtyard. The villains were gone. The symbol of peace had prevailed. And now, Principal Nizu had arrived to close the curtain on the day's ordeal. Chapter 40, Crossing the Threshold. The courtyard settled into calm, the police and teachers forming an invisible wall of protection around the students. The sound of distant reporters beyond the gates continued to echo faintly, but their words carried no weight here. Within these walls, the students were sheltered. Principal Nizu's sharp orders had already set the campus into lockdown. Patrols spread across the grounds, officers moved into position, and the teachers stood firmly in control. The chaos of the USJ attack was behind us, though its weight still lingered in every student's expression. At last, Vlad King's steady voice carried across the group. "Students, we're moving inside now. Stay together. No straying, no stopping." The students rose carefully from the benches and ground where they had rested, their movements slow, their exhaustion plain. They leaned on one another as before, their bond steady even in weariness. And so, under the watchful eyes of teachers and police, we began the slow walk toward the main building. Midoriya's voice trembled faintly beside me. "We're finally going back inside." I inclined my head slightly, my smile calm. "Yes. You will step back into familiarity now. That will give you comfort, because safety is always clearest when it surrounds you." His breath steadied, his eyes softening. "You're right. It feels so different, knowing we're almost back in our own halls." "Yes," I said warmly. "That difference is the reward for your endurance." Tsuyu croaked softly at my other side, her wide eyes blinking once. "Kuro. It really feels like we're moving away from the danger now." I turned my smile to her. "Because you are. Each step forward is a step further from fear, and closer to the strength of home." Her gaze lowered slightly, thoughtful. "Kuro. I like that." The path stretched across the familiar school grounds, the main building rising steadily before us. Its tall structure, so often taken for granted, now seemed to the students like a fortress. The sight of it brought faint sighs of relief, whispered words of comfort passed between them. Eureka whispered softly to Jiro at her side. "We're really back, it's right there." Jiro's lips pressed together, her tired eyes lifting faintly. "I didn't think I'd be so happy just to see the school doors." Yaoyorozu exhaled quietly, her hands folded at her waist. "It feels different now. Like it means more than before." I smiled faintly as I walked with them, my voice calm. "Because it has become more than just a building. It is the shelter you return to. Remember that feeling, and let it remind you that survival always carries value." Their expressions softened, the words settling in quietly. The teachers remained steady in their positions. Vlad King and Ectoplasm's clones held the front. Present Mike walked loudly at the side, his voice booming though carrying reassurance. "Yeah. Almost there, kids. Keep those heads up, we're back on our own turf now." Some of the students gave faint smiles at his energy, though their exhaustion dulled their reactions. Even so, his voice filled the air with a certain comfort. Snipe held the rear, his weapon ready, his hat tilting slightly as his gaze swept constantly behind. Recovery Girl moved briskly near the middle, her sharp eyes flicking between students for any signs of faltering. It was order, carefully maintained. The main steps of the building came closer. The heavy front doors, wide and tall, loomed ahead. Several police officers had already stationed themselves at the entrance, their stances firm. When the students saw the doors, their pace quickened faintly despite their fatigue. Relief drew them forward. Kirishima muttered softly, his tired grin faint. "Man! I've never been so pumped just to walk through a doorway." Ojiro's lips curved faintly as his tail swayed behind him. "Feels like once we're in, nothing else can touch us." "Yes," I said softly, my tone warm. "Because those doors mark the boundary between chaos and safety. Cross them, and the weight will lessen further." They looked at me, their faint smiles steadying, their steps firmer. At the steps, Vlad King lifted a hand, pausing the group briefly. His deep voice carried clear command. "Single file. Stay calm. Move directly inside. Teachers and police are securing every hall." The students obeyed, forming a line with quiet order. Their exhaustion made them slow, but their relief kept them steady. One by one, they crossed the threshold. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly against the polished floor of the entry hall. The light inside was warm, steady, untouched by battle. And with each step into the familiar space, the tension left them more and more. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly as he looked around the hall. It feels so different now. Just being inside. I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, my smile calm. Because here, danger cannot reach you. Hold on to that feeling. It is the proof that you endured long enough to return to it. His breath steadied, his lips curving faintly. You're right. I'll remember this. Yes, I said warmly. You should. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice quiet. Kuro. It feels lighter in here. Because safety always does, I said gently. Her gaze softened, her small nod clear. Kuro. The students continued deeper into the main building, guided by their teachers. The halls stretched wide, the light steady, the familiar scent of their academy carrying reassurance. Eureka whispered softly, supporting Jiro still. It feels like we can finally breathe again. Yaoyorozu exhaled slowly, her voice calm. Yes. We're home. Kaminari stretched his arm weakly, sighing. Never thought I'd be happy to see a boring hallway. I smiled faintly, my voice steady. Because now it means more. It is not boring, it is safe. They looked at me, their lips curving faintly despite their fatigue. The teachers began to guide the students toward a designated area within the building, one of the larger common spaces near the classrooms. Police officers remained stationed at the doors and intersections, ensuring every path was secured. Principal Nizu walked briskly near the front, his cheerful voice carrying clearly. Almost there, students. Once inside, you'll be able to sit, rest, and let yourselves recover properly. His small form radiated certainty, his words easing the class further. The students followed, their steps slow but sure, their bond holding them together. And at last, we reached the designated room. The doors opened wide. Inside, desks and chairs had been arranged to accommodate the entire class. Teachers and aides stood ready to assist, water and supplies prepared along the side. The students filed in slowly, each step lighter than the last. They took their seats one by one, some collapsing with relief, others lowering themselves carefully. The weight of survival settled into them now, not as fear, but as calm. I smiled faintly as I took my own seat among them, my voice soft. You see? You have returned. That is all that matters. Let the safety of these walls remind you that you endured. Their expressions eased further, faint smiles curving tired lips. Midoriya exhaled softly. We really made it back. Yes, I said warmly. And because you endured, you are here together. Tsuyu croaked softly, her wide eyes steady. Kuro. We're safe. Exactly, I said gently. Safe. And so, Class 1A returned to the main campus. The halls of UA embraced them once more, the weight of battle behind them, the comfort of safety before them. The first trial of their journey had ended. And they were still together. Chapter 41, in the shelter of voices. The classroom was quiet at first. The students had filed in slowly, exhaustion weighing heavily on every step, every movement. Chairs scraped softly against the floor as they took their seats, some sitting with care, others collapsing with relief. The air inside was warm, steady, untouched by the chaos of the USJ. The familiar walls, the neatly arranged desks, the wide windows showing the peaceful campus outside, all of it carried a comfort the students had not realized they had missed until now. For a long moment, there was only silence. The battle had ended. They were safe. But the weight of what had happened still clung to them. Midoriya sat heavily at his desk, his hands trembling faintly against the wood. His eyes, wide and unfocused, stared at nothing in particular. His lips parted, then closed again, words caught in his throat. Beside him, Tsuyu folded her hands together on her desk, her wide eyes blinking slowly. Her voice was low, steady despite her exhaustion. Kuro. It feels strange, sitting here after all that. I inclined my head toward her, my smile calm. Because survival always changes what was once ordinary. But that is not a burden, it is proof that you endured. Her gaze softened slightly, her nod small. Kuro. That makes sense. Midoriya's eyes shifted faintly toward me, his voice barely audible. It feels unreal. Like, we shouldn't be sitting here so normally after something like that. I placed a hand gently on his shoulder, my tone warm and steady. And yet you are. That is the strength of this place, it shelters you so you may remember that safety always returns after hardship. Accept that peace. It is what you fought to earn. His breath steadied, his shoulders lowering slightly. You're right. I'll try to hold on to that. Yes, I said softly. 2. Across the room, Eureka leaned against her desk, her eyes blinking rapidly. I thought we weren't going to make it out. Jiro, seated beside her, looked down at her hands, her expression tense. Same. When that warp villain appeared with so many others, it felt like there was no way. Kaminari rubbed at his head, his voice low. I didn't even know what to do. My quirk was useless against some of them. I thought I was done for. Yaoyorozu's lips pressed tightly together, her brows furrowed. It felt hopeless for a moment. But then we worked together. We didn't just give up. I turned my gaze toward them, my smile faint but reassuring. Yes. That is what carried you through. You trusted one another, and in doing so, you created strength greater than any quirk alone could provide. That is why you are here now. Eureka blinked quickly, her lips parting slightly. When you put it like that, it feels different. Like, we really did something. You did, I said gently. You survived. That is no small thing. Kirishima leaned forward on his desk, his grin tired but present. Man, I'm just glad we all made it back. That's the most manly thing we could have done, stick it out together. Sato nodded beside him, his arms crossed. Yet, if we hadn't watched each other's backs, who knows what would have happened. Shoji's many arms folded carefully, his calm voice steady. That's what mattered most. None of us let anyone else fall. Tokoyama's gaze lowered, dark shadow curling faintly around him. Even in darkness, we held on. I inclined my head toward them, my voice warm. And that bond will only grow stronger now. Because you have shared something no other class has. That unity will be your greatest shield in the future. Kirishima's grin widened faintly despite his fatigue. Yeah, unity. That's what it's all about. The voices grew slowly, one after another, the quiet turning into gentle conversation. The class, still weary, began to reflect aloud, their words carrying weight but also comfort. Minata's voice cracked as he slumped forward on his desk. I thought I was gonna die out there. Like, seriously. I don't think I've ever been so scared. Shoji's calm tone followed quickly, steady and reassuring. But you didn't. And that matters. Mineta blinked rapidly, his lips trembling, before he slumped further, muttering softly. Yet. I guess it does. I smiled faintly at him, my tone calm. It matters greatly. Never diminish what you accomplished simply because fear was present. Fear is natural. Survival is strength. He looked at me, his wide eyes blinking, then slowly nodded. Thanks. The classroom grew steadier as more voices joined. Each student gave their thoughts, some short, some longer, each carrying the truth of what they had faced. Ojiro's voice was quiet as his tail flicked lightly. It felt wrong, being dragged into something like that when we're still learning. But, we held on. Ida, seated upright despite his exhaustion, adjusted his glasses firmly. It was dangerous, yes. But I believe we acted as best we could. We upheld our responsibility as students of UA, even when tested beyond reason. His words, though stiff, carried pride. I smiled faintly in his direction. And you did well, Ida. Your composure guided others when they faltered. That is no small gift. His back straightened further, his nod firm. Thank you. I will continue to strive to do so. As the class spoke, the teachers remained near the door, giving them the space to voice their feelings. Recovery girl stood with her hands folded behind her back, her sharp gaze watching closely. Ectoplasm remained steady, his presence silent but solid. Vlad King's arms crossed firmly, his expression proud despite his sternness. They let the students speak freely, understanding that reflection was part of healing. Midoriya leaned forward slightly on his desk, his eyes lowering. I just kept thinking about what would have happened if All Might hadn't been there. I shook my head faintly, my voice calm but firm. Do not dwell on what-ifs. Think instead of what did happen. All Might was there. He prevailed. And you endured until safety arrived. That is the truth, and it is enough. His breath caught, then steadied. Slowly, he nodded. You're right. It is enough. Tsuyu's voice followed softly, steady as always. Kuro. We should be proud. Even if we were scared, we're still here. Yes, I said warmly. And pride in survival is the strongest pride of all. Her lips curved faintly at my words. The voices began to overlap now, small clusters forming as students exchanged thoughts. Some laughed weakly at shared memories of close calls, others sighed heavily as they admitted their fears. But the overall tone was steady, calm, even proud. They had faced something terrible. And now, together, they could speak of it. And in speaking, the weight lifted. I leaned back slightly in my chair, my smile faint as I watched them. My role was simple now, to guide their tone gently, to keep their reflection steady. So when a silence fell, I let my voice carry softly across the room. Remember this day well. Remember not the fear, but the bond it created. You have seen danger, and you have endured. That truth will carry you further than any quirk. Trust in it, and in each other. That is how you will grow. The class looked toward me quietly, their expressions softening. Kirishima's grin widened faintly. Yeah, he's right. We've got this. Yurika's lips curved in a small smile. Together. Midoriya's breath steadied fully now, his nod firm. Together. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice clear. Kuro. Together. And the class, tired but safe, let that truth settle among them. They had survived. They had endured. And now, in the quiet of their classroom, they reflected together stronger for what they had faced. Chapter 42, Questions at the Door. The voices of my classmates had grown steady, their reflections on the battle carrying through the room in low, tired tones. Each of them had spoken, some more than others, but all had shared their part. The weight had lessened. Relief and unity replaced the silence that had gripped them when we first sat down. And then, the sound of footsteps outside the classroom doors drew all voices to quiet. The steps were firm, deliberate, carrying authority. The door opened. Several police officers entered, their uniforms neat, their presence sharp. At their head was a tall officer with a commanding posture, his gaze steady as he swept across the room. The students sat straighter unconsciously, their eyes widening faintly. But the officers did not look toward us. Instead, their attention turned immediately to the teachers waiting at the front. Vlad King. Ectoplasm. Recovery girl. The officer's voice was calm but firm. We need your accounts immediately. What happened at the USJ must be understood in detail. Vlad King nodded sharply, his deep voice steady. Of course. The students are stable. We can give our full reports. Ectoplasm inclined his head, his multiple eyes narrowing. We'll cooperate fully. Recovery girl's frown deepened as she crossed her arms. Ask what you must, but don't take too long. These children need rest. The officer's gaze softened slightly at her words. Understood. The teachers gathered with the police near the front of the room, their voices lowering, but not enough to be unheard. The students, though told nothing directly, listened. Midoriya leaned forward slightly in his seat, his brows furrowed faintly. They're talking about what happened. I placed a calm hand on his shoulder, my smile faint but reassuring. Yes. But let it not burden you. This is their duty, not yours. Trust them to handle it. He looked at me, his lips parting, then slowly nodded. I'll try. Yes, I said warmly. Do. Tsuyu croaked softly at my other side, her wide eyes fixed on the teachers. Kuro. They sound serious. Like, something went really wrong. I inclined my head toward her, my tone even. Because it did. But remember, it is not your weight to carry. Trust that they will uncover what they must. Her gaze lowered slightly, her nod slow but certain. Kuro. You're right. The officers began their questions clearly, their tone precise. First, how did the villains infiltrate? UA is a secure facility. Its defenses are layered, its gates guarded. What breach allowed this? Vlad King's deep voice answered firmly. They used warp quirk capabilities. Their leader deployed a creature black mist that could create portals. It bypassed every physical barrier. The officer frowned, his pen scratching quickly against his notepad. So a direct quirk-based intrusion. Not a failure of security measures. Ectoplasm's voice followed, calm and sharp. Correct. No barrier could have stopped it. It was a matter of quirk capability, not negligence. The students exchanged quiet glances, their unease faint. Yaeorozu's voice whispered low, her brows furrowed. If they can bypass everything like that, then no place is safe. I turned toward her, my smile gentle. Do not think of it that way. The truth is simpler, what happened today was an exception, not the rule. And now that they have seen it, your teachers will adapt. Trust them to do so. Her lips parted, then closed. Slowly, she exhaled, her gaze steadying. You're right. They'll prepare for it now. Exactly, I said softly. That is why you must rest, while they build the answers. The police continued. Second, what was their target? Were they after the students, or All Might? Vlad King's voice rumbled low. Their words made it clear. They came for All Might. The students were caught in the crossfire. The officer's brows furrowed deeper. To kill the symbol of peace. Recovery girl's sharp voice cut in. Fools. As if they could. The officer inclined his head respectfully. Perhaps not today. But they will try again. The words carried weight. The students shifted in their seats, glances moving toward one another nervously. Eureka whispered softly to Jiro. They were after All Might, not us. Jiro's lips pressed together tightly. But we were still there. If he hadn't come. I leaned slightly toward them, my smile steady. And yet he did. Do not waste thought on what-ifs. Reality is enough. You survived, and he prevailed. That is the only truth worth holding. Their eyes met mine quietly, their expressions easing faintly. You're right, Eureka said softly. That's all that matters now. The questions continued. Third, what about casualties? Were any students gravely injured? Recovery girl's frown deepened. They suffered bruises, exhaustion, some moderate injuries. But none fatal, none lasting. They endured. The officer wrote quickly, his gaze flicking toward us briefly. His eyes softened faintly before returning to his notes. That is fortunate. The students exchanged small sighs of relief, the truth settling into them once more. Kirishima muttered softly, his grin tired but steady. Hat. We all came back in one piece. Sato nodded, his voice calm. Yet. That's the best part. I smiled faintly toward them, my tone warm. Yes. And that truth will always matter most. The police pressed further. Do you believe this was an isolated attempt, or the beginning of a larger threat? Ectoplasm's tone was sharp. Difficult to say. Their leader was calculating. Their numbers were coordinated. This was not random. Vlad King's deep voice followed. But we'll be ready if they try again. The officer nodded grimly, writing quickly. The students shifted uneasily, their eyes lowering. I let my voice carry softly across the room. Do not let fear of tomorrow steal your calm today. Trust in the strength around you. That is what will carry you forward. Their shoulders eased, the unease settling into quiet trust. The questioning went on, precise and thorough. The teachers answered each part clearly, their tones steady, their presence unshaken. The police officers recorded everything carefully, their focus sharp. The students listened quietly, but with each moment, my words guided their thoughts back toward calm, away from fear. Because that was my role here, to keep them steady, to let them rest in trust. At last, the lead officer closed his notepad, his voice clear. Thank you for your cooperation. This information will assist in securing UA moving forward. Vlad King nodded firmly. Do what you must. We'll continue to guard them. Ectoplasm inclined his head. Our duty remains clear. Recovery girl huffed, her frown deep. Now, let them rest. The officer inclined his head once more. Of course. With that, the police stepped back, their presence still firm but their questions concluded. The students exhaled softly as the room eased once again. The questioning had ended. Midoriya leaned back faintly in his seat, his voice quiet. They really are already working to make sure this doesn't happen again. I smiled warmly at him. Yes. And that is why you can rest easy. Trust in their work, and let it give you peace. His nod was firm, his breath steady. I will. Tsuyu croaked softly, her wide eyes steady. Kuro. We should just, let them handle it now. Yes, I said gently. Because that is what leaders are for. Let them carry the burden, while you recover your strength. Her small nod was clear. Kuro. The classroom grew quiet again, the tension lifted further. The students had overheard fragments of danger, of uncertainty. But they had also seen their teachers answer with composure, and the police act with precision. And so, they could rest. Together. Safe. Chapter 43, Healing Hands. The classroom had fallen quiet after the police departed. Their questions had been answered, the tension eased, and the weight of responsibility lifted back onto the shoulders of the adults. The students sat together in silence now, some leaning against their desks, others resting their heads on folded arms. The safety of the room was complete, and exhaustion tugged at each of them more strongly than before. It was then that Recovery Girl stepped forward. Her small form moved with brisk certainty, her cane tapping softly against the floor. Her sharp gaze swept across the rows of tired faces, her lips pressing into a firm line. "Well then," she said, her voice cutting through the quiet. "You may have convinced the police that you're all in one piece, but I know better. None of you are walking out of this room until I've looked you over myself." Several students straightened faintly, startled by her firm tone. Others groaned softly in protest. But her presence left no room for argument. "First row," she ordered, pointing her cane. "On your feet. Line up." Midoriya blinked quickly, his eyes wide. "Are right now." Her gaze sharpened. "Yes, right now. You think I can't see you shaking in that seat? Don't make me repeat myself." He shot up immediately, his movements stiff. "Why yes ma'am." Tsuyu rose quietly beside him, her hands folded before her. "Kuro. Understood." I stood as well, my smile calm. "Of course, Recovery Girl. Will comply." Her eyes narrowed faintly at me, though her lips curved into the faintest of smirks. "At least one of you has manners." The three of us stepped to the front of the class. Recovery Girl examined Midoriya first. She placed her small hand against his arm, her eyes narrowing as she scanned him with practiced care. Bruising along the forearm, strain in the shoulder, and those hands, boy, don't think I don't notice the tension there. You've been pushing your body far harder than you should. Midoriya's breath caught. I. Quiet, she said firmly. Excuses later. Hold still." She pressed her lips together, then leaned forward, placing a soft kiss on his arm. Her healing energy spread at once, glowing faintly. Midoriya winced, then exhaled as the strain began to ease. "There," she said briskly. "Better. Don't think this means you can keep destroying yourself without consequence, though. You're only making more work for me." Midoriya's eyes lowered, his voice quiet. "Yes ma'am. Thank you." I stepped closer, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. My tone was warm, steady. "Accept her care, Midoriya. It is what allows you to rise again tomorrow." His gaze lifted slightly, his nod slow but firm. "You're right. I'll remember that." Recovery Girl turned to Tsuyu next. Her sharp eyes softened faintly at the sight of the frog-like girl's calm composure. "You're steadier than most," she said, her tone brisk. "But don't think I can't see the bruises along your legs. You've been pushing them hard. Sit." Tsuyu lowered herself obediently onto a nearby chair. "Kuro. Thank you." Recovery Girl bent slightly, examining her carefully. She hummed softly. "Strain in the thigh muscles, swelling at the knee. You need proper rest, girl. Healing is one thing, but exhaustion won't vanish with a kiss." She leaned forward, pressing a kiss against Tsuyu's knee. The glow spread gently, the swelling easing at once. "There," she said firmly. "Now no more hopping about until I say so." "Kuro," Tsuyu replied softly, her wide eyes blinking once. "Understood." I inclined my head toward her, my smile faint. "You see, Tsuyu? Her care ensures that your strength will not falter when it is needed again." "Kuro," she answered, her lips curving faintly. "Yes." Finally, Recovery Girl turned her gaze toward me. "You," she said, her tone sharp. "You've been playing calm, but don't think I can't see through it. Step forward." I offered her a polite smile, inclining my head. "Of course. I'll trust your judgment fully." She studied me carefully, her small hands pressing against my arm, then my side. Her brows furrowed. "Your body's steadier than I expected." Not as strained as the others. But you're not free of bruises either. You've hidden it well. Thank you for noticing, I said gently. I'll submit myself to your care. Her eyes narrowed faintly at my tone, but she leaned forward regardless, placing a kiss against my side. The faint ache there dissolved at once. There, she said briskly. Don't go thinking you're invincible just because you look calm. No student is beyond my care. I bowed my head lightly, my smile warm. Of course. And I thank you for your diligence. Her lips curved faintly despite herself before she turned back to the class. The inspection continued slowly, student by student. She moved next to Eureka, who resisted faintly. I am fine, really. Just a few scrapes. Scrapes heal wrong all the time, recovery girl snapped. Sit. Eureka obeyed immediately, lowering herself onto the chair. A kiss against her arm healed the scrapes she had downplayed, leaving her blinking quickly. Ah, thank you. I spoke softly from my seat, my smile gentle. It is not weakness to accept help, Eureka. It is wisdom. Her gaze met mine, her small smile returning. Right. Wisdom. Jiro followed next. She muttered faintly under her breath, her voice low. It's nothing serious. Recovery girl scowled. Nothing serious turns into something serious if ignored. Hold still. A quick kiss against her wrist eased the ache she had been hiding. Jiro blinked, her lips pressing together before she muttered softly. Thanks. I inclined my head toward her, my voice calm. You see? Accepting care now ensures you can play your part tomorrow without falter. Her gaze shifted faintly, but her nod was small and clear. One by one, each student received the same. Kirishima's laughter broke through the quiet when she scolded him for ignoring a deep bruise along his ribs. Guess I wasn't as tough as I thought. You'll be tougher when you learn to take care of yourself, recovery girl replied sharply. Sato lowered his head sheepishly when she revealed the swelling along his wrist. I didn't want to make a fuss. Fuss or not, it's my job. Let me do it, she said firmly. Shoji, quiet as ever, accepted her care without protest, his many arms steady as she worked. Tokoyama's composure remained firm, but he gave a respectful nod when she healed the strain at his shoulder. My thanks. Mineta whimpered dramatically at the sight of her approaching, but after a sharp scolding, he submitted, his bruises fading quickly. Kaminari's sheepish grin faltered when she revealed faint burns along his arm, hidden beneath his sleeve. You need to stop overloading yourself, she muttered, healing them swiftly. Yaeorozu tried to insist she had recovered fully already, but recovery girl cut her off with a sharp tap of her cane. Healing is not the same as rest. Sit. And so, one after another, the entire class was inspected. Through it all, I spoke softly when needed, offering words of calm to each of them. I reminded them that accepting care was not weakness, but strength, that it allowed them to rise again with certainty. And slowly, their resistance faded. They accepted her care, their bodies eased, and their minds steadied further. At last, recovery girl stood back, her arms folded, her cane tapping lightly against the floor. There. That's all of you. You're still tired, but you're no longer walking disasters. Rest properly tonight, or you'll answer to me. The students straightened faintly, their tired voices offering quiet thanks. I inclined my head toward her, my smile calm. You've given them peace, recovery girl. They will remember this. She sniffed faintly, but her lips curved in the smallest of smiles. Humph. As long as they actually listen. The class exhaled softly as one, the weight lifted further. They were healed, at least in body. And in that moment, within the safety of their classroom, the first true step toward recovery had been taken. Chapter 44, Nizu speaks of tomorrow. The air in the classroom was steadier now. Recovery girl had finished her work, her sharp scolding silenced every protest, and every bruise or strain the students had tried to ignore had been seen to. The students sat a little straighter, their bodies lighter, though their exhaustion remained. For the first time since the chaos began, they could rest without pain weighing on them. The quiet stretched across the room. Some leaned against their desks, some folded their arms, some simply closed their eyes for a moment. Then, the soft sound of footsteps echoed from the hall. Light, precise, unhurried. The door opened. Principal Nizu entered, his small form composed as always, his white fur clean, his dark eyes sharp yet cheerful. He carried himself with certainty, a presence both gentle and commanding at once. The students sat up at once, their eyes turning toward him. "Good evening, students," Nizu said, his high voice cheerful yet calm. "I see you've all been tended to. Excellent work, Recovery Girl." Recovery Girl huffed softly, crossing her arms. "They'll be fine if they actually rest." Nizu's small head tilted in a nod. "I expected no less of your diligence." His gaze then turned fully to the class. He clasped his small paws neatly behind his back, his expression both warm and thoughtful. "You've been through something most students will never face," he began, his voice steady. "And you endured it." The students listened intently, their tired eyes fixed on him. "You were attacked by villains today," Nizu continued, his words calm but never harsh. "Danger entered the very heart of UA, and you found yourselves standing against it. You should never have had to. And yet, you did. And here you are." A hush lingered over the class. Eureka's lips parted faintly. "Principal Nizu." His eyes softened as he looked at her. "Yes, Eureka." Her voice was quiet, her words hesitant. We weren't strong enough on our own. If All Might hadn't come." Nizu raised one small paw gently. "And yet you endured until he arrived. That is no small feat, Eureka. Endurance is a kind of strength all its own." I inclined my head slightly, my smile faint. My voice followed softly, warm and reassuring. "And it is that endurance that carried you here now. You must not dismiss it." Her eyes blinked rapidly, her nod small but clear. "Right." Nizu's gaze swept across the class once more. "You are first years. Students still at the beginning of your journey. No one expected you to face a villain attack so soon. But what I see before me is proof of something remarkable. You supported one another. You worked as a class. And because of that, you returned here together." Kirishima straightened faintly, his grin tired but proud. Yet, we stuck it out." Sato nodded beside him. "We did." Shoji's many arms folded carefully. No one was left behind. Nizu's small smile widened. "Exactly. That is what makes you strong, even now." I let my voice follow softly, reinforcing his words. "Strength is not measured only in victory, but in unity. And that is what you showed." Their eyes turned toward me briefly, the weight in their expressions easing further. Nizu's voice continued. "The villains who came for you today were not ordinary criminals. They were organized, dangerous, and bold enough to challenge All Might himself. That is not something to be dismissed lightly. But remember this, you faced them, and you did not fall." Midoriya leaned forward slightly, his eyes wide. "Principal Nizu, do you think they'll come back?" The class looked toward him at once, their unease faint but clear. Nizu's gaze steadied, his voice calm but firm. "They may try again. But if they do, they will not find us unprepared. Today was a shock. Tomorrow, it becomes a lesson. UA adapts. Yue endures. The words carried certainty, grounding the room. I placed a hand lightly on Midoriya's shoulder, my smile steady. You see? That is the truth you can hold onto. Others will carry the burden of preparation. Your role is to grow, to trust, and to endure. Midoriya's breath steadied, his nod firm. Yes. You're right. Nizu clasped his paws behind his back once more. You are children. You are students. It is not your duty to protect the world yet, that is for your teachers, for the heroes who stand above you. Your duty is to learn, to grow, and to prepare. That is what Yue will ensure you can continue to do. Yaoyorozu exhaled slowly, her hand pressing faintly against her chest. So, we can keep training. Keep moving forward. Nizu's small smile softened. Exactly. This attack will not halt your journey. If anything, it has shown us how important that journey truly is. I turned toward her, my tone warm. You see, Yaoyorozu? That truth is your strength. You will not falter. Her nod was calm, her expression steadier. Yes. The students relaxed further, their shoulders lowering as Nizu's words settled over them. Kaminari let out a faint sigh, his grin tired. Man, hearing it like that, it makes me feel like maybe we didn't do so bad after all. Jiro gave him a small sideways glance, though her lips curved faintly. You didn't. Tokoyama's gaze lowered, his voice low and steady. Darkness was there, but so was unity. Nizu inclined his head toward him. Yes. And unity will always shine through. I let my voice follow softly. That is what you must remember. The class nodded faintly, their unity reinforced once more. Nizu's eyes swept across them again. Your journey is only beginning. What happened today will not define you. It will strengthen you. And Yue will be certain of that. Trust in us, trust in your teachers, and above all, trust in each other. The silence that followed was calm, not heavy. The students absorbed his words, their expressions softening. Tsuyu croaked softly, her voice quiet but firm. Kuro. Together. That's how we made it through. Nizu nodded. Yes. Together. I inclined my head toward her, my voice warm. And that truth will never leave you, Tsuyu. It will guide you forward. Her small nod was clear. Kuro. Nizu stepped back slightly, his small smile unwavering. That is all I wished to say tonight. Rest now. Tomorrow will come, and with it, the path forward. You've earned your rest. The students exhaled softly, relief settling into them more deeply. Midoriya whispered faintly. Thank you, Principal Nizu. Eureka added softly. Yes. Thank you. One by one, the rest echoed the same, their voices quiet but sincere. Nizu inclined his head politely. And thank you, students, for enduring. That is what makes you you. He turned, stepping toward the door. And as he left, the room remained calm, the silence peaceful rather than heavy. The students had been reassured. They could rest now. Together. Chapter 45, The Walk Back to Rest. The door closed behind Principal Nizu, and with it, a silence fell across the room. Not the heavy silence of fear, but one softened by certainty. His words lingered still, steady and clear. The students sat quietly, the exhaustion pulling heavier now that every reassurance had been given, every wound seen to. It was then that Vlad King stepped forward, his broad shoulders squared, his deep voice filling the air. All right, Class 1A, he said firmly. You've been through enough for one day. It's time to get you back to your dorms. Rest is the best thing you can do now. Ectoplasm gave a slow nod beside him, his many eyes glinting faintly. You've endured. Now you must recover. Recovery girl huffed from where she leaned on her cane. And you'd better not waste the healing I've just given you by wandering about or working yourselves too hard tonight. Straight to rest, understood? A tired chorus of yes, ma'am followed, the voices weary but sincere. I rose from my seat smoothly, offering a calm smile toward my classmates. Come. Let us not delay. The sooner we return, the sooner we may rest. One by one, the students began to stand. The classroom emptied slowly. Chairs scraped gently against the floor, books and bags were lifted, steps were taken with care. Some students leaned faintly on their desks before rising, gathering their strength for the short walk ahead. Midoriya held his notebook tightly against his chest, his eyes downcast but steadier than before. Yurika walked beside him, her arms folded, her lips curved faintly in a tired smile meant to reassure. Kirishima stretched his arms with a low groan, shaking off the weight in his muscles. Siro slapped him lightly on the back, his grin faint but supportive. We made it, hey. Hat. Yet, Kirishima replied, his grin tired but certain. Jiro slid her earphone jacks back into place, her eyes lowered but listening. Kaminari walked beside her, his grin weak, his head scratching awkwardly. Guess we all earned a good night's sleep, hey. Her lips curved faintly despite her fatigue. Yet. We did. Shoji moved carefully, his many arms steady as he gathered his things. Tokoyami followed behind him, dark shadow curling faintly but calm. Night approaches, Tokoyami muttered, his tone quiet but steady. Shoji inclined his head faintly. And with it, rest. Mineta stumbled slightly as he pulled his bag over his shoulder, his small voice whimpering faintly. Ugh, my legs still feel like jelly. Sato caught his arm before he fell. Careful. You'll make it back. Mineta gave a weak nod. Thanks. Yaoyorozu held her notebook against her chest, her steps slow but composed. Ida, at her side, adjusted his glasses with a firm nod. We must walk back with proper order. No one lags behind. We return as a class. I smiled faintly at his words, my voice calm. Yes. Together, as always. That is how we will walk forward. The class looked toward me briefly, their tired smiles faint but real. And so, together, we left the classroom. The hallways of UA were quiet at this hour. The sun outside had lowered further, casting long shadows across the windows. The school grounds beyond the glass were calm, the faint sound of the evening breeze the only motion. The contrast was striking. The chaos of the USJ, the noise of battle, the shouts of villains and heroes alike, all of it was far behind us now. Here, there was only stillness. Our footsteps echoed softly against the polished floors as we walked together. I moved toward the center of the group, my presence steady. Midoriya and Yurika walked just ahead of me, their shoulders faintly lowered. I placed a hand gently against Midoriya's back. You've carried yourself well, I said softly, my tone warm. Now let yourself rest. That too is strength. His breath steadied, his nod slow but certain. Yes. Yurika glanced at me, her lips parting slightly. You always know what to say. I smiled faintly. It is not about words, Yurika. It is about reminding you of what you already know. Her cheeks warmed faintly, her nod quick. Thank you. Behind us, Kaminari muttered faintly. Man, it still feels weird. Like, walking back through the school after all that. Jiro gave him a small glance. It does. But I think it feels better too. Like we're really safe now. Kaminari blinked, then gave a faint grin. Yet. That's true. I glanced back toward them, my tone calm. Yes. Safety returns once more. Let yourselves accept it. Their shoulders eased faintly at my words, their expressions softening. The group moved steadily down the hall, step by step. Ida kept his posture firm at the side, his hand raised faintly as if keeping a silent formation. His voice was quiet, but certain. We should not forget to thank our teachers again when we arrive. They carried us through as well. Yaoyorozu nodded faintly beside him. Yes, gratitude is important. We wouldn't be here otherwise. I inclined my head toward them both. Gratitude is indeed the root of strength. It reminds us that we do not walk alone. Ida adjusted his glasses, his nod firm. Well said. As we reached the stairwell, Mineta groaned faintly. Ugh, stairs, of course. Kirishima grinned faintly, clapping him on the back. Hat. Come on, little man. One step at a time. Shoji extended an arm toward him in silent support. I stepped closer, my voice gentle. You are not alone, Mineta. Lean when you must. That too is part of walking forward. His wide eyes blinked, then softened faintly. Okay. The descent was slow, careful, but steady. At last, the doors opened, and the cool air of evening greeted us. The sky above was painted with the fading glow of sunset, streaks of orange and red dimming into purple as the day gave way to night. The dorm buildings stood tall ahead, their lights glowing faintly in the dusk. The students paused briefly at the sight, the comfort of home within reach. Eureka exhaled softly. We're really back. Midoriya nodded faintly beside her. Yet. We made it. I stepped forward, my smile warm. Yes. And that is the strength you must remember, that no matter the hardship, you return together. The class turned their eyes toward me briefly, their expressions easing further. The teachers remained behind us, watching carefully, their presence steady. Vlad King's deep voice carried across the group. Go on. Inside now. Rest. Ectoplasm's voice followed, firm. You've done enough today. Recovery girl huffed faintly, her cane tapping. And don't forget what I said, straight to bed. No wandering. The students gave tired nods, their steps carrying them toward the dorm doors. Inside, the common area was quiet, the lights soft. The familiar space greeted them with warmth, untouched by the chaos of the day. Shoes were set aside, bags placed down, sighs of relief slipping out one after another. The couches, the tables, the familiar corners, it was all still here. And with it came peace. Kirishima slumped against the couch with a groan. Man! I don't think I've ever been so happy to see this place. Cyril laughed faintly, dropping beside him. Same here. Kaminari dropped heavily into a chair, his head falling back. Safe at last. Eureka sat softly on the couch, her arms folding loosely around herself. It feels good. Just being here. Midoriya lowered himself into a chair across from her, his breath steady. Yet. I stepped into the room with them, my smile faint but warm. This place is more than walls. It is the proof of your return. Let yourselves accept that comfort fully. The class nodded faintly, their tired expressions softening further. One by one, they began to rise again, heading toward their rooms. Yaoyorozu excused herself politely, her notebook still in hand. Ida followed, his steps firm even in fatigue. Tsuyu moved quietly toward her room, her soft kuro marking her farewell. Tokoyami bowed his head faintly before slipping away, dark shadow trailing behind. The rest followed, slowly, one by one. Each step carried them closer to rest. At last, the common area grew quieter. I remained for a moment, watching as the last of my classmates disappeared down the halls. Their doors closed softly, one after another. Peace settled fully. They were safe. They would rest. And tomorrow would come.